A blood-curdling scream echoed from the abandoned house. Jiang Xiaoyong was hanging suspended over a cage full of zombies. The woman below looked up at him, a malicious sneer on her face. "Oh, Jiang Xiaoyong. All your friends are dead. What's the point of you staying alive?" Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, rage burning inside him. He blamed himself, his heart feeling as if it were being sliced by a knife. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who got you all killed," he roared, his eyes burning with hatred. "You vile, despicable bastard. You won't die a peaceful death." The woman feigned fear, quickly snuggling up to the man beside her, her voice shrill. "Aya, darling, look at him. He's getting angry at me again." Hearing this, the man gave a smug smile, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Then let's just torture him to death, slowly. That should make you feel better, right? But we really should thank you for all your supplies. It's because of them that we're living so comfortably." As he spoke, he pulled out a remote control and pressed a button. The rope binding Jiang Xiaoyong immediately went slack. He fell straight into the cage below, where the horde of zombies frantically lunged at him, tearing him apart without mercy. In his final moments of agony, Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth and swore an oath. "Cui Qing, Li Shuxiang, if I get a chance to be reborn, I will make you two despicable dogs pay a terrible price." Suddenly, a loud shout startled him awake. "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is the meaning of this? Why isn't my name on the property deed yet? Darling, do you even love me anymore?" Jiang Xiaoyong was stunned, staring in disbelief at the woman in front of him. What's going on? Could it be, I've been reborn, back to before the disaster struck? In his past life, he had been deceived by Cui Qing, who swindled him out of the entire inheritance his parents had left him, leaving him homeless and destitute. Then, the global catastrophe struck. Most of humanity turned into zombies, and the world plunged into chaos. Thanks to the friends he made on the streets, he managed to build a safe zone to survive. But he never expected that Cui Qing, who had pretended to be poor to get close to him, was actually a plant for his enemies, destroying everything he had built. Cui Qing continued her nagging, her tone sharp. "And another thing, the bride price has to be 400,000. Not a single cent less. Do you hear me?" Looking at the woman's face, Jiang Xiaoyong seethed with rage. Vicious, rotten woman. He suppressed his anger, telling himself not to act rashly. All right, I get it. You can go first." He pushed her out the door and slammed it shut. Cui Qing was stunned, unable to react. Since when did Jiang Xiaoyong become so forceful? Hasn't he always been a pushover around me? Jiang Xiaoyong stood in thought, his eyes glancing at the digital clock. There's exactly 1 month left before the apocalypse hits. I have to start preparing immediately. While he was lost in thought, a sudden electronic sound rang out, followed by a system mission notification panel. "Apocalypse system activated. Mission has been issued. Please complete it as soon as possible. Mission name: Disaster Preparation. Requirements: own at least 1 plot of land. Prepare at least 365 days worth of supplies. Reward: 10 points. Can be redeemed at the system shop." Jiang Xiaoyong was overjoyed, carefully examining the system panel. A real system? And it even gives mission points. He started exploring the shop. Physical Enhancement Potion, +1 to +20 points. Level 1, Apocalypse Farmer's Supply Box, 2 points. Level 1 Protagonist's Supply Box, 1 point. Manual Refresh, 2 points. He suddenly remembered that in his past life, he had lived frugally to save up for Cui Qing's bride price. This led to severe malnutrition. Picking up his phone, he thought to himself, there's only 1 month left before the zombies overrun everything. I have to eat my fill while I still can. He opened a food delivery app. Soon enough, a lavish feast was laid out before him. Jiang Xiaoyong was astonished. This is the legendary 3-star Michelin meal. I have to try this 300 yuan braised pork. He picked up a piece and felt the exquisite flavor explode in his mouth. Holy crap, this is delicious. He turned into a whirlwind, shoveling food into his mouth. As he was savoring the meal, his phone suddenly rang. It was Wen Shuya, Cui Qing's best friend. He cursed inwardly. What is this green tea bitch trying to pull now? As soon as he answered, the person on the other end started yelling at him. Jiang Xiaoyong, what's your problem? Have you ever treated Cui Qing like this before? She just wanted you to show some sincerity, but you can't even hand over your family's assets to her. And you have the nerve to say you love her? Cui Qing was just testing you a little, and you couldn't even pass that. If you bring the house deed and 1 million in cash to Neil and apologize right now, I might be able to help you persuade Cui Qing. Otherwise, just wait for the breakup. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't hold back and roared into the phone. Who the hell do you two think you are testing me? Get lost. Without letting her say another word, he hung up. Leaning back in his chair, He pondered, I need to find a piece of land. If I want to build a strong fortress, it needs to be easy to defend, hard to attack, and near a water source. After some consideration, he decided to go to a real estate agency. As soon as he walked in, a female employee greeted him warmly. Hello, sir. Are you here to rent or to buy a house? Before Jiang Xiaoyong could reply, he was cut off by a man, the company's director. The man ignored him and turned to the female employee. Xiao Ning, hurry to the back and move those boxes. We have a lot to do today, the female employee quickly explained. Director Chu, I'm helping a customer, but the director pushed her away, his voice dripping with contempt. Xiao Ning, have you forgotten everything I taught you? You have no judgment whatsoever. Get to the back and do your work. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong, his eyes full of disdain. Look at this raggedy outfit. I bet he can't even afford a toilet. Jiang Xiaoyong exploded, pointing and shouting. What's that supposed to mean? You're blind as a bat. Director Chu was stunned for a moment, then sneered. You're calling me blind? Fine. If you can afford to buy a toilet, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed coldly. Good. You said it. Just you wait. I'll find something nice and fresh for you. He turned to the female employee. I'm not here to buy or rent a house today. I'm here to buy land. He pulled out a bank card, shocking the gossiping employees in the back. What? Buying land? Did I hear that right? Does he know how much land costs? Oh my God. This is the first time I've ever seen someone buy land. He's a whale, a real whale. The female employee quickly invited him over. This way, sir. I'll give you a detailed introduction. Director Chu watched them furiously, muttering under his breath. Yeah, go ahead and show off. When it's time to pay, I doubt you'll be able to cough up the money. As Jiang Xiaoyong sat down, the employee brought over a folder. These are the plots of land our company currently owns. Please take a look, and I'll explain more. Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand dismissively. Don't bother. I'll state my requirements, and you see if any plots match. I need land surrounded by mountains and a river, with a good water source and convenient transportation. It would be even better if there's a factory or a large building on it. Director Chu, who was standing nearby, overheard and interjected. Doesn't the plot in the East City District meet his requirements? The female employee was shocked. The East City District? Manager Chu, are you talking about the plot in the tea capital? It's full of abandoned factories that haven't been dealt with. It can't be sold to a customer. Director Chu's face darkened. Sell what? This broke loser is making such absurd demands. He's obviously just here to cause trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong heard their argument and turned to the female employee. Does the plot in the East City District really meet all my requirements? She quickly explained. Yes, it does. But the factories on it are very dilapidated and a mess. The construction foreman even ran off. He looked at the documents, his eyes lighting up. The location is perfect. The barbed wire fence is sturdy, easy to defend, and hard to attack. The unfinished factory will save me time and money. He returned the papers and said, I want this piece of land. Can we sign the contract and transfer the money right now? The employee thought he was unsatisfied and quickly bowed her head. I'm sorry, sir. Seeing her misunderstanding, he nodded and urged her on. Of course. Let's hurry and sign the contract so I can pay. After all, someone is waiting for their meal. A moment later, Director Chu held the payment receipt, stunned. Impossible. A $300,000 down payment? How could he afford millions of dollars for a plot of land with an unfinished factory? I don't believe it. Jiang Xiaoyong walked past and patted the man's shoulder suggestively. Hey buddy, I've paid up. It's your turn to perform. If you eat it with gusto, I'll even give you an apple. The other employees swarmed in, teasing him. Hey fatty, I've already started the live stream. Hurry up and do it. Do you want some lobster to go with it? I had some last night. It was delicious. As Jiang Xiaoyong left the company, a system notification sounded. Disaster Preparedness Mission. Acquire a piece of land by the 1st of the month and prepare 1 year's worth of supplies, not to exceed 365. Reward, 10 points, he mused. I used the wedding gift money to buy the land. Now I have to earn money to stockpile food. Just then, Li Shuxiong walked by and saw him, surprised. Jiang Xiaoyong, what's he doing here? Arriving at the real estate company, Li Shuxiong was stunned to see Director Chu being held down by his employees, who were trying to force-feed him feces. The man screamed, Help me, I don't want to eat shit. Li Shuxiong broke out in a sweat and yelled, What do you all think you're doing? Elsewhere, Cui Qing was painting her nails when her phone rang. Picking it up, she teased, Li Shuxiong, you old devil. So you do remember other people exist, Li Shuxiong said urgently. Cui Qing, Jiang Xiaoyong, Went to the real estate company to buy land today. Did you know about this? Cui Qing shot to her feet, slamming her hand on the table. What? He bought land? Where did he get the money? Li Shuxiong guessed. The 300,000 down payment was probably the money he saved for the wedding gift. Cui Qing screamed. What? That bastard. He dared to spend my money? Li Shuxiong tried to calm her down. Cui Qing, calm down. Go find Jiang Xiaoyong and ask him what's going on. Ask him what? That bastard dared to touch my money. Today, I'm going to make him go viral. Unaware of this, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his room and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Buying supplies and building a base requires a lot of money. Where am I going to get it? Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. He jumped. Who's knocking so hard? Opening the door, he was surprised to see Cui Qing and Wen Shunya. Cui Qing immediately confronted him. Jiang Xiaoyong, what the hell is wrong with you? How dare you spend my money? He looked bewildered. What are you talking about? She pointed her finger and scolded. Don't think I don't know. You used my dowry money to buy this land. That money is mine. So that land is mine too. Jiang Xiaoyong sneered, pulling out a wad of cash and tapping it on her shoulder. You're completely insane. Let me tell you something. I have money, but you won't get a single penny. Don't think I don't know what you and Li Shuxiong have been doing behind my back. At a loss for words, Cui Qing fell silent for a moment. How did he know about her and Li Shuxiong? Wen Shunya, seeing the tense situation, quickly tried to mediate. Hey now, you two calm down. What's with the lovers' quarrel? It's all just a misunderstanding. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed and cursed. Misunderstanding my ass. There's no misunderstanding here. Besides, she and I are not a couple. She and Li Shuxiong are the real pair. Now get lost. Just looking at you people pisses me off. With that, he impatiently slammed the door shut. Cui Qing was still in a state of shock and disbelief. How could he have known? Every time she booked a room, she was so careful to hide it, even pressing the elevator buttons secretively. Wen Shunya's voice was full of anger as she demanded, Jing, why didn't you tell me about something this big? Are you really that close to that middle-aged guy, Li Shuxiong? Cui Qing replied weakly. We only went to a motel together a few times. Wen Shunya rubbed her temples and sighed. This is a real mess. Let's go back first and figure out how to deal with this. Cui Qing could only nod. Yeah, that's all we can do. As the elevator opened, they both stepped inside. Inside, Wen Shunya sneered to herself. Cui Qing, since you've made an enemy of Jiang Xiaoyong, I won't go easy on you anymore. After all, who said we were best friends? The next day, Jiang Xiaoyong went to the piece of land he had just bought. Looking at the large plot of land before him, he said, This is a factory. I want to renovate it. Can you estimate the completion time? Standing next to him was Foreman Li from the Phalanx Construction Company. He listed a series of requirements. Renovate the walls, build watchtowers surrounded by Texas steel mesh, reinforce the steel doors to be blast-proof, and install bulletproof tempered glass. After taking notes, Foreman Li folded the blueprint and asked tentatively, Little brother, let me ask you something. Did you get on the wrong side of some powerful people? Jiang Xiaoyong replied coldly, Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Just tell me the cost to get it done within a month. Foreman Li shook his head. Brother, it can't be done in a month. Cut the crap, Jiang Xiaoyong interrupted. Aren't you the foreman of Phalanx? A reputation is still a reputation. Don't you have any integrity? Foreman Li forced a laugh. That's not it, boss. I mean, it'll cost more. Jiang Xiaoyong got straight to the point. Give me a number. Foreman Li held up 2 fingers. Boss, if it has to be done in a month, the workers will have to work their asses off. It'll be at least 2 million. You'll have to pay a deposit of 500,000 first before we can talk further. Done, Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. I'll transfer the money within 1 week. Get your workers started. Foreman Li was still worried, but Jiang Xiaoyong patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm not going to stiff you on the payment. I'm entrusting this land to you. Hearing this, Foreman Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. All right then. After they finished their discussion, Wen Shunya suddenly called out from behind. Brother Jiang. She ran over and intimately hugged his arm. What are you doing here? The scenery is so beautiful. Are you planning to build a villa here? Jiang Xiaoyong shoved her arm away in disgust. What I do is none of your business. Wen Shunya was stunned. Why was Jiang Xiaoyong so cold today? Usually, just a touch of her hand would make him blush and his heart pound. Today, she had intentionally let him hold her, yet he had no reaction at all. As he walked toward the construction site, she quickly called after him. Hey! The main gate needs to be wider. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back, frowning. What are you doing here? Wen Shunya smiled brightly. Brother Jiang, this is the land you just bought, right? What are you planning to do with it? He replied curtly. None of your business. Then he walked over to inspect the construction site, ordering the main gate to be made even wider. Wen Shunya quickly followed, thinking to herself that she couldn't miss this opportunity. Cui Qing has already had a falling out with him. If I can just squeeze my way in, this land will be mine. Scene change. Jiang Xiaoyong returned home. On the table were 2 property deeds. He was deep in thought. Mortgaging this house would only get him 300,000, not enough for the first phase of the project. He had to find a way to get more money. Suddenly, he had an idea. The apocalypse is coming soon. Even if I sell this house to multiple people, no one will be able to do anything to me. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door was heard, along with a shout. Open the door, now. Jiang Xiaoyong was annoyed, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Another troublemaker. He opened the door and immediately recognized the person standing there. It was Rich Man Li, his wealthy neighbor from downstairs. The old man already owned the first and second floors and now wanted to buy his third-floor apartment, the one he planned to use as his. Because he refused to sell, the old man harassed him every day, from splashing paint on his door to placing funeral wreaths, using every dirty trick in the book. Rich Man Li yelled, "You were stomping around again last night, weren't you?" Jiang Xiaoyong retorted angrily, "Are you the one making all the noise? I went to bed before 10 o'clock last night. Stomping on what?" Rich Man Li was still argumentative. "I don't care, I heard it clearly." Jiang Xiaoyong lost his patience and waved his hand. "All right, stop. Don't you want this house? I've had enough. I'll sell it to you." Rich Man Li was surprised. "Really?" Jiang Xiaoyong nodded, but added a condition. "However, I need to stay here for another 6 months to pay off the loan for my new house. You'll pay me 500,000 yuan first." Rich Man Li hesitated. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong pretended to close the door. "If you don't agree, then forget it." Rich Man Li quickly held the door and nodded. "All right, but we have to draw up a contract, just in case you change your mind." Jiang Xiaoyong sneered. "Old man, you can just wait to die in this life." After signing the contract, Rich Man Li left. Jiang Xiaoyong checked his phone and confirmed he'd received 500,000 yuan. Adding the 300,000 yuan loan, he had a total of 800,000 yuan. He muttered, "First, I'll complete the system mission and get the reward." He went to a nearby shopping center. The system's information panel appeared. Prepare supplies for 1 year. 359 out of 365 days remaining. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed a cart full of food to the checkout counter. People around him whispered, "What's he buying so much stuff for? Does he actually believe those doomsday rumors?" While waiting, he opened the system panel. Mission complete. Prepare for the disaster. Plus 10 points. Current points. 10. He smiled to himself. In the apocalypse, strengthening my attributes is extremely important. The protagonist's supply box costs exactly 10 points. No more hesitation. He selected the protagonist's supply box. The system announced, exchange successful. 10 points deducted. Received. Level 1 space. Capacity 500 cubic meters. Time is frozen inside the ring. Jiang Xiaoyong received the spatial ring and thought, as expected, the first draw is a big prize. With time frozen, fresh food will never spoil. It's perfect. The system updated with a new mission. 10 years of comfort. Prepare 10 years worth of supplies. Reward, 20 points. Suddenly, a shout rang out. A man leading 2 security guards approached, angry. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" "Jiang Xiaoyong. Is that you?" Jiang Xiaoyong recognized him as Yang Tao, a middle school classmate who was just a lackey for Zhang Shengze. He was good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and had picked fights with him many times. Old memories flooded back of Yang Tao, blocking his way to demand 10 yuan in protection money. He'd cursed back. "Give you my ass. If you want it, ask Zhang Shengze for it." Today, Yang Tao was just as aggressive. "Put all this stuff back where you found it, or don't blame me for getting rough." Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed. "Ha, Yang Tao, still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? I'm buying things. Is this how the Huaranfat supermarket treats its customers?" Yang Tao shouted. "If you're buying, then pay for it now. Otherwise, don't blame me." An hour later, the cashier had almost finished scanning the mountain of goods. Yang Tao asked the female employee, "What's the total?" She replied, 56,884 yuan. Yang Tao threw the POS machine in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. "Pay up." He swiped his card without hesitation. Ding! Payment successful. Yang Tao snorted coldly and gestured for the security guards to leave. But Jiang Xiaoyong called out, "Hold it." Yang Tao turned around irritably. "What else do you want?" Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. Your attitude just now was terrible. You have to apologize to me, or I'm returning all of this. Yang Tao roared. Don't push it. The people around them started murmuring. He's the one being a jerk, looking down on a customer. Just apologize. Isn't it just a simple apology? Jiang Xiaoyong tempted him. Apologize. And if you're sincere, I'll buy 10 times this amount. Yang Tao didn't believe his bluff. Jiang Xiaoyong held up his bank card. Bring the POS machine here. I'll let you see my balance. Seeing a balance of over 700,000 yuan, Yang Tao was stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong continued. Apologize, and I'll buy more. If I'm lying, I'll call you Grandpa. Yang Tao pondered for a moment, then bowed deeply. I'm sorry. Jiang Xiaoyong patted his head and smiled. Remember this. Don't be so reckless in the future. Yang Tao looked up curiously. Brother Yang, what are you buying so much stuff for? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, That's my business. You don't need to know. Yang Tao pried. Is it for a big business? The supermarket's warehouse is short on stock. Are you looking for another supplier? Jiang Xiaoyong frowned. Since you work at the supermarket, you must know where to get supplies. Yang Tao said confidently. Of course, Zhang Xingze. Remember him? He has a large stock of goods. He immediately made a call. Brother Zhe, I've found a big client. Jiang Xiaoyong stood to the side, thinking to himself. I wonder how much dirty money these two have skimmed from this supermarket. Yang Tao led him to a nearby warehouse. As they were talking, a car screeched to a halt in front of them. Yang Tao jumped back in surprise. Jiang Xiaoyong cursed internally. Damn it. Driving recklessly like they're trying to collect a debt. A guy got out of the car and approached. Yang Tao. Is this the important client you were talking about? Yang Tao quickly made the introduction. Brother Zhe, this is Jiang Xiaoyong, our middle school classmate. Zhang Xingze blew cigarette smoke into Jiang Xiaoyong's face and sneered. So, it's this stubborn punk, huh? He tugged at the zipper on his jacket, mocking him. Is this a knockoff? Haha, I really looked down on you. Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm. As for brand name stuff, I just buy whatever from a roadside stall. Zhang Xingze angrily shoved Yang Tao and scolded. This is the big client you told me about? You're wasting my time, Yang Tao quickly explained. Brother Zhe, he really is a big client. Zhang Xingze didn't believe him and kicked Yang Tao. Big client my ass. I've been around for years. I can tell who has money just by looking at them. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled. Haha, it seems my aura isn't impressive enough. It can't even intimidate your dog eyes. Zhang Xingze flew into a rage, grabbing him by the collar. What did you say? Jiang Xiaoyong replied calmly. You're a terrible judge of character, looking down on others. Yang Tao quickly intervened. Brother Yang, don't hit Brother Zhe where it hurts. He hates being called illiterate. His weak spot having been hit, Zhang Xingze kicked Yang Tao to shut him up, then turned to threaten Jiang Xiaoyong. A big client, huh? If you don't buy a truckload of goods today, neither of you will be leaving this place on your own 2 feet. Jiang Xiaoyong took out his phone. Stop pulling my shirt. Give me your account number. Seeing the account balance, Zhang Xingze was stunned. You really want to buy this much? Jiang Xiaoyong urged him. Enough talk. This is the deposit. I'm buying 500,000 N worth of goods. Hurry up and load the truck. Once it's all delivered, I'll pay the remaining 400,000 N. Zhang Xingze asked seriously. What kind of goods do you want? Firewood, rice, oil, salt, snacks, drinks, anything for eating and drinking. No need to be picky. Just check it carefully before delivery. Zhang Xingze led him to the warehouse, secretly thrilled that he'd just received a shipment of food nearing its expiration date and now had a buyer. He proposed, if you pay in full now, I'll give you a 10% discount off the wholesale price. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. That depends on the quality of the goods. He picked up a bag of snacks to inspect it, then glanced at Zhang Xingze. Except for the outer layer, everything inside is about to expire. Your little scheme didn't quite work out, did it? Zhang Xingze cursed under his breath. Damn it, this kid knows his stuff. He made another offer. If you buy all the nearly expired goods, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about it? Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. My 500,000 N is for quality goods only. As for the nearly expired stuff, I have another way. Zhang Xingze was suspicious. What way? Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. I'll take all the nearly expired goods at the 50% discount you offered. But I'll pay you in 1 month. Zhang Xingze grew worried. For real? What am I supposed to do if the goods expire and you don't pay me? Jiang Xiaoyong reassured him. Don't worry, I'll put my house up as collateral. Zhang Xingze probed. You know the goods are about to expire, yet you're still buying them. What's your distribution channel? Jiang Xiaoyong laughed loudly. Distribution channel? I am the distribution channel. He patted Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder meaningfully. Haha, even if this stuff expires, in a few days, it'll be priceless. Jiang Xiaoyong was bewildered. What do you mean? Jiang Xiaoyong changed the subject. Don't ask so many questions. Just move the goods. I've already sent you the address. As they were speaking, his phone rang. A voice asked, Mr. Jiang, you're the one selling the old house, right? Jiang Xiaoyong signaled for Jiang Xiaoyong to proceed with their agreement, then turned and left. Yang Tao watched him go, then smiled fawningly at Jiang Xiaoyong. Brother Zhe, I didn't lie to you, did I? Jiang Xiaoyong still couldn't accept it, cursing angrily. Damn it, that kid clearly comes from an ordinary family. How can he be so well off? The scene changes to Jiang Xiaoyong's apartment. An old man hands over a bag of money, saying hurriedly, Mr. Jiang, here's the 400,000 N deposit. I accept your condition of moving out after 3 months. Let's sign the contract right away. Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself, this old guy didn't even look at the house properly before putting down a deposit and signing the contract. He's really desperate to buy my place. He frowned and probed. Sir, are you in that much of a hurry? The old man replied sheepishly. Heh, I won't hide it from you. My granddaughter is transferring schools soon, so we really need this house to get settled. I've looked all over this area, and yours is the only one for sale. Mr. Jiang, please, you mustn't go back on your word. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled lightly. Sir, you're too honest. You told me everything right off the bat. Aren't you afraid I'll raise the price? The old man panicked. Mr. Jiang, this money is the life savings of 2 generations of my family. Don't worry, I won't back out. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded, took the contract from the old man's hand, and signed it without hesitation. The old man was overjoyed. Oh, that's wonderful. Just wonderful. Mr. Jiang, if you're busy, I won't disturb you any longer. You can go now, sir. Jiang Xiaoyong watched him leave, thinking to himself, people from the lower class are kind and simple, but in the future, I'm afraid he and his granddaughter won't even survive a month. He called out after him, Sir, wait a moment. What's your current address? Tell me. After memorizing the address, Jiang Xiaoyong went to the new base he had purchased. As soon as Foreman Li saw him, he broke into a warm smile. Boss Jiang, the second deposit will be transferred shortly. How's the construction progress? See for yourself. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. It's 70% complete. The walls and doors are completely secure and reliable. And what about the warehouse? Foreman Li replied. The warehouse was a pre-built part of the factory. It's been cleared out and is ready for use any time. Excellent. Jiang Xiaoyong took out his phone and called Jiang Xiaoyong to bring the goods over. A short while later, movers from Jiang Xiaoyong's warehouse arrived. One of them laughed loudly. Take it easy, guys. The boss is really generous, paying each of us 2,000 for a small job like this. This place looks like some kind of shelter. Jiang Xiaoyong supervised them himself, giving orders, store the perishable items, fruits, vegetables, and fresh food separately. Don't mix them up. A worker laughed. Don't worry, boss. You can count on us. After everything was organized, the workers left. Jiang Xiaoyong stood alone in the warehouse, muttering with a smile. Complete. A system notification appeared. Mission. 10 years of full bellies and warm clothes. Complete. Plus 20 points. Current points. 20. The system panel displayed. Physical enhancement potion. Plus 1. Cost. 20 points. Doomsday Farmer Supply Box. Level 1. 2 points. Ability Awakening Supply Box. Level 1. 1 point. Manual Refresh. 2 points. Jiang Xiaoyong was ecstatic. What great luck. He could get an ability before the apocalypse even started. He immediately selected the Level 1 Ability Awakening Supply Box. Exchange successful. 1 point deducted. Current points. 19. Acquired. Eye of the Mind. Level 1. Detects hostility from others. He laughed out loud. Ha. This ability would be incredibly useful in the early stages of the apocalypse. The system updated with a new mission. Armed to the teeth. Equip yourself with weapons. Reward. 10 points and a random reward. Scene change. A black market late at night. The air was bustling. A guy shouted, Damn it, are you for real? Is this price actually serious? Jiang Xiaoyong moved through the crowd, searching for what he needed. A commotion from one of the stalls caught his attention. Li Shuxiang was haggling over a price. 2,000 yuan for a high-quality jade bracelet like this? It's obviously a fake. Sell it to me for 300 yuan, and you'll still make a huge profit. The stall owner, afraid others would overhear, quickly said, All right, calm down. I'll sell it. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over and sneered. That bastard. Li Shuxiang, running to the black market to buy a fake jade bracelet. Haha, Cui Qing, you really are a fool to be tricked by this junk. He paid it no mind and continued his search. A stall selling melee weapons caught his eye. Jiang Xiaoyong walked over, picked up a dagger, and asked, "Boss, you got anything sturdy here?" The impatient stall owner tossed a whetstone onto the counter. "Here, a sharpening stone. If you want it hard, buy this and sharpen it yourself. Otherwise, just buy a club to play with." Jiang Xiaoyong said seriously. "Still not hard enough. I need something harder." The stall owner frowned. "What do you mean? You here to cause trouble?" Jiang Xiaoyong's phone pinged. "Ding. 200,000 received in your account." He held up his phone and smiled. "Don't get worked up. This is just a show of my sincerity to buy." The stall owner's attitude changed instantly. He called over one of his guys to watch the stall and then gestured. "It's inconvenient to talk out here. This way, please." The two of them went into a room upstairs. The stall owner opened a well-hidden box and presented its contents. "Boss, this here is a homemade pistol. No problem killing a chicken with it. The ammo is cheap, just needs gunpowder and steel balls. What do you think?" Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. "Not good enough." The stall owner thought for a moment, then continued. "A replica revolver. Performance is on par with a real one. Price is 5,000 yuan. It takes 9mm rounds. 5 yuan per bullet. How about it?" Jiang Xiaoyong frowned. "I paid a 200,000 yuan down payment, and you're showing me this? Is that appropriate?" The stall owner was taken aback. "A down payment? What do you mean?" Jiang Xiaoyong said, "I want to spend 200,000 on weapons. Can you handle that?" The stall owner gave a strained laugh. "Big brother, why are you coming to me with an order like this? Normally I don't handle small matters. I let my men deal with them. But there's been a lot of strange stuff going on recently. Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me, can you do it or not?" Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "Write up a list. I'll wait for the address. 12 o'clock, the day after tomorrow. Drive over for a cash transaction." After settling the deal, Jiang Xiaoyong left. The stall owner saw him off enthusiastically. "Big brother, take care." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice called out, Well, isn't this Xiaoyong?" Li Shuxiong approached, carrying a bag of his purchases. "Fancy meeting you at the black market. Why are you so generous lately? Ignoring Jingjing now? What other treasures you got hidden at home? Are you copying others, lying flat, and selling off everything just to live comfortably?" An idea sparked in Jiang Xiaoyong's mind. Why not test his new ability? He activated the eye of the mind to observe the attitudes of those around him. A line of red, hostile text appeared above Li Shuxiong's head. He scoffed and pointed at the bag. "By the way, who are you again?" "Ah, right, Cui Qing's accomplice. That woman was actually fooled by this pile of old fake junk. Then again, I guess that's all she's worth." Li Shuxiong roared in fury. "What did you say?" The stall owner came over and asked, "Big brother, you know this guy. Know him?" Jiang Xiaoyong snorted coldly. "More like an enemy." He turned and added, "Don't kill him. His life is mine to take." Seeing the group of men closing in, Li Shuxiong panicked. "What are you guys doing?" The stall owner didn't answer, simply advancing with an iron rod. Li Shuxiong yelled, "Big brother, we can talk about this." A moment later, Li Shuxiong was beaten black and blue. He was left lying on the street like a dead dog. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Jiang Xiaoyong, you bastard. Just you wait." 2 days later, just as agreed, a truck full of goods was delivered to the warehouse. The system announced, "Mission. Armed to the teeth complete. Plus 10 points. Current points, 29. Received. Physique enhancement potion plus 2. Jiang Xiaoyong held the vial, stunned. A physique enhancement potion that adds 2 points. It's twice as powerful as the one in the store. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeve and injected the potion. The average physique for an adult is 5. Adding 2 points meant his strength increased by 40%. He opened the system panel. Physique enhancement potion plus 1, 20 points. Doomsday Farmer Supply Box, level 1, 2 points. Manual refresh, 2 points. He laughed heartily. "I have to upgrade to the absolute limit." A surge of energy enveloped his body. His physique reached 8 points, 60% stronger than a normal person. He looked at a pile of construction materials, grabbed a large iron bar, and shouted as he delivered a powerful kick. The iron bar bent out of shape, flew into the wall, and left a large crack. He grinned smugly. As expected, with this kind of power, no one can match me even bare-handed. Facing zombies in the early stages of the apocalypse, when there's nothing to be afraid of. He stored all the weapons in his spatial ring. He thought to himself, "The weapons don't take up much space. Storing them in the ring is the safest option. The apocalypse begins tomorrow. Is there anything else I need to prepare? Suddenly, he remembered the old man who bought his house. To be honest with you, young man, my granddaughter is moving soon. I need this house to settle down. I've looked all over the neighborhood, and yours is the only one for sale. Mr. Jiang, please don't back out of this. Even after all the dangers he'd faced in the apocalypse, Jiang Xiaoyong still couldn't ignore people in need. He muttered, "Whatever. I'll send them some supplies. I'll consider it repayment for providing the funds for my plan." He drove to the old man's neighborhood using the address. Getting out, he looked around. Good thing I had GPS, or I'd never have found this place. This guy is really poor, renting a cheap apartment on the top floor. He reached the door and was about to knock, but stopped himself. No, I'll take out the supplies first. Otherwise, it'd be hard to explain later. He activated his space ring. A flash of light appeared, and countless boxes of supplies materialized in the hallway. Hearing a knock, the old man in the room hurried over. Coming. Just a moment. The rent is due next week. He trailed off when he saw Jiang Xiaoyong. Oh, Mr. Jiang. The old man stared blankly at the pile of boxes crowding the hallway. What is all this? Jiang Xiaoyong said. I'll explain later. First, help me move these inside. We don't want the neighbors to see. The two of them quickly moved the boxes into the room. The old man sighed. Young people these days are really strong. How did you carry all this without taking a break? Jiang Xiaoyong inspected the room. The front door was barely sturdy enough. He said, seriously, sir, listen carefully. Plan how you use these supplies. There's enough here to last you half a year without worry. Starting tomorrow, this world. He stopped, staring in shock at a photo on the table. The old man asked, Mr. Jiang, is something wrong? Just leave the stuff in my room. It's fine. We're moving into your place next month anyway. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the photo of the old landlord with a young girl. He was shaken. Meng-san. He picked up the photo and asked the old man, Your granddaughter's name is Meng-san, isn't it? The old man was stunned. How did you know? I haven't mentioned her name. Where is your granddaughter now? The old man replied, She's studying in our hometown. Once you move out, we were going to transfer her here. The paperwork is almost done. Jiang Xiaoyong remembered his past life. A heartbroken Meng-san had told him how her grandfather risked his life to save her from their occupied high school. He succeeded in saving her, but died in the process. He thought to himself, In this life, I'll make up for your regrets. He turned back, his expression serious. Sir, you and your granddaughter won't be able to move into my house anymore. The old man panicked. Mr. Jiang, you're backing out? Jiang Xiaoyong patted his shoulder. Listen to me. Starting tomorrow, the world is going to become a living hell. My house, your granddaughter's education, none of it will matter anymore. Right now, you're coming with me to pick up San-san. I'll arrange a new place for both of you to live. The old man was bewildered. Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, thinking, he's old. It's hard for him to grasp this. How am I supposed to explain it? After a moment, he asked, Do you know about the Great Famines? The old man nodded. Yes. I can imagine how miserable that time was. So, do you think a famine could happen in times of peace? The old man shook his head. How could it? Even if it did. Jiang Xiaoyong turned his space ring, absorbing all the boxes of supplies. In the blink of an eye, the cramped room was empty. The old man cried out, Whoa! Where did everything go? It's all gone. Mr. Jiang, what kind of magic is this? The old man stared in amazement as sparks of lightning flickered around Jiang Xiaoyong's body. He explained seriously, This is a superpower. I also have the ability to foresee the future. If you want to live, if you want San to be safe, then from now on, you do exactly as I say. Where is San's school? Immediately, Jiang Xiaoyong and the old man rushed downstairs. Before long, they arrived at the school where Meng-san was a student. As soon as he got out of the car, he asked urgently, What grade is San in? Where's her dorm? Do you know? The old man replied, I do. Good. We have to hurry. At that same moment, at the school, Meng-san was being surrounded and beaten by a group of students. The lead girl slapped her hard across the face, yelling, You bitch! I don't get what's so special about you that has Zhang Xiaochen so obsessed. Meng-san, her face red with a handprint, tried to explain, I already told you, I have nothing to do with him. He just has a one-sided crush on me. This only enraged the girl more. She kicked Meng-san in the stomach. Still pretending? Huh? So you're saying Zhang Xiaochen is chasing after you and you couldn't even be bothered to look his way? Just as Meng-san was struggling in pain, her hair being pulled, A shout came from behind. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The girls were surprised. Let go of Ming-san. Huh? Isn't that your useless old grandpa? Mung-san saw her grandfather and was startled. Grandpa, why are you here? Seeing his granddaughter being bullied, the old man pointed a furious finger at them. What are you doing? Let San-san go now. A male student holding a weapon stepped forward, threatening. Back off. This is our business. What's a crazy old man like you butting in for? Without a trace of fear, the old man lunged forward to grapple with him. You animals! How dare you bully a fellow student like this? Another male student took the opportunity to swing a baseball bat hard at the old man's neck. Let go, you damn geezer. Suddenly, his arm was caught. Jiang Xiaoyong's face darkened. So young, yet instead of studying, you're learning to be gangsters. The other two male students sneered. Haha, where did this poor schmuck come from? Bitch, I never heard you had an older brother. Jiang Xiaoyong sent the guy in front of him flying with a single kick. Seeing this, the other two were startled and became wary. Holy crap, this guy knows martial arts. Let's get him together. They surrounded Jiang Xiaoyong. The one behind attacked first, swinging the baseball bat. But he easily dodged it by ducking. He dodged. After his physical enhancement, his reflexes were much faster. Seizing the opportunity, he slid behind the guy, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up, throwing him over several other male students. He slammed hard onto the concrete, his eyes rolled back, completely knocked out. The remaining guy tried to stab him with a dagger, but Jiang Xiaoyong spotted it with a glance. He quickly snatched the knife and kicked the opponent hard in the thigh. The guy lost his balance and fell, hitting his head on the ground. In the blink of an eye, all three of them were taken down. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly walked towards the girl who was the leader, and she was terrified. You, what do you want? He slapped the girl in black, hard, stunning her. Then, he grabbed the hair of the girl in white next to her. So you like pulling hair, huh? She screamed in pain. Ah, let me go. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong press the knife to her neck, she grew terrified. You, what are you going to do? The knife flashed and slashed down. The girl in white collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and screaming, my hair, my hair. She seethed with hatred. You bastard. You dare cut my hair? I won't let you get away with this. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly dropped the lock of hair. Long hair is just a burden. In a few days, short hair will save your life. He turned to Mung-san. San-san, let's go. Mung-san was dazed, still in shock. Go where? Not long after, the three of them got in a car and left the school. On the way, the old man recounted what Jiang Xiaoyong had said. Mung-san was confused. Huh? We're not going to school anymore? What's this about a great famine? The old man replied, My dear, staying alive is what's important. Mung-san pouted. Grandpa, how many times have I told you not to believe these scammers? How much did you get scammed for this time? The old man snapped. What scam? He's telling the truth. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced in the rearview mirror and smiled. San-san, I will protect you in this life. He cut in. Your grandpa wasn't scammed. I was the one who told him about the famine. Mung-san was suspicious. You. Who are you? I'm Jiang Xiaoyong. From now on, just call me Brother Xiaoyong. Thanks for teaching those guys a lesson for me. Don't worry about it. They won't be alive for more than a few days anyway. Mung-san was startled. What do you mean? Is there really a famine coming? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. The famine was just a way to make it easier for your grandpa to understand. The truth is, the apocalypse is coming. Mung-san was horrified. The apocalypse? The time is almost here. If you open your phone and look at videos and news, you'll see the clues. Dubiously, Mung-san took out her phone to search. Headlines popped up about gang rivalries and the west wind blowing leaves down. First ever case of a patient biting someone. Strange smell in the fog. Are you crazy? Why did you bite me? My whole body feels terrible. Take me to the hospital. The more she watched, the more uneasy Mung-san became. Jiang Xiaoyong overheard and sighed to himself. The signs of the apocalypse are already appearing. Mung-san asked worriedly, Is the apocalypse really happening? Is tomorrow the first day? Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. A toxic fog will cover several provinces, including Province B. This fog affects living creatures. Many people will turn into zombies. Those who aren't immune will also become zombies if they die. Ming-san panicked. What are zombies? You know what they are. It's just hard to believe. Wait until tomorrow, or the day after, or next week. Everything will become clear. It won't seem strange then. Suddenly, the traffic ahead came to a standstill. Annoyed, Jiang Xiaoyong stuck his head out the window. A traffic jam. Even the emergency lane is blocked. The old man grew anxious. Mr. Jiang, what if those zombies you mentioned catch up to us? He reassured him. Don't worry, old sir. It's not that critical yet. The zombies will lose control, but the outbreak won't happen for at least a few more days. Unexpectedly, a black car shot up from the emergency lane, cutting in front of Jiang Xiaoyong's car without signaling. He slammed on the brakes and cursed, "Son of a bitch! That bastard cut me off without even signaling." Furious, he stepped on the gas, speeding up to prevent the other car from cutting in. The black car continued to tailgate them, and its driver rolled down the window, shouting obscenities. The old man advised, "Mr. Jiang, that person seems wealthy. It's better to avoid trouble." Jiang Xiaoyong gave a cold smile. "Don't worry, if he dares to get out and start something, I'll send him on his way first." After an hour stuck in traffic, the cars finally started moving freely. Meng San warned, "Brother Xiaoyong, be careful." Just as she said, the black car sped up to chase them, swerving dangerously in front of them. The old man cried out in fear, "Brake! Don't be like him." Jiang Xiaoyong was furious. Before, I might have tolerated it, but now, it's the apocalypse. I don't need to put up with this kind of scum. He slammed on the accelerator, ramming hard into the black car. The other car lost control and swerved to the side of the road. The dazed driver got out, screaming, "Motherfucker, you bastard! I'm calling the traffic police, checking the cameras, and finding your license plate. I'll show you that there are some people you just can't mess with." That night, Jiang Xiaoyong brought the grandfather and granddaughter back to his base. Both of them were stunned. "Whoa, this place is incredible," he said. "Get some sleep. From tomorrow on, every day will be harder." The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong leisurely gazed at the scenery through the reinforced glass. Meng San stretched and yawned. "I haven't slept this well in ages. It's so nice not having to go to school in the morning." He smiled. "You're awake? Come with me. I'll show you around our fortress." He led the two of them around the base, pointing out the reinforced concrete walls and the solid steel gate, 3 centimeters thick and remote-controlled. Neither humans nor zombies can break through this, unless they have heavy weaponry. Remember this well. Without my permission, no one other than the 3 of us is allowed inside this fortress. Meng San hesitated, "But, if there are survivors asking for help, are we supposed to just watch them die?" He gestured for her to follow him without answering immediately. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. Their evil nature will be magnified. Playing the saint will only get you killed. The grandfather and granddaughter stared at the scene in astonishment. "Below," he continued, "when I'm not here, if survivors come seeking help, this area can be a temporary shelter, but under no circumstances are you to let them into the fortress. Do you understand?" Meng San nodded. "I understand." Kwang Tu-dung led the old man and his grandchild to the food storage in the base. He pointed and said, "The food in this area can be used for relief distribution. I'll give you specific instructions later." Following his directions, the two of them continued to the warehouse. Finally, he turned back to look at them both, and activated his spiritual eye. A blue light flashed above their heads. He thought to himself, "A sign of trust. This is the first time." Confirming their goodwill, he felt relieved and took items from his spatial ring. Weapons are of the utmost importance in the apocalypse. His voice turned serious. "We must ensure that control always remains in our hands. Never let it fall into the hands of others." The old man nodded decisively. Absolutely." Just then, the system displayed a notification. "Mission meet with Meng San complete. Former partner quest chain activated. New mission. Find and rescue a partner from a past life. Reward. 20 points. Kwang Tu-dung was slightly startled. He looked outside, where a blue arrow was pointing towards a location in the city. He exclaimed, "Perfect. I was worried about how I'd find my old teammates." He then instructed, "Remember what I said. Don't disobey my orders under any circumstances." Then he hurried off. Meng San asked worriedly, "Brother Tu-dung, where are you going?" He shouted back, "Getting in the car to recruit some new blood and expand the team." The car sped away. The scene changes to a karaoke bar in the city, where a group of young men were happily singing. One of them laughed loudly. "What are you two doing? Are you on a grain reincarnation tour or something? Eat slowly. Don't ha ha ha. Pack some up and bring it back for me, okay?" Another guy replied, "Damn it, my bladder's about to burst. My kidneys are failing. I'm going for a piss." After coming out of the bathroom, stumbling, one of them accidentally bumped into a girl passing by. He quickly said, Sorry, I didn't mean to." Unexpectedly, the man with the girl lashed out with a kick, slamming it into his stomach. "You rotten piece of crap. Are you blind?" Zhang Qi slammed into the wall, crying out in pain. His friend rushed over. "Are you okay, Zhang Qi?" He then turned to confront the man. "What do you think you're doing?" Hitting him, the man cracked his knuckles and sneered, "Son of a bitch. This is the first time anyone's talked back to me like that. He grabbed the chubby guy by the collar and lifted him up. You want some of this? Jiang Qi quickly tried to de-escalate. Boss, we were wrong. Please don't hurt him. The man roared. I'm gonna skin you alive today. Just then, a male employee walked by, muttering, Damn my luck. A stomachache and a cold, and now a fight breaks out? Can't I get a moment of peace? He rushed over. Sir, please calm down. The man grabbed the employee by the collar and yelled, Do you know who the hell I am? Even your boss wouldn't dare touch me. The employee gestured for Jiang Qi to leave. You too, go now. I'm really sorry about this. The man roared. Get your boss out here. Daring to disrespect me like this? This whole place is going down. The employee quickly tried to soothe him. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Qi and the chubby guy took the opportunity to run back to their room. Their friend saw their panicked state and asked quizzically, What's wrong? Were you chased by a dog? The chubby guy panted. Not a dog. Just now, coming out of the bathroom, I accidentally bumped into some drunk gangster. He was about to beat me and Chi up. Luckily, an employee distracted him, or we would have been toast. The other friend jumped up angrily. The hell he was. Since when does our mobile Unit 3 have to take this kind of crap? Just wait, I'll call the guys. We'll teach him a lesson. Jiang Qi stopped him. No. I'm graduating in less than a year. Let's not cause trouble. Let's just keep singing. Just when they thought it was over, the door to their room was suddenly kicked open. The man from before stormed in aggressively with his gang, dragging the bruised employee with him. He pointed at Jiang Qi. That's right. It's them. Grab 'em for me. The 4 people in the room were startled as the gang surrounded them, forcing them to kneel with their hands behind their heads. The employee clutched his stomach, trembling and gasping for breath. One of Jiang Qi's friends yelled defiantly, You dare let me make a phone call? The man roared, Son of a bitch, did I say you could talk? He grabbed a glass bottle from the table and smashed it over the guy's head. Jiang Qi was terrified. At the same time, Kuang Tiao-dung drove up to the bar. Haha, university students are really something else. Singing their hearts out even when the apocalypse is at our doorstep. Welcomed by a waiter, he stepped inside. Chen Chong was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Jiang Qi ran over worriedly. Chen Chong! The man grinned, putting his arm around the girl. Are you feeling better now? The girl pouted. Better about what? It wasn't this guy who bumped into me. He grabbed another bottle and pointed it at Jiang Qi. It was this one. Right? Chen Chong struggled to his feet, grabbed an ashtray, and charged. The gang members held him back tightly. The little brat dares to fight back. The man sneered. You've got some serious balls, kid. He smashed the bottle over Chen Chong's head. The bottle shattered. Chen Chong collapsed. Jiang Qi and the chubby guy rushed forward to fight back. You son of a bitch. The man yelled. You little shits still aren't scared? Whoever I get my hands on, I'll beat to death. Their remaining friend cowered in the corner, too afraid to speak. Just then, the waiter began to cough violently, his whole body trembling as if he was transforming. No one noticed him as he suddenly growled like a wild animal and lunged, biting into a gangster's shoulder. The guy screamed, Crazy dog, let go. Shit, help me. The other gang members yelled, Go help him, this bastard's too strong. Suddenly, the employee turned and bit another man on the chest. Shit, he's biting me too. This guy's really lost it. Kuang Tiao-dung appeared, lifting the employee up with one hand. Suddenly, the male employee was slammed hard against the wall, unable to move. He shouted, Everyone, stop. The gangster was terrified, thinking, that crazy bastard is so strong. But this kid pinned him with one hand. The leader demanded, Who the hell are you? Ignoring him, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Jiang Qi. Were you bitten? Jiang Qi was stunned. No, I wasn't. What's wrong? He gestured. Take your friend outside and wait for me. The leader grabbed Jiang Qi's shoulder. Hold on, we're not done here. Suddenly, the henchman who had been bitten clutched his head and started trembling. Boss, my head hurts so much. The leader was surprised. What's wrong? Is your cold getting worse? Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, observing the bite mark near his neck. He had a runny nose this afternoon, and now he's bitten near his head. I'm afraid he's about to turn. He dragged the employee into the utility room and shut the door tight. The undead weren't smart enough to open doors yet. The leader yelled, What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyong dusted off his hands and turned back. Jiang Qi, which one of them do you want me to deal with? Jiang Qi was surprised. Do you know me? The leader charged forward. You little shit, you've got a death wish. Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed his face and slammed him onto the floor, sending cracks spreading across the tiles. Another henchman rushed over. Don, you want to die? He threw an uppercut, sending the guy flying. He landed on his back, unconscious. The other one saw his comrade convulsing and panicked. What's wrong with you? Did one punch give you a seizure? Jiang Xiaoyong yelled. Anyone else want a taste of my fist? Come on. He reminded Zhang Qi, take your friend outside and wait for me. Although Zhang Qi didn't understand, he could sense his good intentions and quickly helped his friend leave. The leader, seeing how difficult the situation was, signaled his remaining man, let's go. But Jiang Xiaoyong blocked the door, his eyes filled with killing intent. You picked a fight without knowing who you were messing with. You almost got my friend killed, the leader shouted. What are you talking about? Get out of the way. No response. Jiang Xiaoyong shoved him into the room and locked the door. The leader fell and cursed. Fuck, you son of a bitch, you're dead meat. He banged on the door repeatedly. You little bastard, open the door, I'll skin you alive. Just then, the bitten henchman completely turned. His eyes turned blood red. He lost all reason, and snarling like a wild animal, he lunged at his boss. The two remaining gangsters screamed. What the fuck are you doing? Blood-curdling screams echoed from the room. Damn it, you turned into a dog too. Get him off. Why is the bathroom door open? Help me. A male employee heard the commotion and asked worriedly, Sir, what's going on? Do you need help? Jiang Xiaoyong ordered. Lock this door. No one is to open it. Call the police and the hospital. Tell them there's a patient with the mad flu in here. The employee was bewildered. Mad flu? Seeing him shout, he quickly replied, Yes. He locked the door as instructed. Jiang Xiaoyong signaled to the group of friends, Let's go. The employee was still confused, muttering, This can't be right, can it? All this screaming seems a bit much. Another employee ran over. What's with all the noise? That customer said there's someone with the mad flu in the room. Is the mad flu real? I've only heard about it. Let's check the surveillance footage. They both ran to the security room. On the screen, the gangsters had turned into zombies, tearing each other apart in a gory scene straight out of a horror movie. The employee panicked. Call the police, quickly. Outside, Jiang Xiaoyong urged them from the driver's seat. Hurry up, we can't stay here long. The car sped away. Once things settled down, Zhang Qi let out a sigh of relief and turned to him. Big bro, thank you for your help. Who are you? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. I'm Jiang Xiaoyong. I was hired to protect you guys. Don't ask who hired me. Someone else chimed in. Big bro, is that mad flu you mentioned real? The internet says it's just a rumor. He shot back. So what you just witnessed was a hallucination? The person stammered. Then, is there a cure? Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. This disaster isn't going to end. It's only going to get worse. The world has already descended into the apocalypse. Suddenly, a terrified scream erupted from the side of the road. The group looked out to see a zombie attacking a pedestrian. Help! Help! Mad flu! Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explained as he drove. Right now, it's just small-scale outbreaks. Most people are still in the incubation period. It won't be long before it spirals out of control on a massive scale. If you want to live, you listen to me from now on. The group replied in unison. Yes, Brother Yang. The system panel appeared. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at it and smiled. It's complete. He saw that the exchange for the apocalyptic farmer's box was still available. To exchange for it, he had to either buy or refresh the options. The remaining boxes are all useful, and the prices aren't steep. I'll exchange for all of them once we get back to the base. He waved his hand to close the system panel, thinking to himself, in my past life, Zhang Qi's group died because of a traitor in the dormitory. Only Zhang Qi survived. Who was the traitor? The scene shifts to an apartment in the city. Cui Qing looked out the window and asked worriedly, Honey, when will the things you mentioned arrive? It's so chaotic outside, I'm too scared to go to the supermarket. Li Shusheng comforted her. Soon, baby. As soon as I'm done here, I'll send it right over to you. Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Cui Qing jumped and shouted, Who is it? On the other end of the line, Li Shusheng asked urgently, What's wrong, baby? Cui Qing walked towards the door, replying distractedly, Someone's knocking. I'm hanging up. Through the peephole, she saw Wen Shunya and immediately opened the door, sighing in relief. You knocked so hard. You scared me to death. Wen Shunya said urgently, Close the door. Old man Lu from the first floor was dragged away this morning. Cui Qing was shocked. Dragged away? Why was he dragged away? Wen Shunya lowered her voice. A police car and an ambulance came together and just took him away. Cui Qing frowned. Humph. No wonder it was so chaotic downstairs this morning. Wen Shunya asked quickly, This mad flu isn't just some horror story. Has the stuff Li Shusheng promised to send you arrived yet? Cui Qing looked at her phone dejectedly. Not yet. Wen Shunya pointed a finger, annoyed. I told you, men are all the same. Good. Listen. I'll call him. Tell him Kevin Jiang has a ton of supplies, enough to make him rich during this pandemic. Tin Kui was skeptical. Really? How do you know? Xu Yawen explained patiently. Last time I went to Kevin Jiang's place, he kicked me out. So I had my lackey tail him and found out that trucks occasionally deliver supplies to an abandoned factory to drop off goods. Tin Kui was furious. Don't tell me that bastard knew about the pandemic beforehand, Xu Yawen advised. Forget it. Xu Xiongli knew in advance too. Just call him now. When we get the money, tell Xu Xiongli to give us a big cut. That evening, Kevin Jiang brought Qi Jiang's group back to the base. Getting out of the car, everyone looked around. Qi Jiang was in awe. Whoa, this is a bit much. It's just like a fortress. Kevin Jiang smiled. Everyone has that reaction the first time they come here. San Meng and Old Sheng heard the noise and came out to greet them. They both asked with concern, Little Jiang, you're finally back. Are you okay? I'm fine. He beckoned San Meng over and introduced the new members. This is Qi Jiang and his classmates. From now on, they're our comrades. And this is Uncle Sheng and San. San Meng smiled warmly. If Brother Jiang chose you as comrades, then welcome. Kevin Jiang instructed Old Sheng, Uncle Sheng, take the guys on a tour and explain our rules clearly. Old Sheng assured him, leave it to me. The guy named Mu remarked, feels like we're in northern Burma, doesn't it? A member of Qi Jiang's group spoke up. Could you give us some weapons so we can also help protect this place? Seeing the tension, the chubby guy whispered a reminder. Yiming, what's the rush? We just got here. We need to let them trust us first. Kevin Jiang reassured them. Don't worry, weapons will be distributed tomorrow. For now, take him to the medical room to check his wounds. He's badly injured. A short while later, Qi Jiang's group was assigned their own rooms. The chubby guy dried his hair and exclaimed, this is so comfortable. Yiming blamed fourth brother. Why did you stop me earlier? If you hadn't, he might have given us weapons already. To put it nicely, we're being protected. To put it bluntly, we're under house arrest. Fourth brother retorted, you can't say that. He saved us, after all. Yiming questioned, what do you think his motive is? Why save us? He said someone hired him for protection. But who knows if that's true or not? Did you see the medical room? The windows are stronger than a prison's. He said he was checking his wounds, but he might be cutting out Chong Chen's kidney for all we know. Fourth brother interjected, but if we're wrong about him, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with malice? Yiming laughed coldly. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Even if Kevin Jiang is telling the truth, we should seize this fortress and take control. Besides us, there's only an old man and a girl. We can just take over when he's not around. That girl isn't bad looking either. We could, hey. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yiming waved his hand and laughed it off. Hey, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Fourth brother sighed in relief. Third brother, don't scare me like that. The apocalypse hasn't even started, and you're already thinking like that? Qi Jiang nodded. He's right. If he wanted to harvest our kidneys, he would have just locked us up. Besides, the man has guns, doesn't he? Yiming watched them go, a treacherous smile on his face. It's hard to get anything done when you're not on the same page. In chaotic times, you have to be ruthless. Wait until I succeed, and you two will be my pawns for life. In the main house, San Meng and her grandfather returned after getting Chong Chen settled. Old Sheng reported, Little Jiang, I've got Qi Jiang's group settled in. Chong Chen is in the medical room, with the windows sealed tight, just as you instructed. Kevin Jiang was satisfied. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Sheng. You and San should get some rest. There might be trouble tomorrow. He paused, then continued. Apart from Chong Chen and Qi Jiang, be on guard against the others. I have a feeling there's a traitor among them. The grandfather and granddaughter left, leaving Kevin Jiang alone. He opened the system panel to look at the exchange section. He exchanged for each type. The system announced, exchange successful. Level 1 Apocalyptic Farmers Supply Crate, -2 points. Current points, 27. Exchange successful. Level 1, Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Crate, -5 points. Current points, 22. Exchange successful. Level 1 Armed Civilian Supply Crate, -5 points. Current points, 17. Received 50 corn seeds from the Level 1 Apocalyptic Farmers Supply Crate. Received 200 kilograms of starch, 100 kilograms of braised meat, and 50 kilograms of pickled cabbage from the Level 1 Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Crate. Received 109mm rounds from the Level 1 Armed Civilian Supply Crate. The items appeared in a pile. Kevin Jiang was delighted. Oh, these are some decent supplies. Even though it's not as good as what I could buy with cash, in a time of scarcity, this is more than generous. The next morning, a convoy of vehicles aggressively sped towards the base. The man in the lead hung up his phone and pointed. Yeah, I'm here. Is this the right address? All right, we'll go for drinks when we get back, he ordered. This is the place. Break it down for me. His lackeys took wooden bats and started smashing the gate, but to no avail. One of them panted, Boss, the walls are inches thick. We can't break through. The leader gritted his teeth. Damn it. What kind of decent person builds a gate this strong? Bring out the heavy stuff. His men pulled crates from the cars and opened them, revealing they were full of glass bottles filled with kerosene. They lit them and threw them into the base, and flames erupted. Hearing the commotion, everyone inside the base ran out. Seeing the large fire in the courtyard, they rushed to put it out. Sanmeng cried out in horror, There's a fire! Put it out! Quick! Brother Jiang was right. The apocalypse hasn't even begun, and extreme things are already happening. Kevin Jiang and Old Sheng took their guns up to the watchtower. He frowned. Let's see who's looking for a death wish. Looking closely, he recognized one of the vehicles. Old Sheng was startled. It's that guy who was looking for trouble on the highway. One of the henchmen spotted them and pointed. Boss, they're showing their faces, the leader roared. That's right, you coward. Get out here before I burn down your doghouse. Jiang Xiaoyong replied coldly. I'll give you and your hunting dogs 5 minutes. The men below got furious. You little bastard. What did you just say? Do you have any idea how powerful my boss is? Go bring 2 more crates of Molotov cocktails. The system displayed a new mission. Intermediate threat. Requirement. Eliminate the threat. Reward. 10 points. Old Sheng asked worriedly. Xiaoyong, how about a warning shot? Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. A warning? These guys are ruthless. The apocalypse hasn't even started, and they're already setting fires, not caring if people burn to death. If we let them live until the end of the world, they'll harm countless people and become a threat to us. He opened fire. The leader was hit, and his arm was torn clean off. He screamed, Ugh, my arm! He gritted his teeth. Humph, you missed. I've been living in peace for too long. My shooting skills have gotten rusty. The men below panicked. Shit, they have a gun, and he's ruthless. Fall back and cover me. The leader yelled, You coward, just you wait. Jiang Xiaoyong took aim. Let's end this today. I hate waiting. A hail of bullets rained down, and more than half of the group fell. The leader was dragged into a car by his panicked men. Drive, go, Old Sheng said anxiously. They're getting away. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a cold smile. Don't worry, there's a reason I'm holding an automatic rifle. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, and the enemy's car was torn to shreds. He reloaded with a new magazine, his movements as skilled as a professional soldier's. Old Sheng was secretly astonished. His skill in reloading and firing is on par with mine back in my military days. Just what is this kid's background? Outside, only a few faint moans remained before everything fell silent. Seeing there was no more danger, Jiang Xiaoyong gave an order. Uncle Sheng, call Zhang Qi's group out to clean up. Suddenly, he stopped, thinking to himself. In the early stages of the apocalypse, I should just let them turn into zombies for San and Zhang Qi to practice on. He corrected himself. Actually, never mind. Just leave them out there. Old Sheng was surprised. Really? Yeah, I have another use for them. At the same time, 2 cars were approaching the base. Li Shuxiang asked impatiently, Are we almost there? When Shunya scratched her head and gave a fake friendly smile. I think it's the next intersection. Cui Qing glanced sideways, cursing inwardly. She acts all innocent around Li Shuxiang. Does she really think I can't see what she's plotting? A short distance from the base's gate, Li Shuxiang stopped the car and instructed, I'll park here. Babe, remember to text me when you get inside. Cui Qing opened the door and turned to Wen Shunya. All right, Xiaoya, let's go. Wen Shunya was stunned. Huh, I have to go too? Aren't you going? You're the one who knows where the workshop is. Wen Shunya made an excuse. Oh, you just have to go straight to find it. I'm wearing high heels. Walking 2 intersections is exhausting. Cui Qing dragged her out. I'm wearing stilettos. Stop your nonsense. Oh, my bag. My phone is still in the car. Just leave them. I've got things covered. Inside the car, Li Shuxiang called the car behind him. Hello, get ready. When I start the engine, you guys follow immediately. In the other car, the gang members received the order over the walkie-talkie and replied, Yes, sir. The leader gave a signal, and the whole crew got ready. When Shunya was dragged along, constantly grumbling, Oh my god, Jing, why are you dragging me along for? Cui Qing stopped and shot her a sidelong glance. We're both old foxes. You think your little tricks can fool me? Wen Shunya gave a placating smile. Oh, Jing, you've got it all wrong. If I'm dressed up like this, it'll be easier to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong. Besides, He already knows about you and Li Shuxiong. Suddenly, they were both startled by the scene ahead. A pile of bodies lay scattered about. When Shunya's voice trembled, "Holy crap, what happened here? A shootout?" Cui Qing observed the bloodstains. They've been dead for a little while. Could it be that two groups fought each other while trying to steal Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies? When Shunya hugged her friend in a panic, Jing, they're all dead. Let's go back. Cui Qing speculated. Is Jiang Xiaoyong hanging by a thread? I don't care if he's dead, but are the supplies still there? Maybe we should go back and let Li Shuxiong see this. Shh, keep your voice down. Let's go check if the workshop door is locked first. The two of them crept towards the gate, but the door was shut tight, and they couldn't see anything inside. Cui Qing muttered, "The door is locked tight. That means Jiang Xiaoyong is fine." Suddenly, Meng San shouted, "Hey, you two!" She was wary. "Who are you? How do you know about this place?" Cui Qing introduced herself. "Ah, little sister. We're friends of Xiaoyong. I'm his girlfriend," Meng San shouted inside. "Brother Xiaoyong, there are two women at the gate. One of them claims to be your girlfriend." Cui Qing gritted her teeth. No wonder that bastard Xiaoyong's attitude changed. Turns out he's got a new girlfriend. Wen Shunya tried to calm her down. Jing, don't be mad. The main objective is more important. That little girl is holding a crossbow. Can Li Shuxiong handle her?" Cui Qing said confidently. "Don't worry, he brought a few guns. As soon as they open the gate, he'll be able to capture Jiang Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong came out, frowning down at them suspiciously. "Cui Qing, Wen Shunya, what are you two doing here?" He activated his spirit vision, and their hostile intentions became clear. Wen Shunya shyly tucked her hair behind her ear. "Oh, Xiaoyong, we're friends. With everything so chaotic, we were worried about you. Weren't you worried about us?" Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed. "Worried about me? Haha, if I'm not mistaken, that animal Li Shuxiong is somewhere nearby, right? How many men did he bring? What kind of weapons?" The two women gasped in horror. How does he know? Before they could react, a volley of bullets rained down around them, and Cui Qing screamed, "Jiang Xiaoyong, are you insane? Are you really shooting at me?" Wen Shunya tried to stop her. "Cui Qing, he has a gun. Talk to him nicely. Don't provoke him. What's there to be afraid of? You think he'd actually dare to kill me?" Jiang Xiaoyong laughed loudly. "Haha, killing you? That would be letting you off easy." Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. The troublemakers from before had turned into zombies. Hearing the commotion, they started to approach. The two girls were confused. "What's going on?" "The mad flu brings the dead back to life," Jiang Xiaoyong said coldly. "I'm going to let you die in their jaws." The horde of zombies roared and charged. Since their movements were still stiff, the two girls managed to dodge them and run towards Li Shuxiong. Cui Qing screamed, "Li Shuxiong, save me!" Li Shuxiong peeked out and saw the two girls running towards him. Their faces streamed with tears. Li Shuxiong jumped, his heart pounding. How could there be mad flu patients here? He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and hastily ordered the car behind him. "Turn the car around. There are mad flu infected. Turn around, now." The two cars immediately spun around and sped off, leaving the two girls in grave danger. Cui Qing, left behind, screamed curses at Li Shuxiong. You bastard! You bastard! I don't want to die like this." In a panic, she used all her strength to throw her handbag at Wen Shunya. Wen Shunya was running for her life, and didn't notice what was behind her when the bag's strap suddenly wrapped around her leg. She lost her balance and tumbled onto the road, her body hitting the ground hard as dust flew everywhere. In an instant, the zombie horde swarmed her. "Wait! Arg!" Wen Shunya shrieked in agony as the zombies frantically tore at her body. Her eyes, bloodshot and filled with hatred, stared straight ahead. "Ah, Cui Qing, you bitch! You won't get to rest in peace." "Ah!" Gasp. Cui Qing took the opportunity to run a safe distance away. She didn't dare look back, muttering like a madwoman. "You deserved it. You deserved it. Ha, you got what was coming to you." On the observation deck, two figures silently watched everything unfold. Jiang Xiaoyong maintained a cold expression, while Meng Shanshan trembled, covering her mouth in terror. Just then, the system issued a notification, its cold voice echoing, "Shared crisis mission complete. Accumulation points +10. Current total, 18. New mission loading. New mission, clear the way. Requirement: eliminate the infected and monsters outside. Completion progress, 0%. Reward, +10 accumulation points." Meng Shanshan, still trembling, turned to Jiang Xiaoyong, her voice cracking. "Did those people just turn into zombies like that?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explained, "The apocalypse has only just officially begun. The air is filled with pathogens from another world. The dead, when exposed to the outdoors, will quickly turn into zombies. Even the living, if injured or physically weak, have a very high risk of mutation. Meng Shanshan nodded, slowly understanding. I see. We need to call everyone for a meeting right away. A short while later, everyone was gathered. After briefly explaining the situation, Jiang Xiaoyong emphasized the objective. For the next 2 days, unless absolutely necessary, stay indoors. Keep the windows sealed so your bodies can gradually adapt to the pathogens. This will significantly reduce the risk of mutation. Zhang Qi spoke up worriedly. What about Chen Chong? He's in the medical room. Chen Chong was still unconscious on the bed, his body beginning to show small signs of transformation spreading across him. In the city, chaos reigned. The survivors were going mad, trying to escape by any means necessary. Zhang Sheng stood by the window, looking down at the chaotic scene below. He turned to his wife and child. Tonight, I have to go to the warehouse to get the rest of the goods. Xiao Li, you and Kai Shui stay home. Don't open the door for anyone but me, understand? As soon as he finished speaking, frantic knocking echoed at the door. Zhang Sheng signaled for his wife and child to be quiet. He gripped a golf club tightly and tiptoed towards the door. Outside, Yang Tao's voice called out, Sheng, are you home? Phew, it's just Yang Tao. Zhang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. But before the door was fully open, Yang Tao kicked it in and charged inside. Zhang Sheng was immediately restrained by several men. He struggled and yelled, Let me go! Yang Tao, you son of a bitch. What's the meaning of this? Damn it, I treated you so well. Yang Tao sneered. Say that again? Treated me well? Haha, in your eyes I was just your lapdog. Have you no conscience? Without me, could you even have afforded your rent? That's right, I earned a few bucks for rent. But you? You managed to buy several houses. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Sheng's wife by the hair, and growled, Cut the crap. Give me the warehouse key and address. Zhang Sheng clenched his teeth, silent. Yang Tao snorted and pulled his wife harder. Seeing his mother captured, little Kai Shui lunged forward and bit Yang Tao's hand hard. He screamed in pain, Damn you, you little brat. You got the mad flu or something? Get off! He swung his arm, slapping the boy aside. Seeing his wife and child in danger, Zhang Sheng roared, You son of a bitch. If you've got guts, face me. Let my wife and son go. Yang Tao chuckled grimly. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, your wife and son will be safe. Now, take us to your warehouse. Before long, the group arrived at Zhang Sheng's warehouse. Looking inside, there were only a few scattered boxes left. Yang Tao turned back, frowning. This is all that's left? Zhang Sheng seized the opportunity to reply, Didn't you find that big client and sell everything? There wasn't much left of the near-expired and expired goods anyway. Yang Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then a sinister smile spread across his face. But if we could take over the supplies stockpiled in Jiang Xiaoyong's factory, we'd be set for life. Zhang Sheng quickly tried to dissuade him. I'm telling you, give up on that idea. The last time I made a delivery, I happened to see that guy carrying a piece on his hip. He definitely knew about this disaster long before it happened. Yang Dao smirked. Meng, that's your problem. Taking Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies in exchange for your wife and kids' safety. A fair trade, isn't it? Zhang Sheng was stunned into silence, unable to speak. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. From the medical room, constant growls could be heard. Everyone gathered around a hospital bed where Chen Chong, having lost his mind, was tied down, struggling frantically. The chubby Lao Si secretly wiped away a tear. Yiming suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Kill him. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at a stunned Zhang Qi. What did you say? Yiming was resolute. He's already dead. If we don't deal with him soon, he'll escape and harm others. Lao Si angrily shot back. He's our brother. You won't even try to save him and you already want to give up? Jiang Xiaoyong cut in coldly. He's right. Once the infection takes hold, recovery is nearly impossible. Lao Si turned away, annoyed. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't answer. He drew a dagger from his hip and handed it to Yiming. Yiming flinched. This. Jiang Xiaoyong pressed closer. Didn't you always want a weapon? Now take it and put him out of his misery. Suddenly, Zhang Qi snatched the dagger and lowered his head. Brother Yang. Let me do it. Jiang Xiaoyong held the blade tightly. Have you thought this through? What if everything I told you before was a lie? The moment you plunge this knife down, you'll become a murderer. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth. I trust you, Brother Xiaoyong. Let's do it. With permission, Zhang Qi took the knife and approached the bed. He clenched his jaw and, with all his might, stabbed down at the struggling Chen Chong. The blade was just inches from Chen Chong's neck when it suddenly stopped. Jiang Xiaoyong had managed to block it. Zhang Qi was bewildered. Brother Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong motioned. Everyone, get out. His condition is a bit special. I still need him, the system suddenly announced. Rare variant detected. After everyone had left, Jiang Xiaoyong carefully examined the system's information panel and sealed the door. He looked at Chen Chong on the bed and muttered, Chen Chong, huh? I have a very important mission for you. Meanwhile, in the city, a car was speeding down the road when it suddenly lost control, slammed on the brakes, and crashed into the curb. Zhang Sheng shook his head, got out of the car, and cursed. Tisk, goddammit, what bad luck. Good thing I'm almost there. While his guard was down, a zombie crept up on him. By the time Zhang Sheng realized, it had already bitten his arm. He cried out in pain, forcefully pushing the zombie away while cursing, Damn you! He ran back to his car and found a crowbar for self-defense. Zhang Sheng frantically bashed the zombie's head. You fucking bastard. He vented all his anger on the zombie until he was exhausted, then muttered, Shit, I can't stay here. He staggered toward Jiang Xiaoyong's base, where a few zombies were lingering. Jiang Xiaoyong opened a side door, scanned the surroundings, and confirmed it was safe. The group quickly followed. Meng Shanshan whined, Brother Xiaoyong, carrying all this stuff is so cumbersome and annoying. Jiang Xiaoyong explained patiently. The undead have no reason, so their strength far exceeds that of a normal person. They're extremely dangerous. With everyone's current level of experience, it's easy to get hurt. You have to wear protective gear. Once you're more seasoned, you can take it off then. The group circled around to the front gate of the base. Jiang Xiaoyong signaled for them to get ready. At this distance, they were already within the zombie's sensory range. Everyone tensed up. Seeing a zombie look their way, Jiang Xiaoyong shouted, We've been spotted. Prepare to fight. Remember what I told you, work together and keep your distance. As the zombie charged, Jiang Xiaoyong dodged aside and reminded them, The moment a zombie misses its attack is your chance. Aim for the temples and the back of the neck. Lao Si rushed forward with his knife and swung hard at the top of the zombie's head, but it only made a dull thud, causing no damage. His arm trembled from the impact. He cried out, Ow, that hurts. Jiang Xiaoyong explained, The top of the skull is the hardest part. Not only will you fail to do damage, but you'll also hurt your hand. Lao Si is a perfect example of what not to do. The zombie took the opportunity to lunge at Lao Si. He quickly raised his knife to block. Shit, help me, Qi. Help me. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. Good. Blocking like that is the right move. Zhang Qi, your teammate needs you. Zhang Qi charged in, smashing a wooden club against the back of the zombie's neck. Good. But one hit isn't enough. Everyone, keep attacking. The zombie was quickly taken down by the group's coordinated effort. Jiang Xiaoyong was observing them, not noticing another zombie closing in. Zhang Qi turned back excitedly. Brother Xiaoyong, how did we do? Ha ha, was that good? Seeing the ferocious zombie charge at Jiang Xiaoyong, Zhang Qi screamed in terror. Brother Xiaoyong, watch out! Just as the zombie was about to strike, Jiang Xiaoyong swiftly turned, grabbed its head, and lifted it into the air, yelling, Have you all forgotten everything I said? Never let your guard down and stop observing your surroundings. Everyone fell silent. In the distance, Zhang Sheng secretly watched the base, muttering, Son of a bitch, this place is already crawling with those crazies? That bastard Jiang Xiaoyong is probably dead already. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your teammate behind you needs help. Good. You must always be vigilant. Zhang Sheng was startled. That's right. That's Jiang Xiaoyong's voice. He followed the sound and saw Jiang Xiaoyong's group. While he was hunting zombies from his hiding spot under a car, a pair of eyes flashed. Wen Shunya, now transformed, growled as she crawled out and grabbed Zhang Shengji's pant leg. He was caught off guard and fell over. The zombie lunged at him, and he panicked. Shit, I'm done for. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, splattering fresh blood all over Zhang Shengji. Jiang Xiaoyong had arrived just in time, blowing the zombie's head off and saving him. Coming to his senses, Zhang Shengji pushed the zombie's corpse away, panting heavily. Jiang Xiaoyong lowered his gun, looking at him with suspicion. Zhang Shengji, what are you doing here? Zhang Shengji hurriedly approached him. Brother Yong, I can't believe I lived to see you again. As he got closer, Jiang Xiaoyong noticed the wound on his arm was infected. He was starting to turn. He aimed his gun at Zhang Shengji's head and said coldly, You've been bitten. Zhang Shengji panicked, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Brother Yong, don't shoot. I'm begging you. I have something to tell you. Jiang Xiaoyong replied coldly, his gun still aimed straight. Say what you have to say, but don't come any closer. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes welled with tears as he tried to explain. Brother Xiaoyong, I know I'm a lost cause. In less than half a day, I'll probably turn into one of those rabid dogs. But then, he suddenly roared with agitation. But that bastard Yang Tao, he's holding my wife and son captive. He's using them to force me to find a way to harm you and steal your supplies. Brother Yang, I know I'm no saint, but I don't think I've ever done anything truly evil. My wife and son are innocent. Those animals won't let them go. What happens to my wife and son will be far worse than what's happening to me. Brother Yang, I'm begging you to help me look after them. Consider it payment for the supplies I helped you gather. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong had only done it for the money at first, in the end, he had helped him quite a bit. With this in mind, he lowered his gun and glanced behind him. This base still had empty spots. The male-to-female ratio was skewed, and on top of that, there was a star reward mission from the system. The motivation was sufficient. The system announced a new mission: rescue the wife and child. Requirement: save Jiang Xiaoyong's wife and child. Progress: 0%. Reward: 25 points. The Clear the Streets mission was still in progress. Requirement: clean up the infected and monsters roaming outside the base. Progress: 70%. Reward: 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded, his voice steady. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and kid. Really? Brother Yang. Oh, Brother Yang. Jiang Xiaoyong dropped to his knees, slamming his head against the concrete, his voice choked with emotion. Brother Yang, I, Jiang Xiaoyong, can no longer repay you in this life. In the next, I'll work like a horse for you. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Brother Xiaoyong, do it. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned. Do what? Finish me. I don't want to turn into a rabid dog and threaten the lives of my wife and child. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him thoughtfully, then turned and gave an order. San, go get a bicycle from the warehouse and give it to him. He turned to Jiang Xiaoyong and instructed, go somewhere far, avoid crowded places, and find somewhere deserted. Jiang Xiaoyong was stunned, his voice trembling. Why? Jiang Xiaoyong said coldly, you don't need to know why. You don't have much time left. Hurry up and go. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a pained smile and sighed. All right, I understand. Thank you. He took the bicycle and pedaled away with all his might, murmuring, my wife, my child. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was already showing clear signs of transformation. Back at the base, after a fierce battle, the group finally eliminated all the zombies wandering around the area. Jiang Xiaoyong poured kerosene over the pile of corpses and lit a fire, burning everything. Lao Si panted and complained. Phew, I'm dead tired today. The system announced the rewards. Jiang Xiaoyong just glanced at it before speaking. With our current strength and experience, 2 or 3 people using standard melee weapons can hunt lone zombies without getting hurt. But against a small group or a large horde, it's absolutely not an option. He gestured, leading everyone to the base's warehouse area. Uncle Sheng, here. Old Sheng was surprised. What is it, Xiaoyong? Jiang Xiaoyong handed him the warehouse key and said, there are weapons in this warehouse. I have to go into the city tonight. The safety of the base is in your hands, Uncle. Uncle Sheng was worried. The city must be in chaos right now. Are you planning to go alone? Zhang Qi and Lao Si spoke up in unison. Brother Xiaoyong, the 3 of us brothers will go with you. Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. No need. In a situation this dangerous, you aren't strong enough to handle it. You'd only slow me down. He turned to Uncle Sheng. Uncle, be careful, and don't worry. I'll be fine. After making the arrangements, Jiang Xiaoyong got into the vehicle by himself. Only now did he have a free moment to open the system panel. The system store was empty, making him sigh softly. This store updates way too slowly. This mission's difficulty isn't low. I have no choice. I'll have to refresh it. He pressed the refresh button on the information panel. Refresh successful. Cost 2 points. Current points 26. The store now showed Level 1 Black Tech Supply Crate 20 points. Level 1 Life-Saving and Healing Supply Crate. Level 1 Armed Guidance Supply Crate. Refresh 4 points. The refresh cost went up from 2 points to 4. Looks like I'll have to be more frugal. Luckily, I still have enough points. Successfully exchanged for a Level 1 Black Tech Supply Crate, costing 20 points. Current points 6. A white light flashed inside the car as the supply crate opened, revealing the reward. A +5 Physical Enhancement Potion. Jiang Xiaoyong shielded his eyes and muttered, Whoa, damn, that was like getting hit with a flashbang. A +5 Physical Enhancement Potion. I'll use it right away. He jabbed the needle into his arm. As the drug took effect, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes widened, and he groaned. His attribute panel appeared. Constitution 13. 260% of a normal person. The scene shifts to the home of the deceased Jiang Xiaoyong. His wife strokes their son's head, comforting him. Shuai, shuai. Don't be scared. Dad will take care of everything. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Tao's group broke down the door and rushed in. The wife jumped, screaming, "What are you trying to do?" Yang Tao grinned menacingly. "What are we doing?" Letting off some steam, of course. Two men grabbed her and began tearing at her clothes. The wife struggled, her eyes filling with tears as she screamed, "Don't! Stop it! Let me go! Please!" Despite the mother and son's desperate struggles, the two large men, like starving beasts, continued to rip their clothes. Just then, another person walked in, yelling angrily, "What's going on? What's with all the noise?" One of the men looked up and smirked. "Brother Li, come join us." Brother Li cursed. "God damn it, we're not done with our work yet. Focus on the job first and let her go." The other guy argued back. "What's the big deal? It's not like this is the first time we've done this," Brother Li patiently explained. "If you mess with his wife and kid now, what if this bitch decides to just kill herself? Then her husband will have nothing left to lose, and he'll take us all down with him. Nobody wins in that situation." The other two men stood up, annoyed. "Damn it, you really know how to kill the mood." Before leaving, Yang Tao turned back and made a monstrous face at the mother and son. "Just you wait." The door closed, leaving the two of them trembling and clinging to each other. That night, Jiang Xiaoyong drove his car along the highway into the city. The streets were clogged with wrecked vehicles, and a few zombies wandered about, searching for prey. He drove leisurely, adapting to his body after using the physical enhancement potion. 13 points in Constitution is more than double a normal person's. My reaction time and control have clearly improved. This feeling is amazing. As he neared the inner city, the obstacles became more numerous. Jiang Xiaoyong got out of the car, muttering, "Driving will get me spotted too easily. I'll have to go on foot." The moment he closed the car door, growls erupted behind him as two zombies lunged forward. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly dodged, grabbed one, and threw it hard into the other. He pulled a knife from his spatial ring. The blade flashed, and two zombie heads fell to the ground. With my current strength and reflexes, dealing with zombies is a complete cakewalk. Just then, the sound of voices carried over. "Damn it, we're surrounded." Jiang Xiaoyong pinpointed their location, about 800 meters away. The system announced the activation of a random encounter mission. Requirement: rescue the group of people in the convenience stall. Voices drifted from the stall. "Damn it, we're surrounded. Quick, get more heavy stuff to block the door." "Dad, are we going to die here?" "It's okay, these bastards can't get in." "Worst case scenario, we'll be reunited with your mother," the teenager cried, while another person grumbled, "Damn it, old song, do you even know how to talk? You're just making things worse. If I knew how to talk, I'd have been promoted to apartment manager by now." "Are we really going to die here today?" Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a loud noise came from outside the door. Fresh blood splattered against the glass, and a dark shadow slammed against it, making the whole group jump back. The shadow slid down, and then it was quiet outside. Old Song panted. "Huff. Zixuan, you two, clear the barricade. Use the elevator, and don't make any noise." The group cautiously stepped outside, shocked by the sight of zombie corpses littering the ground. Zixuan panicked. "It's a mutant. It has to be a mutant." Old Song was skeptical. "What's a mutant?" Zixuan explained. "Compared to regular zombies, they're much stronger and faster. That's how they're always set up in comics and games." Old Song scolded him. "Young man, all you do is read comics and play games. No wonder your grades are at the bottom of the class." The male security guard urged, "Old Song, is this really the time for that? Follow me, quick. Watch your surroundings. Don't let a mutant ambush you." The group slowly approached the intersection. The security guard signaled for them to stop. Across the way, Jiang Xiaoyong was looking at his system panel. Encounter mission complete. Reward: 5 points. Current points: 11. Zixuan was tense. "A mutant. It's definitely a mutant." The security guard was doubtful. "He looks more like a survivor to me." Jiang Xiaoyong turned around with a smile. "A mutant? Haha, you've got a wild imagination, kid. It's not time for mutants to be running all over the streets just yet." The security guard was overjoyed. "So, you really are a survivor. It's too dangerous for you to be out here alone. In times like these, we have to stick together to survive. Come with us. Quickly." Jiang Xiaoyong inquired, "Who are you people? Is it just the few of you?" The security guard was cautious. "We were looking for supplies. There are still quite a few civilians back at Rongxiang Gardens." Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "Rongxiang Gardens. I remember Jinyu Manor isn't far from there, right? Old Song chimed in. Ah, not far at all, just a street away. He clapped Jiang Xiaoyong on the shoulder. Little brother, stick with us. There's strength in numbers. Our Captain Li even has a gun. We're experienced in dealing with those things. We can protect you. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a slight laugh. Haha, that sounds great. Thank you. With Jiang Xiaoyong now in their group, they continued toward the shelter. Old Man Tong asked curiously, Kiddo, you're asking about Jinyu Prefecture. Are you looking for someone important? Jiang Xiaoyong nonchalantly replied, Yeah. Old Man Tong paused. Family? Or a girlfriend? Before he could answer, Old Man Tong tried to console him. It's the apocalypse now. No matter who it is, there's a high chance they're already dead. You have to be mentally prepared for that. The male guard chimed in angrily. That's right. If they weren't killed by the flu freaks, they might have run into those animals. Jiang Xiaoyong was curious about these animals. The guard explained. A group of thugs has taken over the Jadeite Mountain Villa area in the East District. To survive, they don't hesitate to murder other survivors. We've run into them before. A lot of our comrades died at their hands. In short, you have to be careful when you meet other survivors. As he was speaking, the guard let his guard down. A zombie silently closed in. Zixuan screamed in panic. Mr. Li, watch out. The guard, Mr. Li, spun around in shock, only to find the zombie right in his face. 2 gunshots rang out. The zombie's skull was pierced, and it collapsed. Mr. Li panted heavily. Shit, damn it. The gunshots are going to attract those bastards. What do we do now? He calmed himself and looked around, relieved to spot a bus nearby. There, quick, get on that bus. The group ran for their lives. Jiang Xiaoyong, running at the back, muttered, Running blindly like this will probably just attract more zombies. A bus is a sealed box, good for defense, but its weakness is the lack of an escape route. A 70-point decision in a crisis. Mr. Li stood at the bus door, urging, Kiddo, get on, quick. Jiang Xiaoyong scrambled aboard. Mr. Li slammed the door shut and yelled, Kid, check every seat. See if any flu freaks are hiding. Zixuan looked outside worriedly. They're not giving up. They're still gathering over here. Mr. Li gritted his teeth. Damn it. Were we too slow? Hordes of zombies swarmed the bus, pounding on its exterior. Mr. Li leaned against the door, trying to hold it shut. I can't hold on much longer. Heh. In the midst of the crisis, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped forward and reached for the door. Click. The bus door was securely locked. Mr. Li was stunned. So strong. Jiang Xiaoyong turned around. With me holding it, this door isn't opening. Get everyone to break the windows and fight back. Mr. Li quickly complied, and the bus windows were soon smashed. Zombies clawed their way over, but as soon as one got close, a crowbar pierced its head. Old Man Tong, held steady by his son and a woman, leaned out to attack. Mr. Li checked his ammo, worrying. With this many zombies, a few bullets won't be enough. Jiang Xiaoyong tossed him a crossbow. Use this. Mr. Li was curious. Where did this crossbow come from? Jiang Xiaoyong lied. Just grabbed it on the way. Mr. Li took the crossbow and joined the fight, his efficiency increasing significantly. He gloated. Go eat shit, you crawling grandsons. After a while, the zombies surrounding the bus were all taken down. The group disembarked safely. Zixuan was ecstatic. Twice now, we've turned a crisis into safety. It can't be a coincidence. We're the chosen ones of the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong held out a hand to remind her. Stay cautious. Don't make any careless mistakes. Back at the base, everyone was worried about Jiang Xiaoyong. Old Man Sheng sighed. I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiaoyong. Yiming suddenly suggested, Let me take the night watch today. Old Four nudged his shoulder, teasing. Oh, why so eager today? Yiming snapped. What are you talking about? When am I ever not eager? Mind your own business. Old Four was surprised. Why such a strong reaction? Old Man Sheng chuckled and instructed. All right. Since Yiming has volunteered, the rest of you go get some rest. Be careful, Yiming. If anything happens, call for us. Yiming nodded. Don't worry. The moon hung high in the sky. Yiming looked around and muttered. It's getting late. Everyone must be asleep by now. This can't wait. I have to take care of it before Jiang Xiaoyong gets back. In his room, Old Man Sheng was sound asleep. The key to the storeroom, which Jiang Xiaoyong had entrusted to him, lay beside him. Suddenly, the door to Old Man Sheng's room creaked open. Pale moonlight streamed in, illuminating the silent space. Yiming observed cautiously. Seeing that Old Man Sheng was deep in sleep, he entered quietly, tiptoeing like a ghost, and reached for the key on the table. Unexpectedly, a small noise echoed, and Old Man Sheng jolted awake. Seeing Yiming standing stiffly in the room, he yelled in alarm. "What are you doing?" Yiming was startled too, his heart pounding. He thought to himself, "Oh no." Before the old man could react, he threw a powerful punch right into old man Sheng's face. Seizing the opportunity, Yiming quickly snatched the key and bolted out of the room like the wind. Old man Sheng clutched his face, roaring in anger. "Lu Yiming, you damn bastard. What do you think you're doing? Give me back that key." His thunderous shouts woke the others in the dormitory. They rushed out of their rooms to see what was happening. Old man Sheng's face was flushed with pain as he bellowed an order. "Lu Yiming, he stole the key to the armory. Quick, stop him." Hearing this, 3 people immediately gave chase. As he ran, Yiming deliberately knocked over things in the hallway from chairs to trash cans to slow down his pursuers. The clutter forced the group to slow down, and they cursed in frustration. "Damn it, that rotten kid." Running past the infirmary, Yiming suddenly stopped. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He smirked slyly and muttered, "In for a penny, in for a pound." Yiming pushed open the door to the infirmary, where Chen Chong was tied tightly to a hospital bed. He reached out to untie the ropes, but suddenly, Chen Chong struggled and managed to free one of his hands. He swung his other arm, nearly grabbing Yiming. Yiming jumped back in shock, exclaiming, "Holy shit," he muttered. "Why is one of the ropes so loose? Didn't I tie it properly before?" Glancing outside, a cunning look appeared in his eyes. Works for me. Saves me the risky job of untying him." He waited, and just as he expected, when the group arrived in pursuit, Chen Chong had already broken free and was standing guard in front of the infirmary door. They were all horrified and stopped in their tracks. One person exclaimed, "That bastard, Lu Yiming, actually released Chen Chong. Is he trying to get us all killed?" Another person gritted out, "Damn it, I can't believe that kid is such an animal." Lao Sheng, suppressing his pain, gave an order. "All our weapons are in the storage room. No matter what, we have to work together and lock that kid in the infirmary first." He assigned everyone to split up, using the tactics Xiaoyong had taught them, and reminded them, "Be careful. Don't let him bite you." Everyone tiptoed forward, trying not to make a sound. When they were very close to Chen Chong, Zhang Ji shouted, "Now's the time." He lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Chen Chong's neck. Lao Si and Meng San each grabbed an arm, and they quickly subdued Chen Chong. Lao Sheng held the infirmary door open and signaled, "Carefully get him inside. 3, 2, 1, go." Slam! The infirmary door shut. Lao Sheng stood anxiously by the window, watching the movement inside and muttering, "Is it just my imagination?" It felt like subduing him wasn't that hard. Someone else nodded. "I thought so too." With the situation handled, Lao Sheng looked worriedly toward the storage room. "Damn it, after being delayed this long, that animal has probably already gotten the weapons." From around the corner of the hallway, Lu Yiming stepped out with a smug grin. "Oh my, who are you calling an animal? Damn it, I can't believe that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong hid the weapons so well. I only found one gun in the storage room, but this should be enough to take care of you guys." He pointed the gun at everyone, forcing them to move towards the room behind them. Zhang Zi shouted angrily, "Lu Yiming, what do you think you're doing? Brother Xiaoyong is the one who saved our lives." Lu Yiming frowned, his voice cold. "A great favor is a great burden. Look at that arrogant attitude he has all the time. Does saving us once mean we have to be his slaves for life?" Lao Sheng snorted with contempt. "Some people are just born ungrateful, a real snake in the grass." Lao Si tried to reason with him. "Lu Yiming, don't do this." Yiming snapped, "Enough talk. Just do as I say." Inside the infirmary, Chen Chong stared out, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Somehow, he was already holding the key to the room in his hand. Lu Yiming, completely unaware, was still shouting, "Get moving!" Meanwhile, at Rongxiang Gardens, the group had arrived. A guard named Li pointed down the road ahead, giving careful instructions. "Go one more intersection, and you'll reach Jinyu Manor. The terrain in the apartment complex is complicated. It's easy for crazy people to hide there. My brother, you have to be careful. After you find your people, come meet up with us at Rongxiang Gardens. We're on the 8th floor. Use the side door, not the main entrance. Remember that." Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "I got it, thanks." Watching him leave, Lao Song couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going to help him? After all, he pretty much saved our lives." Guard Li shook his head. "We don't know the situation in Jinyu Manor. What if we walk right into a horde of zombies? That would be suicide." It's a shame about his skills, though. Over at Zhang Sheng's apartment complex, a sigh was heard. "Sigh, the power's out, and there's no phone signal either. I wonder how that damn Zhang Sheng is handling things." Yang Tao's complaining made one of the accomplices jump to his feet. "I don't care. I've held back for too long. Tonight, I have to let off some steam, or I won't be able to sleep. The others clamored in agreement. That's right. That damn Jiang Xiaoyong is probably already dead somewhere on the road. When? You guys. Relieve yourselves. Tie his wife up tight. Make sure she has no chance to kill herself. Got it? We're all going to die anyway. Might as well have some fun first and leave no regrets. The whole group, fired up, advanced on the room where the mother and son were being held. Brother Li no longer objected, only reminding them softly, "Damn it. All right, just be careful. Don't let them die." One man snickered, "Are you in or not? If you don't say anything, you're last in line." Brother Li didn't answer, his eyes drawn to the scene below. Why are all the zombies downstairs collapsed? He eagerly ran towards the stairwell, wanting to investigate. Could it be rescuers? Suddenly, a blade flashed, and a line of blood appeared on Brother Li's neck. Thud! His head rolled across the ground as the rest of the group burst into Jiang Xiaoyong's room. The terrified woman hugged her son tightly, watching the group warily. Get out. The group grinned lewdly, and the leader, unable to wait, began to unbuckle his belt. What are you pretending for? He reached out, grabbed Shuai Shuai by the collar, and pulled the boy away. The woman screamed, "What do you think you're doing? Let go of him." One of them casually slapped her hard across the face. "You're our target." Shuai Shuai sobbed as he scrambled back to his feet, glaring at the man in front of him with pure hatred. "I'll kill you!" But despite his best efforts, the boy was helplessly thrown aside by them. He screamed, "You bastards, let my mom go. My dad won't let you get away with this." Thud! Brother Li's headless body fell to the floor. Li Gei rushed down from the emergency exit into the hallway. Shuai Shuai looked back, his eyes wide with fear, as a dark figure stepped out of the shadows. The boy screamed in panic. "Who's there?" The person who appeared was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. He asked in a low voice, "Jiang Sheng is your father, isn't he?" Shuai Shuai was stunned, instinctively replying, yeah." Inside the room, the humiliated woman squeezed her eyes shut. Yang Tao, unsatisfied, slapped her. "Damn it, scream. Are you afraid your son will hear you? Go on, scream. Otherwise, I won't get any satisfaction." The man in white sneered, grabbing her head. "If you won't scream, fine. I'll go first." Just then, the door was kicked wide open. One of the thugs looked over and remarked, "Damn, that kid's strong." He actually kicked the door down. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light streaked past. A line of blood appeared on his neck. Yang Tao saw the man standing motionless and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Kick him out of here." But to his surprise, the man collapsed, his head severed from his body. Yang Tao was shocked. "What's going on?" Before he could react, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. The impact made Yang Tao's eyes roll back into his head. As he spat out fresh blood, the man in white, seeing things were going south, quickly pulled up his pants. You, who are you?" Before he could finish, he took a swift kick to the face. Back at the base, Lu Yiming was relentlessly threatening Ming in a cold voice. "Move. This is your last chance, or I'll shoot." Obeying, Ming reluctantly walked towards the room he pointed to, but his eyes were fixed on the man holding the gun, forcing everyone to comply. Ming quietly reassured him, "Just do as he says. I'll find a way." Hearing this, Lu Yiming sneered. "Ha ha, find a way? What way is there? It seems if I don't make a decisive move today, I won't be able to establish my authority." He roared. "You'll die first, you old bastard." "Sir, stop," Ming shouted. Just then, a clicking sound was heard, coming from the medical room, making everyone jump and turn their heads. What was that sound? What's going on? The medical room is locked. Who's in there? The door swung open, and Chen Chong stood silently in the doorway, keys dangling from his hand. Chen Chong? Did he open the door himself? No way, he's lost his mind. How would he know how to use a key? The crowd murmured. Suddenly, Chen Chong turned to face Lu Yiming, his eyes gradually turning feral. "Damn it, a zombie that knows how to use a key to open a door. I can't let you live." Lu Yiming panicked and quickly pulled the trigger, but the gun remained silent, without any reaction. It misfired? How is that possible? Before he could react, Chen Chong lunged forward, pinning Lu Yiming to the ground and biting him ferociously. "Help! Help me! R!" His horrifying screams echoed through the room. After a moment, Chen Chong stood up and dragged Lu Yiming's body back towards the medical room. The remaining people were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What on earth was that? He seemed so docile just a moment ago. Chen Chong let out a heavy breath, tossed the keys towards the group, then voluntarily stepped back into the room and slammed the door shut. The group fell silent. No one dared to speak. Back at the apartment complex, Jiang Xiang was dead. Yang Tao and the man in white were tied up in a corner by Jiang Xiaoyong. He suddenly looked over at Shuai and said in a low voice, "Kid, come here." The mother, on guard, hugged her son tightly. "What do you want with him?" Jiang Xiaoyong repeated, "Come here, Shuai." Shuai pushed his mother's hand away and stepped forward. "Mom, I'm okay." Jiang Xiaoyong handed the boy a small knife. "Take this and kill them." Shuai trembled, clutching the knife with both hands, his eyes filled with fear. The two thugs begged frantically, "Spare us! Spare our lives!" The mother quickly tried to intervene. "Sir, he's just a child." Jiang Xiaoyong replied coldly, "Not anymore, he isn't. From this day on, you will be the only man who can protect your mother. Now, summon all your courage and kill these animals who hurt your mom." Remembering the scene of his mother being assaulted, Shuai gritted his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. He let out a roar and charged at the two men. A moment later, they both lay dead in a pool of blood. Shuai stood silently, panting heavily. His mother called out worriedly, Shuai." The boy suddenly turned to Jiang Xiaoyong and asked, "Mister, did they kill my dad too?" Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "Yes, they did." Hearing this, Shuai threw the knife down and rushed into his mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Mother and son held each other, finding comfort in their embrace. The mother knelt and begged, "Benefactor, I beg you, please take my son with you. I'm willing to give up anything." Shuai yelled, "No, Mom, I don't want to go with him. I want to protect you." Jiang Xiaoyong looked at them and said, "Both of you are coming with me. I promised Jiang Sheng that I would protect you both." After waiting for the mother to change her clothes, Jiang Xiaoyong led them away. Shuai stared in amazement at the piles of dead zombies in front of the apartment building. "Whoa, who's so strong? I can't believe someone killed this many zombies." The boy's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyong. After walking a short distance, he signaled for them to stop and listen. He asked the mother, "Ma'am, do you know the general location of the 8th floor of Dongxiang Gardens?" The mother replied, "It should be in the direction you're looking. Why do you ask?" Over at Dongxiang Gardens, a group of thugs had surrounded the building, yelling up, "Don't worry, we'll distribute your supplies fairly. Also, tell all the women under 40 to come with us." Upstairs, the group of survivors held their defensive positions. One man, unable to take the pressure, suggested, maybe we should just surrender." Security guard Li shouted, "No way, those animals won't keep their word. If that happens, besides Yu Yueran and Hao Wang, none of us will survive. Of us survive." Downstairs, the thugs continued their threats, giving them 10 minutes. "If you don't wise up, we won't leave anyone alive." A woman in the group suggested, "What if the two of us go out and beg them to spare you all?" The others quickly refused. "No, I don't want to become their plaything." Li Baowei reassured them, "Don't worry, we will absolutely not compromise. Guard this hallway carefully. They can't do anything to us." Downstairs, one of the thugs worried. "Even though our weapons are good, their leader has a real gun. If they just keep hiding like turtles in a shell, it'll be hard for us to deal with them." The leader sneered contemptuously. "Humph, no need for tricks. You guys go cut off the water supply to the 1st floor apartments. Let's see how long they can last." Jiang Xiaoyong and the mother and son hid to the side, observing. Shuai asked curiously, "Uncle Xiaoyong, are these people bad guys too?" He nodded. "That's right, they're scum, just like the ones who bullied you and your mom." He raised his gun and aimed at the thugs. Upstairs, Li Baowei instructed, "You guys hold the stairwell, don't reveal your position. I'm going to see what they're doing downstairs." Li Baowei crept along the hallway to a window. Damn, 7 of them, all armed, 3 with guns. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and Li Baowei quickly pulled back. Holy crap, what was that? Downstairs, a thug's head was blown open by a gunshot. The rest scattered in a panic. Li Baowei peeked down. "It's that kid, Jiang Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong advanced, his gun firing continuously, and the thugs fell one by one. The remaining men desperately fired back, but all their shots missed. He scoffed. "Amateurs." The leader hid in a corner, panting heavily. Huff. Where did this psycho come from? Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed a volley of bullets in response. His subordinate followed orders and stood up to shoot, but before he could pull the trigger, he was hit twice, once in the head and once through the chest, and fell down dead. The leader laughed gleefully. "Out of bullets? Are you? Die, you bastard." He lunged forward to finish him off, but Jiang Xiaoyong was already in front of him, smiling calmly. The leader fired, but Jiang Xiaoyong easily tilted his head to dodge, snatched the gun, pointed it under his opponent's chin. The leader collapsed, his skull shattered. After taking care of them, Jiang Xiaoyong checked the bodies and entered the building. Behind a door, a few more thugs were hiding, but his cold gaze terrified them. The three of them charged, finishing the job cleanly. Once it was done, he looked upstairs and shouted, "Come on out, everyone!" Shuai and his mother followed him in. The boy looked at him with admiration. "Uncle Xiaoyong, you were so cool just now." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "New mission. Recruit and reform the people of Dongxiangyuan. Reward, 25 accumulation points." Jiang Xiaoyong closed the system panel and walked downstairs. Li Baowei asked, "Who are these people?" He replied, "The animals from the Jadeite Mountain Villa area, in the southern part of the city." Liu Chao and Chen Jie ran over. "Brother Li, you called for us." Jiang Xiaoyong gestured. "You two, since you're from the southern city, tell them about Jadeite Mountain." They explained, "The Jadeite Mountain Group is a dark force. They have weapons and have taken over the villa area. Most of the survivors in the southern city have been recruited by them." Jiang Xiaoyong closed his eyes and recalled his past life. Weren't Li Shuxiong and Cui Qing's base in the southern city? Could it be them? He continued to ask. "So, is the Jadeite Mountain Group the only settlement in the southern city?" Chen Jie replied, "Not exactly, but they have weapons, so other small groups can't fight back. Every time they attack, they kill half the people, capture the young women and those who surrender, and force them to do their dirty work." Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "Just as I thought." He turned to Li Baowei. "Old Li, these three had guns. You all take them. Search them thoroughly. There should be plenty of ammo clips. This rifle too. Keep it. I'll leave 5 clips for you." Li Baowei was stunned. "Really? For real?" He continued. "The Jadeite Mountain Group won't let this go. With these weapons, a dozen or so of them won't be able to do anything to you. Just hold out for 2 days. I'm going to get organized, and then I'll wipe them out." Liu Chao quickly interjected. "You can't. The Jadeite Mountain Group has dozens of people, maybe even more by now. You're no match for them." Li Baowei nodded in agreement and tried to persuade him. "That's right, brother. We're not worth you taking such a risk. We can just find a chance to move our base. After all, we're several kilometers apart. They can't possibly search the entire city." Jiang Xiaoyong was deep in thought, his eyes cold and sharp. "Don't worry about it. I have a personal score to settle with them. In a few days, I'll come back with a large vehicle to pick you all up and take you to the eastern city. There, on Old Man Cha Ye's land, I've set up a fortified base, but right now, we're short on people." Everyone nodded in response. "Okay. You all need to be careful. Take care." Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Shuai and his mother, his voice gentle. "Sister-in-law, Shuai, let's go." Li Baowei quickly said, "You two take care as well." The scene changes to Jadeite Mountain, where zombie corpses lay scattered on the ground, splattered with black blood. Outside, a group of armed men stood guard diligently at the gate, while a few zombie corpses hung suspended as a gruesome warning. In the meeting room, the high-ranking members were gathered. A man spoke up, his voice full of doubt. "Still haven't gotten the supplies from the Jinyu Entertainment City?" Li Shuxiong gave a dismissive laugh and waved his hand. "Ah, Brother Wen already sent people. They should be back soon." Another guy chimed in, his tone suggestive. "Brother Wen, there are a lot of high-class girls living over at the Jinyu residence. We can't just be focused on the supplies, right?" Li Shuxiong laughed and replied immediately. "Brother Wen, aren't we on the same page? I've already told my men to bring any survivors back here." Brother Wen glanced at Li Shuxiong, his voice cold. "I'm not talking about you, little Li. You've never once properly completed a task I've given you." Li Shuxiong quickly assured him, "Brother Wen, don't worry. No matter what, I'll handle it properly this time." After the meeting, Li Shuxiong let out a sigh of relief and left the room. One of his underlings was waiting and asked worriedly when he saw his expression, "Brother Li, are you okay?" Li Shuxiong snapped. "Are those 7 people back yet?" The underling stammered. "Brother Li, an hour ago, I sent someone to scout the area. There's bad news." Li Shuxiong's eyes widened as he yelled, "What? All of them were shot dead? Aren't the people at Rongxiang residence just ordinary civilians? How could they fail to capture them with 3 guns? He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Get Tao Zi, gather everyone who knows how to use a gun. I won't allow any mistakes this time." Back at the base, the sound of a vehicle could be heard. Meng San heard the sound of Jiang Xiaoyong's vehicle. The system announced, "Task, entrusted wife and child, complete. Points awarded, 25. Current total points, 36. Noticing one person was missing, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. "Haha, just as I expected. It was Lu Yiming." Meng San was surprised. "You knew all along?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't answer, simply assigning Zhang Ji to take Shuai Shuai and his mother to a break room, then meet me at the medical room. In front of the medical room, Jiang Xiaoyong began to explain everything. Old Sheng said in shock, "So, Xiaoyong, you knew Lu Yiming had ulterior motives for a long time." He bent down to pick up the gun. He replied, "Actually, I wasn't completely sure, but I was certain there was a bastard among Zhang Zi's friends." He handed the gun to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji removed the magazine, checked it, and exclaimed, "Rubber bullets." Old Sheng looked towards the medical room and asked, "Then what about the person in there?" Jiang Xiaoyong walked to the door and said, "What was his name again?" "Ah, Chen Sung. He's not an ordinary zombie, but a rare mutant type." Flashing back in time, after sending everyone out, Jiang Xiaoyong tried to communicate with Chen Sung. "If you can understand what I'm saying, blink 3 times." Chen Sung blinked 3 times in a row. He continued, "Good. What's 2 times 2? Answer with the number of blinks." Chen Sung blinked 6 times. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. "Very good," he explained. "After the apocalypse began, people infected by the otherworldly source have a small chance of becoming rare mutants. They have higher intelligence and potential than normal zombies, and can even retain some memories from when they were alive. Chen Sung is an extremely rare type." He opened the medical room door, where Chen Sung was pinning Lu Yiming's head down with his foot. Hearing the noise, he turned around and waved at everyone. The group was stunned into silence. Jiang Xiaoyong gave an order. "All right, you don't need to step on him anymore. Take care of him." Chen Sung grabbed Lu Yiming by the collar and dragged him outside. Zhang Ji couldn't help but point to himself and ask, Sung, do you really still remember?" Chen Sung stopped, turned back, his eyes fierce. Before Zhang Zi could react, he lunged forward, reaching for Zhang Zi's family jewels. Zhang Zi yelped and jumped back. "Holy crap, right after we meet again." He sighed in relief. "Damn, looks like he still remembers. Even as a zombie, his hands are as mischievous as ever." Jiang Xiaoyong returned to the break room, flopped onto the bed, and opened his status panel. The system announced a hidden achievement. Acquired a mutant-type teammate. Points awarded, 10. Current total points, 46. He was surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect to trigger a hidden achievement. What a nice surprise." He looked at the shop. Level 1 Life-Saving Supply Crate, -5 points. Level 1 Armed Threat Supply Crate, -5 points. Level 2 Black Tech Supply Crate, -50 points. Manual refresh, -8 points. Jiang Xiaoyong sat bolt upright. "Holy crap, a level 2 crate. First time seeing one, but it's so expensive, 50 points. He decided to open the 2 level 1 crates first, to avoid losing them. The system announced, "Successfully redeemed level 1, life-saving supply crate. Received otherworldly infection inhibitor. Has a chance to prevent infection but cannot cure a full mutation. Current points, 41. Successfully redeemed level 1 armed threat supply crate. Received, Barrett M. 82 rifle. 10 rounds of 50 BMG, 12.7mm, large caliber ammunition. Current points, 36. Jiang Xiaoyong was ecstatic. A level 1 weapon is already this awesome? Then won't level 2 or 3 give me a tank? And there's the inhibitor, too. This means I can save people who've been bitten before they turn." The system prompted, "Ongoing mission. Increase members. Recruit no more than 5 survivors from Rongxiang residents. Reward, 25 points." He closed the panel, eager to open the level 2 crate. Time to get this mission done. Elsewhere, Chen Sung had already thrown Lu Yiming's body outside the base. The night passed quickly. The group gathered, and Jiang Xiaoyong gave an order. "From today on, everyone will spend at least 1 hour on shooting practice." Everyone simultaneously fired at the distant targets. Jiang Xiaoyong pulled Old Sheng aside and instructed, "Uncle Sheng, later, have Zhangzi clean up a few rooms. There are survivors at Rongxiang residence. I'm going to bring them back today." Old Sheng nodded. "Ah, okay, don't worry." Chen Sung roared and ran after him. "Roar, I'm coming with you." Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Sung quickly found a bus on the road. He dealt with the zombies wandering around. He noticed one zombie was still moving. Model. On the bus, Chen Chong rushed forward, took care of it in a flash, and tossed it outside. Jiang Xiaoyong handed the keys to him. "It's all right, take it off. When it's just me, you don't need to wear this thing. Once we get to Rongxiang Gardens to rest, you can put it back on. We don't want to scare anyone." Chen Chong let out a roar, as if agreeing. Meanwhile, at Jadeite Mountain, Li Shuxiong was gathering a group of men, shouting, "Why isn't everyone here yet? That's enough. Let's go." He sped off in his car, gritting his teeth. Damn it all. I refuse to believe we can't take Rongxiang Gardens this time. On the dark street below, hordes of zombies shambled back and forth. A few were gathered in a corner, growling as they tore apart an unfortunate victim. In the distance, the bright headlights of a bus sliced through the darkness, shining directly onto the face of a zombie that was ripping open a corpse's abdomen. It snapped its head around, its glowing red eyes flashing in the blinding light. That was the same bus Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong had commandeered yesterday. They plowed straight into the zombie horde. A horrific crunch echoed as the monsters were sent flying in all directions. Screams of agony mixed with the roar of the engine. The bus swerved skillfully, dodging wrecked cars and obstacles scattered across the road like a wild beast charging through a chaotic battlefield. Cutting to the Rongxiang Gardens high-rise, Old Li, the Song family, and the other survivors were sitting in a circle, sharing a meager breakfast of a few crackers to stave off hunger. No one dared to stray from the group, remaining on high alert for any noise. When the sound of an engine echoed from outside, the little boy, Zixuan, his mouth still full of cracker, cheered with delight. It's Brother Xiaoyong. It has to be Brother Xiaoyong coming back for us. Old Li motioned for silence, tightly gripping his gun as he cautiously moved towards the door. He whispered to Zixuan, "Don't rush out. Let me check first." He peered through the glass to survey the situation. Sweat trickled down his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety. But that glimmer of hope was quickly extinguished. It wasn't Jiang Xiaoyong. It was Li Shuxiong's gang. The thugs from Jadeite Mountain had arrived. The moment their cars stopped, they started shouting, "Check your weapons, it's building number 8. The fatso, Li Shuxiong, got out and bellowed aggressively. "Building number 8 is right in the back." He tightened his grip on his gun and waved his hand, signaling them to move out. His henchmen followed, each one brandishing a weapon, their eyes as cold and sharp as blades, ready for a massacre. Old Li gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. It's not Xiaoyong. It's those animals from Jadeite Mountain." Old Song, now armed with the gun Old Li had given him, heard the commotion and was fired up. Those bastards dare to show their faces again? Haven't they learned their lesson? Thanks to the weapons Jiang Xiaoyong had left behind, Old Li's group was no longer easy prey. Old Li turned back and declared resolutely, "We have guns now. We'll fight them, but don't underestimate them. They've brought more men this time, and they're all armed." From their high vantage point, Old Li's group could clearly see the size and armament of Li Shuxiong's gang. They quickly put their plan into action, each person moving to their assigned hiding spot. Old Li went up to the roof, ready to engage. In the courtyard below, Li Shuxiong's men, arrogant and overconfident, aimed their guns at the windows of the Rongxiang Gardens building, as if their menacing glares could pierce right through the walls. Old Song and his son, Zixuan, peeked out just enough to see. Old Song, dripping with sweat, signaled to the others, "This range is perfect. A little closer, and those scumbags are going to pay." Bang, bang, bang. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, and Li Shuxiong's cold-blooded goons dropped one after another. Panicked screams mingled with the sound of shattering glass as the room's window was blown to bits, sending shards flying everywhere. Old Li quickly ducked for cover, shouting to Zixuan, "Careful, get back." Down below, a furious Li Shuxiong held up his hand and ordered a long-haired henchman, "Get me the megaphone." He kept yelling, "Anyone at the windows, if they stick their heads out, shoot them on sight." He grabbed the red megaphone, brought it to his lips, and did a voice check. Testing, testing. 1, 2. But before he could say anything else, a rifle bullet ripped through the air, grazing the long-haired goon's head. The man collapsed instantly, blood pooling on the ground. Li Shuxiong jumped, dropping the megaphone. He and his men stared at each other in terror. A rifle? Before they could even react, another bullet slammed into a different man's calf. He clutched his leg and screamed, "Ah! My leg!" Li Shuxiong stood there, stunned, the gun in his own hand, still smoking, his eyes glazed over in disbelief at the scene before him. From the rooftop, Old Li rested his rifle on the concrete ledge, calmly taking aim. That last shot had been his masterpiece, proving the deadly skill of a military veteran. In the courtyard below, the men from Jadeite Mountain panicked, screaming, "Be careful, it's a rifle." One of them cried out, "A bit late to be careful now. We've already lost a man." Hidden behind a wall, Li Shuxiong gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it. Our intel said they only had 4 handguns, plus the 7 we confiscated last time. Where the hell did they get an automatic rifle?" A brown-haired henchman hiding behind a tree asked urgently, his face pale. "Boss Li, what's the plan?" In the midst of the chaos, Li Shuxiong roared, "What do you think we should do?" "Retreat." Hearing the retreat order, one of the men panicked and took off at a full sprint. screaming, "Ay!" Li Shuxiong watched him, cursing in frustration. "Wait for my command to run, you idiot!" But then a gunshot cracked, and the henchman collapsed in a spray of blood. A bullet had gone straight through him. Li Shuxiong let out a cold smirk. "Damn fool. Serves him right." Then he gave the order, "Listen to me. We all retreat together. Charge. 3, 2, 1. Run." The underlings scattered, their earlier bravado gone, running for their lives, but one by one, they fell. Under a hail of precise gunfire, it seemed Li Shuxiong was intentionally using his men as human shields, while he secretly waited for an opportunity. When the group on the roof ran out of ammo, he stealthily made his escape, muttering as he ran, "They've got to be reloading now." Just as he thought, old Li was out of bullets and couldn't keep firing. Li Shuxiong and a few lucky survivors reached the car, flung the door open, jumped into the driver's seat, and yelled, "Go, go." The rest scrambled into the back of the pickup truck, desperate to get away, ignoring a slower underling who was shouting, "Wait, I'm not on yet." The truck didn't even slow down. Old Li, having just reloaded, aimed for the tires and fired repeatedly. Sparks flew. The men in the pickup could only shut their eyes and pray. A bullet struck the slow henchman, finishing him off instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong's bus was speeding down the main road. His driving skills were impressive, like a seasoned race car driver. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar-looking pickup truck speeding through an intersection. He mumbled, "Who was that?" But he shook it off and focused on his objective. First, get to Rongxiang Courtyard and complete the mission. When the bus stopped at Rongxiang Courtyard, the sound of gunfire still echoed. As soon as they got off, Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong spotted a blood-soaked corpse lying on the road. He observed the scene and smiled. "Oh, looks like the rifle I left behind came in handy. That truck I saw must have been those robbers getting chased off." Seeing the corpse, Chen Chong started drooling and growling. "Grrr," Jiang Xiaoyong laughed. "What's up? You want to eat?" Chen Chong growled in confirmation. "Grr, grr." He waved his hand dismissively. "Fine. Better you eat it than some other zombie. Go ahead." Like a dog let off its leash, Chen Chong's eyes glowed red. His mouth twisted into a hungry grin, and he lunged at the corpse with horrifying speed. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted after him, "After you're done eating, wait for me at house number 8. Chen Chong roared, "Roar, roar," as if in agreement, then tore a piece of fresh meat from the body and began to relish it. He took a huge, long bite, looking extremely satisfied. A strange red light flashed in Chen Chong's eyes, as if the fresh meat was helping him evolve and grow stronger. He growled, "So good." By this time, Jiang Xiaoyong had entered the Rongxiang Courtyard complex, walking calmly among the corpses of Li Shuxiong's men. He muttered, "Damn. Looks like our big brother Li Huangli took care of quite a few people." "Huh?" From behind a shattered glass door, Xu Xuan saw Jiang Xiaoyong and cried out, "It's brother Xiaoyong. It's really brother Xiaoyong this time." Everyone rushed out onto the balcony, waving joyfully. "Xiaoyong, Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong stopped, confirming it was old Li's group. A moment later, old Li led everyone down to meet him. He immediately asked, "Did you fight all these guys off?" Old Li waved his arm proudly. "That's right." He turned and pointed behind him. "But I have you to thank, Xiaoyong. It was thanks to your rifle. Before I retired from the military, I was an excellent marksman." Suddenly, a roar echoed out. "Roar! Roar!" The whole group jumped and spun around. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned. What was that sound? The heavy footsteps of a man in black shoes approached. It was Chen Chong, having just enjoyed his gourmet meal, his face pale, but his demeanor harmless. Seeing the zombie, old Li immediately raised his gun and shouted, "Look out, a zombie." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly blocked the barrel and laughed casually. "Don't get excited. He's a friend." Old Li looked at Chen Chong, who was writhing, his face deathly pale and covered in sweat, and asked doubtfully, "A friend?" Jiang Xiaoyong pointed. "There's more fresh meat over there. Go on, eat." Chen Chong tilted his head back and roared, "Roar, roar," then dashed off in the direction he was pointed. Old Li was stunned by Jiang Xiaoyong's ability to control a zombie. His jaw dropped. What in the world is going on? "Xiaoyong, you can actually talk to zombies?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't explain right away, just urged them, "He's not a normal zombie. Let's get on the bus first. I'll explain on the way." He turned and called out, "Chen Chong, when you're done eating, come find us at the bus." Chen Chong, who was busy tearing off a piece of meat, raised his hand and gave an OK sign. After finishing his meal, he carefully put on his muzzle-like mask and boarded the bus. Everyone on the bus, except for Jiang Xiaoyong, was a little freaked out when they saw Chen Chong. Xu Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my god. He even knows how to put on his own mask. After eating, Chen Chong looked truly terrifying. His glowing red eyes burned with hunger. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed and teased the young Xu Xuan. Scared, little guy? Be careful. If he hears you, he might bite. Xu Xuan quickly changed his tune, muttering under his breath, he's kind of cool, I guess. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed loudly. It's okay for him to hear that one. All eyes turned to Chen Chong. As he stepped onto the bus, he accidentally stomped down hard, causing the whole vehicle to rock as if hit by a wave. The people on the bus panicked, growing even more afraid. Old Li's jaw dropped. Good lord, did the bus just tilt? Chen Chong voluntarily handed the key to his muzzle to Xiaoyong. He struggled to get out two clumsy words. Lock. All. Lock. Although his speech was slurred, everyone could more or less understand him. Jiang Xiaoyong was shocked. He pointed at Chen Chong. You can talk now? Perhaps the fresh meat had helped Chen Chong evolve, making him more intelligent. He kept trying to speak, and even though he babbled like a child, it was a miracle. Looking at the key in Chen Chong's hand, Jiang Xiaoyong mused. As a zombie, Chen Chong has eaten 6 corpses. Model. The zombies are definitely evolving rapidly. I have to get back quickly, exchange my points for power, and turn him into the top fighting force in this area. Without hesitation, he gripped the steering wheel and shouted, Hold on tight, we're heading back. The bus sped straight towards the base. In Xiaoyong's heart, joy was overflowing. Chen Chong was more than just an ordinary zombie. The scene changes to Jadeite Mountain, where the bad guys have gathered. After his crushing defeat, Li Shuxiong fled back to the base, only to be immediately dragged out and cursed at by his 2 bosses. Brother Kai angrily pointed in his face and roared, Damn it! What did I tell you? You can't do a single thing right. Li Shuxiong bowed his head, not daring to argue, sweat pouring down as he desperately tried to explain. Brother Wen, you really can't blame me. Those guys had automatic rifles. Brother Wen narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, Don't talk nonsense. Where would a bunch of lowly bodyguards get automatic rifles? Do you think I'm an idiot? Li Shuxiong yelled, trying to explain. It's true. If you don't believe me, send someone over to see for yourself. Seeing Brother Wen's terrifying calmness, Li Shuxiong trembled. Brother Kai lost his temper, landing a kick that sent Li Shuxiong's chubby body tumbling to the ground. He screamed, Get lost! Li Shuxiong clutched his stomach, wailing, It hurts so much. He was filled with a bone-deep hatred but didn't dare to fight back. He just quietly stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and shot a resentful glare at the 2 men. After Li Shuxiong scurried away, Brother Kai gritted his teeth. So frustrating. I've been sick of this useless bastard for a long time. He dragged a finger across his throat, signaling his desire to get rid of Li Shuxiong, then continued. Since his men suffered heavy losses, how about we? A high-ranking member of the group chuckled. You're still lusting after that girl he has with him, aren't you? Brother Kai's eyes lit up, but he pretended to dodge the question. Hey, old Shu, what are you talking about? Between Brother Wen and old Shu, Brother Kai felt more comfortable being himself, naturally implying they would share. Though Brother Wen looked dashing, a perverted expression appeared on his face when women were mentioned. He reminded them, Don't be hasty, Kai. Wait for me to find an opportunity. They thought Li Shuxiong was long gone, but he was hiding outside the door, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. So angry he could spit blood, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face, as he glared back inside with eyes that looked like they wanted to devour all 3 of them. A little later, in a private room on Jadeite Mountain, Li Shuxiong was frantically smashing things, roaring, Damn it! My woman! Cui Qing walked over and asked gently, What's wrong, honey? She moved closer, trying to comfort him, but Li Shuxiong snapped, Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving. Cui Qing was surprised. Leaving now? Where are we going? Li Shuxiong gripped her hand tightly, gritting his teeth. We can't stay here any longer. We have to prepare in advance. He thought to himself that in this apocalypse, a woman like Cui Qing was a danger to any man who had a girlfriend. He called for a subordinate, and a young man in a white shirt ran in. Brother Li, what are your orders? Li Shuxiong commanded urgently. Gather the brothers. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. Cui Qing showed no enthusiasm, quietly observing him as he turned his back. She had known for a long time that Li Shuxiong couldn't be trusted, especially after her failed attempt to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's base, where the bus has stopped at the gate. Old Han, San San, Zhang Ji, and Xiao Kai suspected that strangers were intruding and raised their weapons, taking defensive stances. Everyone got off the bus after the long journey. Zixuan stepped out and exclaimed in amazement, My god, this is really a post-apocalyptic fortress. Still on the bus, Jiang Xiaoyong opened the system panel. A notification popped up. Personnel increase mission completed. Recruited 8 out of 5 survivors from Rongxiang Courtyard. Mission exceeded. Reward, 25 points. Bonus reward, 5 points. Current total, 66 points. He mumbled to himself. Wow, you even get a bonus for exceeding the quota. After checking his points, he got off the bus, saw Chen Chong waiting, and said, Chen Chong, tomorrow night, you're coming with me to the south side of the city. Chen Chong, wearing his muzzle, replied with difficulty. Bite? Old Li asked on his behalf. The south side of the city? What are you planning to do? Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. I have a score to settle with the people at the Jadeite Mountain Villa. That evening, after everything was settled, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his room and opened the system panel. The information displayed. Level 2 Black Tech Supply Box, 50 points. Manual Refresh, 8 points. Under the light of the system, he decisively chose Manual Refresh, tapped the mystery box icon, and muttered, Level 2 box. First, the system announced, successfully exchanged for Level 2 Black Tech Supply Box. 50 points deducted. Current points, 16. A brilliant light enveloped Jiang Xiaoyong like a whirlwind. He thought anxiously, don't let me down. When the light faded, a syringe lay before him. The system displayed, Physical Enhancement Serum, plus 20. Jiang Xiaoyong picked up the syringe and marveled. Plus 20 physical ability. Damn. This is a level 2 box for sure. Suddenly, a scream rang out from outside the house. It was accompanied by the light that had been radiating from him. After injecting the serum, Xiaoyong's body changed noticeably. He raised his hand, feeling the power. He exclaimed, a total of 33 points in physical ability. That's 6 times stronger than a normal person. This feeling is incredible. A mosquito buzzed past. He effortlessly caught it between 2 fingers. Watching the mosquito struggle, he released it, and it zipped away. He muttered to himself, truly terrifying. This display demonstrated his overwhelming new strength. That afternoon, as sunset fell upon the base, Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong appeared at the training area. Old Li and San San were practicing their shooting intently. Seeing Xiaoyong, Old Li asked, Xiaoyong, you want to go to the south side of the city? He smiled as he watched Old Li's marksmanship, and replied, that's right. Then he turned and said, Mr. Li, your shooting skills are the best here. Please train everyone for me. Old Li was overjoyed. This is my specialty, don't you worry. Kyle waved his hand. Chong, let's go. He drove the bus away, beginning his journey of revenge. The dark sky and the silence seemed to signal a coming storm. The scene changes to Leon Li's building, where he and his men were preparing to flee. He asked a subordinate, Qing, what's the situation over there? Qing replied, don't worry, Boss Li. Everything is ready. Leon Li gave the order, move out. The group moved cautiously, scanning their surroundings for any trouble. Suddenly, the blinding headlights of a car shone directly on them. Leon Li shielded his eyes, confused. A group of people appeared, led by Dawn. Tess sat happily in the car next to Wen and Kai. She had betrayed Leon Li for someone stronger, without a second thought for their past relationship. One of Leon Li's henchmen wondered what was happening. Dawn, holding a gun, chuckled darkly. And where do you think you're going? Leon Li squinted, recognizing Dawn. He gritted his teeth. Dawn? Then he forced an innocent smile. Hey, Boss Dawn. We were just planning to use the cover of darkness to try our luck at Rongxiang Garden. Dawn sneered contemptuously. Ha ha, Rongxiang Garden, you say? One of his subordinates dragged an unconscious person and threw him in front of Leon Li. He was startled, realizing it wasn't Qing. A man next to him shouted, Qing. Leon Li punched the man in the face, roaring, open your damn eyes and look. That's not Qing. He turned back to Dawn, forcing a laugh. Who is this? I don't know him. Dawn coldly raised his gun and fired. The sound of gunshots echoed as 3 bullets pierced 3 of Leon Li's henchmen. He trembled, clutching his head and trying to explain, I really don't know him. Boss Dawn, what are you doing? Dawn pointed towards the car. Take a good look at who's sitting in there. The headlights turned off, revealing Tess's face. Leon Li gritted his teeth, unable to believe the woman by his side had betrayed him. He roared, Tess! Kai! Kai scoffed. Don't deny it. Tess told us everything about your plan to betray us. Leon Li was so furious he tried to charge forward, but Dawn's men held him back. He screamed, You bitch! How dare you betray me? Kai turned to Wen. Boss, what's the call? Wen coldly waved his hand, and a rope was thrown tightly around Leon Li's neck. A large man pulled the rope, hoisting him into the air. He struggled, tears streaming down his face as he whimpered in agony. His death was no different from Kyle's fate in his past life. A moment later, he stopped breathing, his body hanging motionless at the gate. A short while later, Kyle's bus appeared. He and Chong crept along the wall, moving in silently. Suddenly, Leon Lee's body twitched. Kyle noticed something was wrong and signaled for Chong to stop. It turned out Leon Lee had turned into a zombie, struggling against the rope. Kyle snorted coldly. "Serves you right, but I regret not being the one to finish you myself." He threw a sharp stone, cutting the rope. The zombie Leon Lee fell, slamming face first onto the ground. Kyle walked over and grabbed its head, smirking darkly. "You animal. Considering your tragic end, I guess I'll get revenge for you." The scene shifts to another building, where sinister laughter echoed in the night. In the faint light from a window, the silhouettes of two men were visible. They were surrounding Tess, who was handcuffed to the bed, her limbs spread wide. She scoffed, teasing them. "You hate me that much, huh? Is this how you treat someone who did you a huge favor? Come on, uncuff me." Wen moved closer, his voice aggressive. "Isn't this a great reward?" Tess drifted into a hazy state, mumbling incoherently. Suddenly, a strange noise outside the window made Kai, who was about to make his move, stop. He frowned and went to the window, asking, "What was that sound?" Looking outside, he was horrified. His men were lying sprawled on the ground, their heads covered in dark red blood. At the same time, the door to the room was slammed hard, followed by frantic kicking as if someone was trying to break it down. Wen and Kai shouted in alarm, "What's going on?" Kyle slipped in through the window, his face cold, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. He placed a knife against Kai's throat. The man turned pale and stammered, blood gurgling from his mouth, unable to speak from the pain. The blade slashed across, and Kai collapsed, blood pooling on the floor. Wen panicked, yelling, "Kai, you bastard!" He demanded, "Who are you?" Tess, still cuffed to the bed, propped herself up in terror. Without a shred of emotion, Kyle threw the dagger straight into Wen's throat. He choked on blood, trying to breathe, but fell helplessly to the ground. Blood splattered all over Tess. She struggled in panic as she saw Kyle approaching her, and she screamed, "Kyle! What are you gonna do?" He gave a faint, cold smile. "Heh, looks like you all were having so much fun." He turned and touched the doorknob, speaking coldly. "I wonder how that animal Leon Lee would react if he saw this scene." Hearing Leon Lee's name, Tess turned pale, sweat pouring down her face. Her voice trembled. "Leon. Leon Lee." Before she could react, Kyle pushed the door open and dodged to the side. A dark figure charged in like a wild beast, the uncontrollable zombie of Leon Lee, roaring as it rushed straight for Tess. She was horrified, tears streaming down her face as she struggled desperately. "Kyle, I was wrong. Please forgive me, please." But it was too late. The lover Tess had chosen had now turned into a monster. With blood-red eyes, Leon Lee sank his teeth deep into her neck. Fresh red blood gushed out, staining the floor. Without a shred of pity, Kyle slammed the door shut. Once again, Cui Qing's desperate screams echoed throughout the room. Outside, he walked slowly toward Chen Chong, his calm gaze sweeping over the pile of corpses. He spoke. "Go eat, Chen Chong." Chen Chong, now evolved, looked at the nearby bodies and stammered, seeming to understand. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded. Chen Chong lunged forward, burying his face in a corpse, sinking his fangs in, and devouring it like a starving beast finally getting its fill. Jiang Xiaoyong listened to the sound waves from a distance, his eyes sharp and cold. In a room with all its doors locked tight, a family consisting of a man, a woman, and a little girl cowered in the corner. They trembled, their eyes filled with fear. Suddenly, a fat man in a chef's uniform appeared, pulling open an iron door, which let out a piercing screech. He lumbered in, holding a sharp meat cleaver, his face menacing with a long scar by his eye. A subordinate in a white shirt rushed in, grabbed the little girl's arm, and said gleefully, "This one is thin, and her meat is tender." "How wonderful." The little girl, terrified, burst into tears and screamed. The fat chef scowled at her. Too skinny, he pointed in another direction, where a chubby little boy was sobbing in his mother's arms. "Choose him." The mother bit her lip in agony, watching helplessly as her son was dragged away. The chef yelled, "Hey, fatty, come with me." The little boy cried and struggled, reaching for his mother. "Mommy," the mother screamed, "let him go. Let my son go." The chef swung his cleaver, knocking her backward. He roared, "Get the hell out of my way." Witnessing his mother being hit, the little boy shrieked. The mother slammed her hands on the floor, tears streaming down her face as she screamed, "Please don't. Spare my son. I'm begging you." No one else in the room dared to move. their eyes averting the heartbreaking scene. The mother cried until her voice was hoarse. "Save my son, please. Have mercy." Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed, drawing the attention of both the victims and the villains. 3 round holes were punched through the door. The fat chef roared in anger. "What's going on?" Several of the guards rushed forward, aiming their guns at the door. The chef held his cleaver close, growling. "That gunshot. Who has a gun?" A clueless subordinate replied. "No one, boss. Only you have one." Taking advantage of the chaos, the little boy ran back to his mother, sobbing. "Mommy!" The mother held him tight and comforted him. "It's okay, sweetheart." Inside the room, 5 thugs aimed their weapons at the door, waiting tensely. The fat chef slowly backed away, ordering a tall, skinny subordinate to go check it out. The subordinate trembled. "Me?" The chef barked. "Stop your nonsense and go." Forced, the tall, skinny man gripped his gun tightly and crept toward the door, sweating profusely. Suddenly, Chen Chong's pale green hand shot through a hole and grabbed him by the neck. He let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" Then he was dragged outside, his body slamming hard against the doorframe in excruciating pain. The 2 gunmen inside panicked, shouting, "It's a zombie! Open fire!" They fired their guns repeatedly, but in their panic, the bullets went wild. Noticing a figure outside, they shifted their aim and continued firing at the wooden door. On the other side, Chen Chong, as fast as lightning, burst through the door and charged in, his cold eyes showing no fear in the face of the gunfire. The fat chef backed away, unknowingly moving right into Chen Chong's path. He leaped forward, grabbed the fat man's head, and twisted it sharply. The sound of a neck bone cracking echoed through the room. The chef's eyes bulged as he collapsed on the spot, speechless, his cleaver clattering to the floor. Chen Chong landed lightly, exuding a deadly aura as he swept through the subordinates like a deathly wind. Screams rang out. "It's coming for me! Help me!" A moment later, it was all over. Chen Chong stood in the middle of the room, the villains' bodies at his feet. A girl, unable to believe her eyes, stammered, He's not going to kill us? What on earth is this zombie?" With his blank white eyes and pale skin, Chen Chong looked terrifying but stable. He put his hands in his pockets and looked toward the door as Jiang Xiaoyong calmly walked in. He gave a faint smile. "Not bad, Chen Chong. Still so fast without removing the chains and mask. Not only are your movements stable, but your reflexes are also top-notch." Chen Chong held up his contorted hand and replied, "This way. It's cooler." Everyone in the room was terrified. The young mother held her daughter tightly and exclaimed, "A zombie? A talking zombie?" Because of his unusual behavior compared to the mindless zombies outside, Chen Chong became the center of attention. Jiang Xiaoyong approached the little girl with a friendly smile, waving his hand. "Don't be afraid. He won't attack you." Chen Chong nodded to reassure the little girl. The little girl's eyes shimmered with tears, her face red from crying. Still trembling, she said, It's a high-level monster. It kills without blinking." Hearing the words high-level monster, Jiang Xiaoyong's face grew serious with suspicion. He then sat down near the little girl and asked, "You two have seen something similar before, haven't you?" The little girl hid behind her mother. The mother stammered, "That's right." Xiaoyong asked cautiously, "Where did you see it?" Although frightened, the mother immediately replied, "At the decoration city in Tongcheng." Jiang Xiaoyong mumbled to himself, his gaze distant. "This soon? I thought it would be at least another month or 2. Besides, the decoration city isn't far from Lao Chaye." Chen Chong stammered. What?" Xiaoyong turned and explained. "A mutated type, like you. It varies from person to person. You guys retain different levels of reason and memory, making you more efficient hunters than regular zombies. But because the mutation is unstable, most of you are very aggressive and extremely dangerous." Chen Chong frowned, worried. "So, what about me now?" Xiaoyong placed a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. "A kind-hearted zombie. Don't worry, you're luckier than most, and you have me here. I won't let you lose your mind." He turned to the crowd in the Jadeite Mountain Villa area. "There must be other survivors, right?" A man replied, "There are quite a few people locked up in the real estate sales office." A woman added, "There might be people alive in the basement, too." Jiang Xiaoyong led the group down to the basement. As soon as the door creaked open, everyone turned pale at the sight of the floor, stained with splatters of red blood. Jiang Xiaoyong was surprised and confused. These were corpses, hung up like in a pig slaughterhouse, horrifying everyone who saw them. One person explained, "Every day, they capture people living around here and bring them in to be butchered." Jiang Xiaoyong's face hardened as he asked, "Slaughtering this many people? Can they even eat all of it? A man with long hair replied in anguish. They transport the meat out periodically. I don't know how many of them there are. Looking at the pile of bodies, Jiang Xiaoyong muttered in disgust. They definitely can't eat it all. Could they be raising zombies? He turned to the man. You mentioned a real estate office. What's the specific situation there? The man replied. It's to the south, about a kilometer from here. People who are captured are imprisoned there. Those who are rejected or who they get tired of torturing are brought here to be butchered. Jiang Xiaoyong was stunned by the cruelty, exclaiming, Is that so? The system panel appeared. Automatic task version A. Activated. Expand the community. Requirement. Increase the community's evaluation score. Current score, 2. Reward, 20 points. Current cumulative points, 36. 30 minutes later, at the Southern Real Estate Office, 2 dark figures stood guard at the entrance. It was already late at night. One of them, holding an iron rod, said cautiously, I thought I heard gunshots coming from the north gate earlier. The other man had a grim expression. They're probably just using live targets for shooting practice. Suddenly, Chen Chong leaped out from behind them. He landed on the ground in a professional stance. The 2 men screamed in terror, Zombie! Their cries were cut short by a sickening squelch. In a small room inside the office, 4 girls, stripped of their clothes, sat huddled together. One lay exhausted under a thin blanket. Hearing the noise, they jumped, their eyes full of alarm. The girl in the red dress asked nervously, What's going on outside? The girl on the mattress held her head and cried out, I don't like it. They can do whatever they want, as long as they don't come in here. The lock on the door clicked softly, and the handle jiggled. The group fell silent. The girl holding her head trembled. Don't come in. Please don't come in. Luckily, the person who entered was Jiang Xiaoyong. Seeing the 4 girls, he hesitated for a moment, but maintained a resolute expression. The victims were terrified, trying to cover their bodies. Jiang Xiaoyong gestured decisively. Let's go. He led the group out of the office, stepping over the bodies of the thugs. The girl in the red dress was stunned. Are you really giving us a place to stay? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. That's right. But in return, each of you will have to work. Everyone agreed in unison. That's no problem. We're able-bodied. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand enthusiastically. No time to waste. Let's go now. The bus started rolling, taking everyone back to the base. Under the quiet night sky, they arrived an hour later. Shang and Zhang Zi on the observation deck shouted, Brother Xiaoyong is back. I'll open the gate. Zhang Ji stopped him. Xiaoyong isn't driving straight in. Let's see what he's planning to do first. Jiang Xiaoyong looked towards the base and said aloud, That place over there is my fortress, but I can't let you all in just yet. A long-haired man understood. The world is a treacherous place. We get it. A woman asked. So, where will we stay? Jiang Xiaoyong replied. Next to the fortress, there's temporary housing and an iron fence. It's not as safe as the fortress, but it's much better than most typical shelters. He continued, The old tea leaf area still has a lot of empty land and abandoned buildings. We'll gradually renovate them, and the conditions will improve. Everyone bowed their heads in gratitude. This is a great kindness. We can never repay you. Thank you, our savior. The next day, at the Jadeite mountain base, 2 large vehicles entered the gate. 1 car and 1 truck loaded with tons of heavy, black plastic bags. A woman with dark blue hair, wearing fashionable fishnet stockings, sat in the car and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Why isn't anyone picking up their phone? What kind of mysterious game is Zhang Qingwen trying to play this time? She frowned, frustrated. Something's not right. She and a tall, burly man walked straight into Zhang Qingwen's room. The moment she opened the door, she scowled, speechless. Inside the room, 3 zombies, Li Shusheng and the 2 other bosses, smelled human flesh and lunged forward. The woman showed no fear. With a single tap of her hand, she sent Li Shusheng tumbling. She launched a lightning-fast attack, and all that was heard were the desperate screams of the zombies. Wiping the blood from her weapon, she surveyed the scene coldly. The man behind her spoke up. Big sis, Zhang Qingwen, is dead. What about all this meat? She asked. He replied, We're out of options. We'll have to do it ourselves now. Her face turned menacing, furious that her subordinates had been taken out. She gritted her teeth. I'd really love to make whoever broke our rules log out. Permanently. Out in the courtyard of the villa area, she held her weapon and stared at the bodies of Zhang Qingwen's men strewn everywhere. The man asked, Not a single living person is left, she said coldly. Where's the meat? He replied, The meat is still here. She ordered him to bring the truck over to load the goods. The subordinates hauled the plastic bags onto the truck. preparing for a new transaction. She stood with her arms crossed, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, she bent down, noticing tire tracks. Her subordinate asked curiously, "Big sis, did you find something?" She crouched down and replied decisively, "I want to see who was capable of this." The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He's sitting on the balcony, enjoying the breeze while looking at the system panel for the expand the community mission. Population is definitely an important factor. Looking down at the vast base, he marveled at how much land they had. "Ha ha, I guess we have that bastard from before to thank." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Ah, that rare specimen. He, San, and Zhang Ji entered the survivor area. Everyone cheered. "Savior, you're here." A woman ran over, clasping her hands, and said through her tears, "Savior, thank you so much." Xiaoyong helped her up with a smile. "There's no need for that." He turned to the mother and daughter and asked, "This super monster you and the little girl mentioned, where exactly did you see it?" The mother answered honestly. "At the Vanguard supermarket, in the Decor City," she recounted. "We went into the supermarket to look for supplies and ran into that monster. It killed so many people. In the chaos, my daughter and I escaped and met a group from the Emerald Villa. We thought we were saved, but who knew they were just beasts in human skin?" Everyone seethed with anger. Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, his face hardening. "Vanguard," San said worriedly. "Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies. We don't need to go provoking that monster." Zhangzi was about to say something, but he remained silent. Xiaoyong said sternly, "Decor City is less than 2 kilometers from here. We can't allow a monster to threaten our safety." The mother, trembling, dropped a basin of clothes in a panic. "Savior, don't go. That monster kills without batting an eye." Xiaoyong reassured her, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." He turned to Zhang Zi. "Get Chen Chong. We're going to see that guy." Elsewhere, a group of people entered a large building, each carrying a backpack, and equipped for self-defense. Leading them was a beautiful girl, flanked by a man in a dress shirt and vest. He glanced at her and said, "I told you there was a big supermarket around here." A young man from behind warned, "Don't get careless. It might have been cleared out already." The girl nodded. "But Luo Guan, don't be so pessimistic. We've passed by many supermarkets, and there's always something left." The group entered the supermarket, on guard in the gloomy, eerily silent space. The food shelves were empty, with only a few items scattered about. One person remarked, "Even though it's been looted, they didn't take everything." Suddenly, a woman in the group slammed her grappling hook against the wall, the loud noise startling everyone. In the vast emptiness of the supermarket, the group immediately tensed up, readying their weapons. The beautiful girl in the lead called out in a clear voice, "Is anyone there?" From the way she acted, it was clear she was an experienced zombie fighter. Without rushing, she bent down to observe, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Within minutes, rapid sounds echoed from the exits and doors of the shopping center. Hordes of zombies poured out, screaming wildly. Their tattered, pale green faces lunged toward the group. Their roars and hisses tore through the air. Everyone screamed in terror. "They're here! It's zombies!" The screams mingled with the sounds of intense combat. Thuds, smacks, and pained groans echoed everywhere. After the fierce battle, zombie corpses littered the floor, but luckily, no one in the group was injured. The beautiful girl laughed confidently. "Ha, piece of cake." The young man with the backpack looked at the pile of bodies and remarked, "There are zombies, but not many. It looks like the main horde was led away by another group." Another person clapped a teammate on the shoulder, exclaiming, "We really hit the jackpot today." However, the man in the vest remained cautious, reminding them, "Don't get complacent. Let's keep moving deeper inside." No one noticed a mutated zombie silently approaching from the shadows. Its eyes flashed with crackling electricity, and it bared its sharp teeth, growling in a low, dangerous voice. "Prey. Fresh prey." The group was still busy celebrating the remaining supplies on the shelves. They pointed excitedly. "This one, and this one. Oh, Christmas came early," one person cheered. "This is enough to feed us for years." The beautiful girl excitedly pointed to a corner and shouted, "Look!" Everyone's eyes followed her gaze. What made her so excited wasn't food, but a high-end bed. Her eyes shining, she leaped onto the bed, enjoying the soft feeling and exclaiming, "I don't care. I want to stay here." The atmosphere became lively, with the whole group laughing and chatting animatedly. One person suggested they settle down here for good, and another agreed. "That's a great idea." While the group was lost in their joy, the man in the vest asked the young man with the backpack, "Hey, want to go outside for a smoke?" The young man nodded. "Let's go." Outside, the man flicked open a Zippo lighter, the flame flaring in the darkness. He took a long drag from his cigarette, tilting his head back to enjoy the rare moment of relaxation. The young man held a cigarette in his mouth and asked, "So, what's up? Are we really going to stay here?" The man was hesitant. "This mall has too many entrances. It's hard to defend. And with so many supplies, it'll attract unwanted attention," he continued. "But on our way here, I saw a two-story building over there that looked pretty decent." Before he could finish, a blood-soaked blade was pressed against his throat. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed as blood spurted out. The young man watched his comrade die right in front of him, speechless, his legs about to give out. The mutated zombie lifted the dying man, laughing hideously. "Smooth skin. Must be delicious." "Ah!" The young man panicked and ran for his life, screaming, "Help! Help me! There's a monster!" The people inside, who were gathering supplies, heard the terrified scream and turned to ask, "What's going on?" The young man thought he had escaped, but the mutated zombie repeatedly plunged multiple blades into his body. He coughed up blood, cough, unable to say a word. The zombie lifted him up under the dim lights and tore his body in two. Blood splattered everywhere. The beautiful girl leading the group witnessed the scene and stammered, "God, what is that?" She screamed, "Quick, retreat! Get out of here!" Her legs trembled as she tried to escape. The zombie leaped up, brandishing its sharp claws and roaring, "You can't escape! Not a single one of you will get away! Ha ha!" Everyone panicked and scattered in chaos. A girl running at the back was impaled through the chest by the zombie's hand, blood gushing out. The lead girl sped up, screaming as she ran, "Ah, no, I don't want to die." She ran towards the supermarket exit as sunlight flashed into view, the only survivor. Thinking her teammates were still behind her, she yelled, "The exit is right there," but her shout turned to despair. "Ah!" She dropped to her knees, gasping for breath, and looked up to see the dark silhouette of the mutated zombie. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. She screamed, "Ah!" raising her hands in a hopeless attempt to fight back. She sobbed, thinking her life was about to end. Suddenly, Chen Xiong stepped in heroically, framed by the light from the supermarket entrance. Like a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, the panicked girl screamed, "Ah, I don't want to die." Chen Xiong coldly walked past her without a second glance. She was stunned. He just walked past me?" Jiang Xiaoyong's voice suddenly rang out. "Don't be afraid." The girl was startled and turned to see Xiaoyong and Zhangzi appear. She was surprised. You are." Xiaoyong gently helped her to her feet. "You're the saleswoman, Xiao Ning, who sold me that plot of land, right? I believe your name is Ning Wanwan." Meanwhile, the sounds of intense fighting echoed thwack, bam, pow. It was between Chen Xiong and the enormous mutated zombie. Still haunted, Xiao Ning clutched her head and screamed, "Ah, a monster! There's a monster in the shopping center! Run!" Xiaoyong reassured her, "It's okay, he's got it blocked." Xiao Ning turned back, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Chen Xiong confronting the monster that had slaughtered her entire team. The zombie launched an attack, sneering, "Ha ha! Do you want to have all the fun to yourself?" From a distance, Xiaoyong asked Chen Xiong, "Can you handle it by yourself?" Chen Xiong's eyes were cold. "Let me try." The zombie leaped backward with an agility that caught Chen Xiong off guard. It stuck out its long tongue, crouching in a bizarre posture, excited. "Ha ha ha, this is great." It then charged forward, attacking ferociously. Chen Xiong remained calm, narrowly dodging an overhead strike. The zombie's eyes glowed red as it arrogantly provoked him. Hee. I wonder if eating our own kind makes us evolve faster? With a whoosh, Chen Xiong's fist flew straight into its face. The zombie grunted in surprise. Chen Xiong delivered a devastating punch that sent it crashing headfirst to the ground. Then he leaped high, putting all his strength into a powerful punch. Chen Xiong's power astonished everyone. The zombie looked up, furious. "You bastard! So you do have some strength after all." Chen Zeng launched a downward kick, determined to finish it. The force of the impact created a pressure wave, sending debris flying. But the zombie scrambled onto the ceiling, avoiding the kick. It gnashed its teeth, letting out a piercing shriek. Hee, I've been saving up my strength for a hunt, and now I finally get to use it." Chen Zeng sensed a murderous aura from behind, and turned to see its terrifying grin. The sounds of violent clashes echoed continuously. Zhang Ji worried. "Brother Xiaoyong, Chen Xiong is being overpowered. This monster is too strong." Xiaoyong's voice was grim. "We have to finish it for good this time. If we let it keep hunting, it'll be even harder to deal with later." He activated the system. He pulled a submachine gun out of thin air. Xiao Ning was shocked. "What was that?" Did that gun just appear out of nowhere? Xiaoyong aimed the gun with a faint smile. Chen Sheng, hold it for one more second. I'll stop giving you a hard time after this. Chen Sheng grabbed the zombie's arm, locking it in place as it roared, "Bastard, let me go!" Exactly 1 second later, a deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet slammed into the zombie's temple, making it wince in pain. It staggered, taking heavy steps and bellowing, "Arg, hee, that hurts. You scum, you actually managed to injure me? Heh heh, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Zhang Ji was confused. It got shot in the brain, and it's not dead? Xiaoyong fired continuously. The sound of gunshots, bang, 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 echoed as the zombie's body was riddled with bullet holes, and it shrieked, "Ah, ha ha ha." Finally, it collapsed. The four of them, Chen Sheng, Xiaoyong, Zhang Zi, and Xiao Ning, stood looking at the zombie's corpse in a pool of blood on the floor. Zhang Zi asked, "Is it dead?" Xiaoyong ordered, "Chen Sheng, try eating this monster. It might increase your strength." Chen Sheng nodded. Human flesh. A system notification appeared. Area expansion mission requirement. Increase the area's evaluation progress by eliminating dangerous elements. Area evaluation +1, current score is 3, reward 10 points, current accumulated points 46. Xiaoyong was surprised. "Oh, so that counts too?" A keen smile spread across his face. "Since we're here, let's see if we can clear out the whole supermarket." Xiao Ning was startled. "Huh? Clear it out?" Xiaoyong pointed upwards, where a stream of spiritual energy formed a small whirlwind, sucking the remaining items into his storage ring. Xiao Ning was bewildered, while Zhang Ji was excited. "Whoa, that's amazing. What kind of magic is that?" Xiaoyong looked at the corpses of Xiao Ning's teammates and said, "Leave them for the other zombies." He then called out, "Chen Sheng, are you full yet? Let's go." The scene changes. A white car belonging to the female boss of the Green Jade Mountain faction screeched to a halt near Xiaoyong's base. A man shouted, "Wait, stop here." Then he added, "Ha, why is the boss acting so high and mighty?" Her subordinate looked through a pair of binoculars and saw, looking at the watchtower and the refugee camp that Xiaoyong had saved, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Their weapons are outdated, and the only advantage is the sturdy workshop. The driver wondered, "So how did they deal with Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai?" The female boss replied, "They launched a sneak attack and released zombies on them. I told you using a villa as a base wasn't safe." He leaned back in his seat, delighted. "Ha ha, it's like fate saw our struggle and just handed us a base," the guy with the binoculars said excitedly. "Exactly, it almost makes me feel bad." "Ha ha," the driver asked. "So, what's the plan now?" The female boss replied calmly, "We'll go back and get organized first, then bring the gang and our weapons." The white car turned around and drove off. The scene changes to Xiaoyong's car, cruising down the road. Xiao Ning said cheerfully, "Really?" Zhang Zi smiled. "Of course. Not only are there mattresses, but there's also hot water for bathing." Xiao Ning was ecstatic. "Oh wow." Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, noticing something strange. "Be careful, there's someone up ahead. Weapons ready." Xiao Ning and Zhang Ji shifted into a defensive stance, cautiously watching as the white car from the Jadeite mountain group sped past in the opposite direction. In that brief moment, Xiaoyong glanced through the window, his eyes accidentally meeting the suspicious gaze of the female boss. The two adversaries faced off in an instant. The system displayed a new mission notification. The Punisher requires you to fight back against the invaders. The reward is 50 points. Xiaoyong muttered, "Fight back against the invaders." Thinking of the woman he just saw, he grew thoughtful. Could it be them? When the car arrived back at the base, Xiaoyong looked up at the watchtower and asked Sansan, "Were there any strangers around here just now?" Sansan pointed into the distance. "I think a car passed by, but it didn't head towards us. At first, I thought it was you guys." Xiaoyong's expression turned grave. He ordered, "Zhang Zi, Old Li, gather everyone. I have something important to assign." 30 minutes later, at the southern suburb coal plant, a man with a walkie-talkie broadcast a static-filled signal. "To all survivors, please come to the southern suburb coal plant. We've established a refugee camp and are short on manpower." The young man in the yellow shirt scratched his head. That must be nearby. In the distance, a luxury car drove towards them. The young man in yellow waved excitedly. "A car! They're survivors! This is great!" The car screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. The female boss and her two subordinates stepped out casually. She asked, "You're here because of the radio signal, right?" The young man in yellow quickly replied, Yes. In this apocalypse, women are a rare find." Her hot body and confident demeanor mesmerized the men. The young man in yellow blushed, his imagination running wild. She read the situation and pretended to be gentle. Perfect timing. Follow us. The young man was completely captivated. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. She gave a cunning smile. It's not far. The car is full, but it's just a short walk from here. The leader of the group agreed. Okay. The young man in yellow and his buddies exchanged meaningful glances. As they schemed, they had no idea they were the ones who were prey. The female boss led them to the gate of a large warehouse, enthusiastically pulling up the rolling shutter door. The young man in yellow exclaimed in awe. Wow, this place is huge, he said excitedly. This is awesome. We finally have a place to stay. He scratched his head shyly. Oh, I need to use the bathroom. Let me just take care of business outside, and I'll be right in. The female boss smiled knowingly. No need. There's a toilet inside. Follow me. The young man's mind raced with possibilities as he blushed and replied. Oh, okay. Inside the bathroom, he flushed the toilet while smiling sheepishly, glancing at the female boss leaning against the wall in a seductive pose. He hastily pulled up his pants, not even bothering to button them, showing off his red underwear, his voice thick with lust. Heh, sweetie, I know what you're thinking. Come on, don't be shy. She remained silent. He continued, Big brother here is pretty strong, you know. Before he could finish, the sound of a weapon charging filled the air, a blood-curdling scream mixed with the sound of metal-piercing flesh. Her weapon had gone straight through his throat. The young man's eyes widened as he gurgled, completely shocked by this move. She coldly pulled her weapon out, looking down with contempt at the head that had slumped at her feet. I thought I'd found a good one, but he's just this pathetic. She walked out as if nothing had happened. Her subordinate said cheerfully, All taken care of, boss. She replied nonchalantly, Yep, drag the guy out of the bathroom, and call second and third brother out here too. Back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, he gathered everyone to discuss their plan. Oldly asked, Xiaoyong, is someone targeting us? Who is it? Xiaoyong explained, We know nothing about the enemy. From now on, we face the risk of an attack every day. He pointed to Zhengzhe and Chenchong. Later, you two will follow me to clear out the abandoned building to the southeast, so the refugees can move there temporarily. Otherwise, if the enemy attacks, they'll become human shields. San and Xiaokai volunteered. Brother Xiaoyong, I'll go too. Xiaokai added, Me too. Two brothers in protective gear from Old Li's team said in unison, We'll go too. Zhang Sheng's young son raised his hand. I want to go too. Zhang Sheng's wife pushed his hand down. What are you getting involved for? Even though Xiao Ning was scared, she still raised her hand. With this atmosphere, maybe I should go too? Xiaoyong appreciated their spirit and analyzed the situation. It's not too dangerous over there. Old Han and Old Li staying here to guard the base is enough. Everyone else can participate. After the discussion, Xiaoyong led a team, consisting of many people he had previously rescued, to the front of a tall building. Armed and numerous as a small squad, Xiaoyong took the lead, kicking things off by firing a shot into a zombie's throat. The group worked together with knives and guns, while Chen Chong used his bare hands to take down one zombie after another. After the battle, zombies were lying everywhere, and everyone was panting. Xiaoyong asked, Is anyone hurt? Double check. Everyone replied, No, yes. Walking over to the window and looking out at the enemy base with its smoking chimney, Xiaoyong warned, They'll be attacked in the next few days. You should stay here for now. A woman and a young boy whom Xiaoyong had rescued said spiritedly, We can fight. The boy added, We can help too. Xiaoyong stroked his chin, considering it. All right then. He tasked the boy with cleaning up the area first. I'll bring guns and ammunition later. When the enemy attacks, contact me on the walkie-talkie and follow my orders. The boy clenched his fist. No problem. The scene shifts to the female boss's group, where she casually crossed her arms, watching her underlings work their butts off. One of them called out, How did it go? The female boss glanced at a skinny guy and asked, What happened? Did it go smoothly? A tall, long-haired man mumbled as if hypnotized. Human flesh. Eat human flesh. She snapped. What do you mean, smoothly? Jade Mountain has been destroyed. From now on, you're on your own for food. The skinny guy complained. Huh? Who did it? The tall guy roared. Human flesh. No human flesh. Not happy. She tried to incite hatred towards Xiaoyong's group, saying, The group to the east did it. There are quite a few of them. Tomorrow morning, Lao Er and I will lead some men to take care of them and wipe them all out. The scene shifts back to Xiaoyong's base, to a brightly lit private room. Xiaoyong's voice rang out. 46 accumulated points. Let's see if the system has any new boxes. The system panel appeared before him. System shop. Level 2. Ability Awakening Supply Box for 25 points. Level 2. Post-Apocalyptic Cultivator Supply Box for 15 points. Level 1. Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Box for 5 points. Manual Refresh for 8 points. Leaning on his bed, Xiaoyong exclaimed happily. Finally, some new items. He clicked on the system panel, full of excitement. Oh, 2 level 2 boxes this time, 40 points in total. Let's see what's inside. He opened the system panel again. Level 1 Physical Overdrive. Increases personal attributes by 25%. After it ends, the user enters a weakened state. A puff of smoke appeared, and the system announced that Xiaoyong's body had fully accepted the reward. His face lit up. Whoa, a 25% boost. I have 33 physical points now. A 25% increase will push that past 40 points, which is equivalent to 8 times the strength of a normal person. He flexed his arm, thrilled, his voice filled with eagerness. I can't wait. I have to test out this new power right now. The scene shifts to a main road, where a long cloud of dust billows up to the sound of screeching tires. It's the female boss's gang. 1 6-seater, 2 pickup trucks, and 3 guys on motorcycles as escort. Inside one of the vehicles, a henchman holding a walkie-talkie turned around and asked, "Boss, what's our next move?" With her arms crossed, the female boss said grimly, "Go over the plan again. First, kill all the refugees on the perimeter." She lowered her voice, laying out the plan. The moment Lao Air breaks down the gate, all drivers will provide covering fire to suppress them. The henchman glanced down, showing he understood. The large, flesh-eating man sitting beside her swayed his bulky body and roared, "Good. I'm hungry." His face was fierce with excitement. "I'll kill. I'll eat." The convoy sped forward under the sun. The sky was clear and blue, a beautiful day that seemed to signal the coming battle. At Xiaoyong's base, he and Old Li stood on a high vantage point, leaning on the railing and observing their surroundings. Old Li mused. This spot is well concealed, but the visibility is poor. It's far from the watchtower, and the blind spot at the base of the wall is too large. Xiaoyong wasn't worried. He reassured him, "Don't worry. Our defense here doesn't rely on visibility." Old Li was surprised. Then what does it rely on? Xiaoyong gave a faint smile and looked into the distance, his eyes relaxed. "I remember you mentioned you were a sniper a few years back, right?" Old Li scratched his head sheepishly. "Ah, you've misremembered. It wasn't for a few years, just a couple of months. I only know a little. I was just filling in, feeding them false intel." Xiaoyong, still confident in him after remembering Old Li's excellent marksmanship before, asked, "So, can you shoot accurately from a distance of 100 to 200 meters? Old Li laughed heartily, thumping his chest with confidence. "Haha, you're looking down on me. As long as there's no strong wind, I can hit anything I aim at within 500 meters. Xiaoyong nodded, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "That's more than enough," he said in a deep tone. Suddenly, Jiang Ji called out, "Brother Xiaoyong, I brought the stuff." He was struggling with a wooden crate, dripping with sweat. "Man, what is this? It's so heavy." Xiaoyong and Old Li turned around. Jiang Ji set the crate down, panting with his hands on his knees. Old Li stammered, What is this?" They opened the crate, revealing a top-of-the-line sniper rifle. Old Li cried out in astonishment. "A sniper rifle! You just asked about it, and here it is a second later." He broke out in a cold sweat. "Good heavens, Xiaoyong, this isn't something just anyone can get. Where did you find it?" Xiaoyong just smiled calmly. "There are only 2 clips, 20 rounds in total, so use them sparingly." Holding the rifle, Old Li mumbled as if in a dream, "No, I understand now." "Good heavens," Xiaoyong asked Jiang Zhe, "are the others in position yet?" Jiang Zhe replied grimly, "They are." "Good," Xiaoyong said, then added, "Tell everyone to stay alert. The enemy could appear at any time." In the watchtower, San adjusted her headset and spotted something. "Hello? Hello? I've detected something unusual." The message came through, crackling on the other end. Old Li propped the rifle on the railing, got into position, and relayed to San, "I see them too." A voice over the comms reported, "The enemy is armed. Get ready." Outside the base, the female boss's group remained in their vehicles. One of her henchmen, looking through binoculars, said in surprise, "That's strange. Where did all the refugees by the fence go?" "Don't tell me they were taken to be eaten," the driver suggested. "Maybe we should stop and watch for a bit?" The female boss said in a low tone. "No, charge straight in. We're close enough. If they spot us, launching another attack won't be so easy." Deng and San focused their observation, reporting when the enemy was in range to open fire. From the upper floor, Xiao Deng's team aimed their guns and fired down. Everyone had a gun, and they coordinated perfectly. Bang, bang, bang. The gang leader's group could only endure the rain of bullets as the convoy tried to escape, but the gunfire chased them relentlessly. One of the drivers took 2 shots to the chest, screaming in agony. The car lost control, swerving to block the vehicle behind it before veering off the road and crashing into a row of trees, its tires bursting. Xiao Deng's team had eliminated 1 target. In another car, the female gang leader was furious. Damn it! How could this be happening? What now? The convoy slowed down as the bullets came down even thicker. They swerved erratically, but it was useless. One of the thugs reported, "Charge straight ahead. There's cover under the fence." Finally, they limped to the base's gate and screeched to a halt. A massive foot stomped hard on the ground. A bloodthirsty man-eating brute holding a large chainsaw flicked the switch, BZZZZT, and roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He swung the chainsaw at the gate, cutting a deep gash. From the watchtower, San spotted him and screamed, "Oh my God, there's a psycho breaking down the gate." She rallied the others. "Fire! Fire! Don't stop!" Everyone aimed their guns down. The female gang leader and her group peeked out from their cars, taking cover underneath to return fire. The sound of gunfire was deafening, and the smell of gunpowder was thick in the air. She yelled, "Return fire! Suppressing fire! Cover Lao." High above, San and her team trembled as bullets whizzed right past them. For a high school student like her, facing off against a gang of thugs was a massive disadvantage. Zhang Zi's team was also taking a hit. Xiao Kai was shot in the shoulder. Zhang Zi said worriedly, "Xiao Kai, you and your friend fall back." He then reminded everyone, "They have submachine guns. Their firepower is just as strong as ours. Everyone, keep your aim and reload on time." From a corner above, Zixuan's father struggled against the hail of bullets. He rallied them. "Don't be afraid. Hold on. We have plenty of ammo." With his experience, the old man realized the enemy's intention. "They're cutting through the gate." The person next to him added, "If the gate is breached, we'll be on the defensive." Xiao Deng said over his headset, "Don't worry, I've got it all planned out." It turned out he hadn't shown up because he already had a plan in motion. When no one was looking, Xiao Deng opened a side door and sprinted toward the watchtower. His footsteps hurried but silent. After a fierce firefight, one of the gang leader's men reported they were down to half their ammo. She yelled at Lao Er, who was still struggling with the armored gate. "Aren't you done yet?" He snapped back irritably. Yeah, I'm almost done." With a massive boom, an explosion erupted in flames, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. The gate shuddered violently. San screamed, "The gate's been breached. Reinforcements to the gate. Don't let them in." The female gang leader was ecstatic, her face twisting into a maniacal grin. "Ha! Let you sheltered brats witness the terror of an evolved." She used an evolved zombie as a shield and signaled her subordinates to advance. "Get behind Lauer and charge." The base's gate was blown wide open. Lauer lunged forward, knocked the rest of the gate down, and sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Xiao Deng climbed up to the watchtower and spoke into his headset. "Lao Li, get ready for my signal." Lao Li was already in position, completely focused. "See the biggest guy there?" Xiao Deng replied. "Got him." The man-eater, Lao Er, roared. His mouth was full of teeth, his voice a guttural, irrational growl. Lao Han and the team behind him broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. Someone stammered, Is that even human?" Lao Er blocked the bullets for the gang leader's group hiding behind him. Lao Han fired relentlessly, but the bullets that embedded in his flesh did no significant damage, feeling like mere ant bites. Lao Er narrowed his eyes and let out a long, guttural hiss. Everyone realized in horror that his thick skin was impenetrable, and his wounds were even healing themselves. Lao Han shouted, "Is that guy healing himself?" The gang leader stood beside Lao Er's hip, looking smug. "Haha, can't believe your eyes, can you? Is this the first time you lot have ever seen an evolved?" High above, Lao Li peered through his scope. Lao Han reported over the headset, "That big guy has a healing ability." "Regular," Lao Li replied. "Let's see how he likes this." A bullet from a sniper rifle flashed with fire. With a world-shaking force, the upper half of Lao Er's body was blown to pieces. His head vanished. His colossal body collapsed, shaking the ground and kicking up dust and debris. The gang leader's group had lost its shield. One of her underlings stared wide-eyed. What just happened? How is this possible? The gang leader panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat and stammering. How do they have such a powerful weapon? How? While they were scrambling in confusion, Xiao Deng raised his gun from behind and opened fire on her group. A few of them panicked and tried to fight back. The gang leader, startled, shouted, "Enemy behind us! We're surrounded!" She glared at Xiao Deng, her eyes filled with hatred. You scoundrels. We miscalculated. We underestimated this group's strength. Cornered, she aimed her gun and sprinted away. She fired while shouting, "Retreat to the cars!" A few of the men behind her were hit, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing Xiao Dong's face, she was so furious that veins popped on her forehead. She gritted her teeth. I remember now. He's that kid from the car. Xiao Dong coldly continued to take aim and fire. Suddenly, she grabbed one of her subordinates by the shoulder, digging her fingers in and making him fall. She used him as a human shield. The unlucky man took the bullets meant for her and died, but she showed no emotion. She glared at Xiao Dong. Her cold-blooded action made him frown cautiously. Such fast reflexes. Don't tell me she's an evolved, too? She immediately threw the subordinate's corpse right at Xiao Dong. A petite but powerful woman, she tossed the body straight toward him, using only one hand. The corpse flew toward him like a deadly gust of wind. Jiang Xiaodong swiftly dodged to the side, and the body hit the ground with a heavy thud. The henchman lay motionless. He took a defensive stance and glanced at the body, but in those few seconds of distraction, the female gang leader had already turned and fled. Xiaodong yelled in frustration. Damn it, I let her get away. The enemy still has an ace up their sleeve. High above, Lao Li focused through his scope and said calmly into the radio. Trying to run? He swiveled the barrel of his Barrett and aimed near the gang leader's heart. She was running for her life, muttering, "Does this gun even work?" Lao Li pulled the trigger, and a single precise shot hit her leg, shredding her long, slender leg in two. She screamed in agony. "R!" Her face twisted in a mask of panic and despair. She was only a few steps from the car, but fate had sealed her doom. She collapsed. A few of her underlings in the car hurriedly opened the door, trying to pull her in. Lao Li aimed for her back, intending to finish her off, but he flinched and gritted his teeth, missing the shot. Her closest underling, a man with a long beard, rushed out and pulled her into the car with one hand. As he pulled, he yelled, "Boss!" Though in excruciating pain, she managed to sit up and order the driver. "Drive. Go." The car turned and sped off amidst a hail of bullets from Xiaoyong's team. The driver swerved wildly, dodging the bullets as the car struggled to escape the battlefield, a battlefield that Xiaoyong had meticulously set up. Everyone was worried. Damn it, we let her get away. Watching the car flee at breakneck speed, Xiaoyong remained calm over the headset. Lao Li was anxious. What if they regroup and come back for us? Xiaoyong chuckled lightly, reassuring him. It's fine. I know where they are. The system panel appeared. Mission: Nemesis of Evil complete. Requirement: resist the invasion. Reward: 50 points. Mission: expand the community. Requirement: increase the community rating score. Progress against the invaders' raid. Member trust has increased significantly. Community rating +2. Current rating: 5. Reward: 20 points. As the female boss's car reached the main road, an arrow appeared on Xiaoyong's system, pointing toward the enemy's base. The system panel continued to announce a new mission: Nemesis of Evil 2. Requirement: attack the enemy stronghold. Eliminate the cannibals. Reward: 50 points. With everything settled, San Laohan and Zhang Ji celebrated their victory. San jumped up, raising his arms and shouting, "We won!" Xiaoyong asked kindly, "Any casualties on our side?" Zhang Ji replied, "No deaths, but a few were injured." Xiaoyong gave an order: take the injured to the medical room for disinfection immediately. As for the enemy corpses, take the intact ones to the cold storage for Chen Chong. He glanced over with a nod, then went to call the victims from the abandoned building to a safe place. Everything was done. Xiaoyong looked at his system panel and thought to himself, I've got 76 points saved up this time. I should go on a spending spree tonight. The scene changes to the female boss's base. The car stopped at the entrance, guarded by many underlings. She was weak now, missing a leg. Timely first aid had saved her life. 2 of her men helped her inside. Seeing her battered body, one of them, holding a club, angrily asked, "What happened?" She gritted her teeth in fury. "Damn it, I underestimated them. I never expected them to have heavy weapons." Taking her anger out on the nearest person, she screamed at a man standing by the door, "What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and get me some human flesh." The man grimaced in displeasure, a dangerous glint in his smiling eyes. He and his cronies stood rooted to the spot, silent. Seeing their defiance, she pointed a finger and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless piece of trash. You're not even worth Lao Er's little finger." Lao Er was dead, and she was left with only one leg. The blond man, the leader of the group, revealed his true colors. He pointed at her leg contemptuously. "You rotten bitch. You're in this pathetic state, and you still dare to talk to me like that? She was speechless, her body weak. Realizing her predicament, she backed away and lowered her voice nervously. You're trying to rebel? She ordered. You two loyal ones, seize him for me. But both of them remained silent, hesitating. She turned and slowly understood. The blond man raised his club confidently. Now that you're injured and Lao Er is dead, I'm the strongest one here. The brothers have been sick of you for a long time. He arrogantly shouted. Isn't that right? Surrounded, she growled in fury. You bastards, get back. Are you all turning against me? Don't think I can't handle you just because of this. Many of her underlings swarmed her like ants, tired of her past cruelty. She stammered, no, don't. The blond man raised his club with a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha. He landed the first blow. Many strong young men armed with iron pipes beat her relentlessly, laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. They beat her hard, their faces showing the joy of releasing their long pent-up anger. She screamed in agony, clutching her head. Arr! Her screams grew faint. She bit down hard and lost consciousness. The blows kept raining down. After venting their rage, they finally stopped. The blond man wiped the blood from his fingers, grinning widely. A man behind him said grimly, Third Master, come out here. The blond man whipped around and snarled. What did you just call me? The other man fell to his knees in fear, bowing his head. My apologies, boss. Boss! I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. The blond man waved his hand. All right, whatever. Spit it out. The underling said worriedly. The boss lady is dead, second brother is gone, and a lot of our guys were killed. Our fighting strength has taken a huge hit. What if we run into that thing? The blond man, now the third master, scratched his cheek. He thought of the massive, evolved zombie with its many dangerous tentacles. He muttered, that tentacle thing. Then he waved his hand dismissively, confident. It's fine. We'll join up with the West Border gang. He walked inside, leaving the female boss's soaked corpse in the yard. A few hours later, Jiang Xiaoyong's car arrived at the female boss's base, following the system's directions. He got out, with Zhang Ji and Lao Li behind him. Zhang Ji was cautious. Brother Xiaoyong, you were right. This is a base. Xiaoyong gave a slight smile and gestured for them to follow. Stay quiet. Sneak in. Don't make a sound. Lao Li and Zhang Ji worked together, the three of them moving stealthily. There was no sign of movement. Zhang Ji wondered, could they have all run away? Were they afraid we'd hunt them down? When they arrived, the three of them were stunned by the sight of the female boss's corpse. Her limbs were broken and mangled, her face horrifically disfigured. Lao Li pointed at her. That's the woman I shot. Did they kill their own comrade? Xiaoyong looked down with contempt. Ha, this isn't surprising at all. Zhang Zi came closer. Brother Xiaoyong, that giant monster from before didn't look like Chen Chong. Xiaoyong stared into the distance, lost in thought. Old Li added, that's right. They called them something like evolvers. He asked, puzzled. What's an evolver? So, how do you become an evolver? With his system and a complicated past, Xiaoyong crossed his arms and said plainly, cannibalism. Shocked, the two of them broke into a cold sweat and asked in unison, cannibalism? Xiaoyong was calm. Correct. If you want to become an evolver like the zombies, the most direct way is to eat human flesh. Zhang Ji asked, horrified. Then, Brother Xiaoyong, have you? Old Li grew worried. To survive this apocalypse. Does that mean we have to eat people? Xiaoyong put his hands in his pockets to reassure them. Relax. Cannibalism is the most direct way. But it's not the only way. He held up a glowing red mass, and the two of them stared, their mouths hanging open. Zhang Ji exclaimed in shock. What is that? Xiaoyong explained simply. Evolvers and zombies are both types of mutants. To evolve, they need a special kind of energy. This energy is very scarce in the flesh of ordinary humans, but stronger beings can condense it into an energy core. Evolvers and other rare mutants have a much more abundant supply of this energy. As the disaster progresses, zombies also have a chance to form these special cores. Old Li stroked his chin. So, zombies have this energy too. We could just eat zombies. Zhang Zi's face turned green. Uncle Li, you go right ahead. I'm not eating that, Xiaoyong warned them. An ordinary person who eats zombie flesh will get infected. Only a mutant, like Chen Chong, can consume them to become stronger. The system panel displayed. Mission. Villain's Bane 2. Complete. Objective. Attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. Reward. 50 points. Current points. 126. Xiaoyong thought to himself. Oh, the system automatically calculated that. It seems those survivors are no longer a threat. Watch out, Zhang Zi yelled. Xiaoyong's eyes darted sideways, his face hardening. A pale zombie, covered in wounds and blood, was lunging at them. He swiftly dodged, plunging his dagger into its temple. The zombie fell back, its head smacking against the ground. Xiaoyong was surprised. He hadn't expected it to approach so silently. Old Li and Zhang Zi advanced cautiously, remaining in a defensive stance. Xiaoyong sliced open the zombie's chest, revealing a red glow. He pulled out a red chunk of flesh to inspect it. It really has one. Looks like it's time to start hunting. He offered the two purest-looking red pieces to Zhang Zhi and Old Li. They were both hesitant. Jiang Zhi backed away, shaking his hands. No way, I'm not doing it. Give them both to Uncle Li. Old Li, being the braver of the two, took them and tried to keep his composure. Staring at the chunks reeking of blood, he grimaced and muttered to himself, "To hell with it. I'll risk it." He shut his eyes, shoved both pieces into his mouth, and chewed and swallowed hastily. A grotesque, squelching sound filled the air. Old Li's eyes flew open as a red light flashed within them, his mouth not even finished swallowing. "Arr!" he roared. His muscles swelled noticeably. He clenched his fist, showing it to Xiaoyong, feeling a rush of power. Xiaoyong warned him, "It feels great, I know, but you've only just joined the ranks of the Evolvers. You're not nearly strong enough to run wild in this apocalypse, so don't get reckless." Old Li's expression turned serious. "I understand. Don't worry." With the mission complete, Xiaoyong took the lead to leave. "All right, the danger's past. Let's head back." The scene shifts to the Zifeng iron and steel plant, where a group of people pulls up in a white car. A guard spots them and shouts, "Stop! Who's there?" It was Third Master's group, coming to seek protection from a larger faction. He put on a friendly act. "Ah, it's me, Third Master from the coal plant," the guard repeated coldly. "Third Master from the coal plant." Then went to report to his leader. Third Master nodded repeatedly, growing excited. The leader of this place was a tall, bald man, standing beside a strong, alluring woman. Seeing Third Master, the man laughed loudly. "Third Master, what brings you here yourself?" The woman put her hands on her hips and demanded, "Where are Jingyu and second brother?" Third Master looked down, flustered. "We were attacked. In order to protect big sister and second brother, they didn't make it." The bald man's face fell. "Oh, is that so?" The two factions were quite close. He ordered, "Take Third Master and his men from the coal plant to the safe room." Third Master looked smug, but he avoided making eye contact. The bald man whispered something to the woman, and she murmured back, I was thinking the same thing." Third Master's group was led into a room. One of his underlings called out, "Third brother." He immediately snapped. "What did you just call me?" The underling scratched his head nervously. Third Master. I mean boss. I'm sorry, but I have a really bad feeling about this." Third Master ground his teeth. "Stop being so paranoid. What bad feeling?" The underling answered cautiously. "This safe room. It has an iron door and iron-barred windows. It's basically a jail cell." He hadn't even finished his sentence when a fierce-looking guard shoved the door open and burst in. The group inside panicked as he glared at them and commanded, "Out, now." A few minutes later, the guard led Third Master's group back to the bald man. They were now surrounded by his subordinates, with the bald man and the woman waiting for them. Third Master gave a strained laugh. "Chief, is something the matter?" The woman put her hands on her hips, tossed her hair back, and shouted, "What do you think happens to people who turn on their own leaders?" Third Master froze. He knew they were onto him but still pretended. "What are you talking about? Brother Da Peng, Sister Ling, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Sister Ling let out a loud laugh and narrowed her eyes. "A misunderstanding?" She waved her hand, signaling a large man to expose the lie. "I went to the coal plant and found Li Jingyu's body lying in the yard. As for Second Master, there's no sign of him, dead or alive." And the Third Master was left speechless. Gritting his teeth, the large man pointed a finger at him. "The most logical explanation is that you took advantage of an unfavorable situation in battle, started an internal conflict, and murdered Li Jingyu." Sweat poured down Third Master's face as he retorted, "No, you don't have any proof." The bald man laughed. "Huh, proof? Since when do we need proof in a world like this?" Sister Ling sneered. "Let's be honest. If we didn't value the skills of Li Jingyu and second brother, I would have gotten rid of you little rats a long time ago." Long. The bald man gritted his teeth, his voice menacing. "Kill every last one of them." One of the Third Master's men, terrified, clasped his hands and begged, "Spare us. I have information." The Third Master's men turned pale with fear, their mouths agape. Sister Ling was curious. "What kind of information?" The subordinate pointed towards the east side of the city, where there's a large gathering of people and plenty of supplies. Our big sister and second brother were defeated by them. To survive these chaotic times, supplies are nothing compared to the value of a human life. That Sister Ling shot a sharp glance at the subordinate, a look that could pierce right through him. The man seemed to be captivated by her, but at that very moment, she was struck by a new idea. She asked, "How does Jiang Xiaoyong's group's strength and size compare to ours?" The subordinate hesitated, unsure how to answer satisfactorily, and finally just replied that they were about equal in strength. Hearing this, Sister Ling glanced at her lover, Bao, and muttered, "They're a real threat." After hearing this, Bao fell into deep thought, his gaze distant. He quietly considered the situation, and then suddenly identified a weakness in Jiang Xiaoyong's group. The subordinate, trying to redeem himself, quickly added, "But they still don't know how to become evolved. In all their settlements, I haven't seen a single evolved person." Li Cheng, who was observing the conversation, looked at the subordinate named Dan standing before them, and couldn't help but wonder about this information. How to become evolved? Huh? He frowned, deeply contemplating the situation. After some thought, he continued to probe. "If there aren't any evolved people, how did you guys lose?" A smaller subordinate hurried forward and hastily explained, "It's because they have heavy weapons. Normal guns couldn't kill our second master, but they took him down with just one shot." Perhaps because they had never witnessed the appearance of Chen Chong, this group had unintentionally underestimated Jiang Xiaoyong's true strength. Hearing this, Sister Ling praised him enthusiastically. "You've got a smooth tongue. This information is very useful." The subordinate was both relieved and terrified. He timidly pointed at himself and stammered, "So, what about us?" But Sister Ling's expression suddenly changed. She smirked and ordered the two men behind her, "Kill them." The third master's group, who had just been hoping to be spared, turned pale upon hearing the order. They broke out in a cold sweat, their faces drained of all color. The smooth-talking man cried out in horror, "Wait, I already gave you the information. You can't do this. Spare me. Please spare me." But in these chaotic times, there is no right or wrong, and no one to come to the rescue. Each one was executed without mercy. One of the bodies was covered in scratches and tears, with fresh blood splattered everywhere. Standing before the corpse, Brother Dapeng casually put his hands in his pockets and said, "What now? This threat must be eliminated soon." Dapeng's group began to worry about Jiang Xiaoyong's true strength. Sister Ling, standing beside him with her hands on her hips, spoke up, "The enemy has heavy weapons. It's too risky to go now. Let's focus on raising our own evolution levels first. That would be much safer." The three grunts were beaten down by Dapeng's and Ling's group, left sprawled on the ground with blood pooling around them. Their miserable corpses were left unattended. Looking at the three bodies, Brother Dapeng gave a cold order. "Send someone to scout ahead. Make sure they really don't know how to become evolved." The scene changes to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He was leaning back on a comfortable sofa, pondering over the system panel. 126 accumulation points. What can I buy with this? The system screen clearly showed a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply crate for 5 accumulation points, a level 2 black tech supply crate for 50 accumulation points, and a manual refresh for 8 accumulation points. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "A level 2 black tech supply crate again. What luck." He tapped his index finger on the system screen. Immediately, 2 notifications popped up. Successfully exchanged for a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply crate. -5 accumulation points. Successfully exchanged for a level 2 black tech supply crate. -50 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 71. Activating the reward, Jiang Xiaoyong received 500 kilograms of Tuber X powder from Best Brand and 200 kilograms of a mixed vegetable oil and butter blend. The enhancement medicine reacted instantly. A dazzling, brilliant golden light flashed. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed heartily, lost in his joy. "Ha ha ha." But just then, a knock came from the door. Knock knock. Startled, he turned and shouted, "Come in." The young girl, San, rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Brother Xiaoyong, we caught a suspicious person. An intruder." Stunned, Jiang Xiaoyong shot to his feet and asked anxiously, "What happened?" San replied immediately, "We found someone sneaking around." Without delay, Jiang Xiaoyong ordered, "Let me go see." Over at Zhangqi and Old Li's location, the two of them were firmly holding a man. They were serious and cautious, while the intruder, tied up securely, kept trying to explain, "I'm not an enemy. Bring your leader here." Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong appeared. He walked over slowly and said in a low voice, "You were looking for me?" San stood behind him, glaring at the captive with hostility. The man brightened up when he saw Jiang Xiaoyong and immediately asked, "You're the leader?" Jiang Xiaoyong remained cautious and replied, "That's right. If you have something to say, tell me." The man didn't get straight to the point and asked instead, "May I ask how I should address you?" Xiaoyong. Jiang. Hearing the name, the guy burst out laughing. "Haha, brother Yong." Then, his tone softened as he introduced himself. "I'm A Qing, from the Jifeng Iron and Steel Plant." Hearing this, Old Li and Zhang Qi relaxed a little. Zixuan's father, who was also there, stepped forward and asked curiously, "You're from Xifeng?" The guy nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Jiang Xiaoyong tilted his head and asked Old Song, "Uncle Song, do you know this person?" Old Song explained, "Xifeng is in the southwestern suburbs. It's the largest iron and steel plant in the area, similar to the coal plant in the southern suburbs. It seems it's also become a gathering place." Xiaoyong continued to ask, "How far is it from here?" Old Song replied, "About 3 kilometers farther than the southern coal plant." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong approached A Xing, his eyes sharp and cold. "It's that far. So what are you doing all the way out here?" The guy got nervous, breaking out in a sweat. He took a step back and stammered, "In these chaotic times, lucky survivors like us have to stick together and help each other out. Don't you agree, Brother Yong?" Xiaoyong remained cold. "Yeah, keep talking," A Xing cautiously explained. "Our leader sent us to search for survivors and other gathering places, to bring them back if we can." But his words weren't convincing. Fatty Xiao Kai suddenly interrupted. He held out a piece of paper in front of Xiaoyong and said bluntly, "Brother Xiaoyong, don't believe him. He's been sneaking around here, circling a few times, and he even drew a map." Jiang Xiaoyong took the piece of paper and examined it carefully, his eyes fixed on A Xing. He stood behind them, nervously watching Xiaoyong. Suddenly, Xiaoyong activated his Three Spirits Eye ability, and one of his eyes blazed with a blue flame. Looking straight at the guy, Xiaoyong saw an expression appear above his head that was anything but friendly, a forced smile trying to feign innocence. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyong raised his gun and pointed it directly at A Xing's temple. A decisive, wordless action. The guy panicked, throwing his hands up in alarm. "Brother Yong, it's true. We did it to have an escape route. We have to be cautious." Xiaoyong leaned close to Zhang Qi's ear and whispered, "Does he know about Chen Chong's existence?" Zhang Qi covered her mouth and replied softly, "I don't think so. Chen Chong has never appeared in front of him." Hearing that, Xiaoyong suddenly changed his mind. He lowered his gun and ordered, "Let him go." Old Song was stunned. "Huh? Just let him go like that?" A Xing was overjoyed, stammering, "Oh really?" Xiaoyong held up the man's map, gesturing towards him. "Give this map back to him and let him go." Xiaoyong's gaze was firm, without a hint of hesitation. A Xing dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly, and thanking him profusely. Thank you, big brother Xiaoyong." Then he turned and ran off like the wind, not daring to look back. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoyong gave a mysterious smile and muttered to himself, "The Jifeng Iron and Steel Plant, huh? I wonder how many system points you all are worth." It seems Xiaoyong already had a new cleanup plan in mind. 5 months later, at the Zifeng Iron and Steel Plant, 2 men were pushing a cart of scrap metal. One of them said, "I heard someone's gone missing again recently." The other one shivered, recalling the man-eating tentacle monster, and said fearfully, "That monster's getting active again, isn't it?" Suddenly, a strange noise came from the scrap pile, and they both turned their attention to it. What was that? One of them curiously pushed the cart closer to take a look. The other one shouted in fear, "Don't go over there, go get the guards to check it out." But before he could react, a dagger flew through the air, small but sharp, aimed straight for one of the men's necks. The wound was deep, and fresh blood spurted out. The man fell instantly, sent to hell before he even knew what happened. In another corner, Li Cheng was casually taking a drag from his cigarette, leaning against a wall, enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. "Help! Somebody help me!" Li Cheng glanced over curiously, and immediately one of his underlings ran over frantically, yelling, "A monster! The monster killed Chen!" Li Cheng frowned. "A monster? You mean the tentacle one?" The underling, panting heavily, nodded firmly. "It's definitely the tentacle one." Li Cheng asked urgently. "Where?" The man replied, "Over by the garbage pit." Li Cheng, annoyed, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Umph," attacking without any warning. He immediately turned and ordered his men, "All of you, hide. Those of you who are evolved and have escape abilities, follow me." Li Cheng led the way with 3 of his trusted men, all of whom were evolved, carefully carrying their weapons as they headed toward the garbage pit. The group moved cautiously, taking careful steps. Li Cheng was in front, one hand braced on a pile of garbage, the other tightly gripping his knife as he scanned the area ahead. He signaled to his companions about the tentacle monster. "If we run into it, don't try to fight, run immediately." The two men behind him readied their weapons, prepared for combat. In front of them was a giant pile of trash, and next to it was the cart belonging to the victim who had just been killed. Li Cheng observed intently, his sharp eyes scanning every detail. After a while of not finding anything unusual, he frowned in annoyance. "It's not here." "Yeah." The disappointment was clear. Li Cheng felt let down, and only after a moment did he dare to approach the unfortunate victim. Li Cheng and his men noticed human footprints on the ground. One of the underlings spoke up. "Did the tentacle monster leave?" Another one asked wonderingly. "Maybe it caught its prey and took off?" Li Cheng crouched down like a seasoned detective. He observed and deduced carefully. He reached out to touch the ground near the footprint and said in a low voice, "Ever since Bixia Mountain and the southern suburban coal plant were wiped out, the frequency of our people going missing has been increasing." Li Cheng's face darkened, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. He looked up, noticing something, and mumbled, "No, it wasn't the tentacle thing." The scene shifts to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon, with blue skies dotted with clouds. The protagonist's base is peaceful and safe. Standing on a high corridor far above the ground, Jiang Xiaoyong gazes out at the million-dollar view. Deep in thought, he realized he had survived longer than in his previous life. At this rate, rebuilding civilization might not be impossible. The system panel displayed a notification. Utopia version A, Community Expansion Mission. Requirement: assist in raising the community evaluation score. Current score, 38. After reading, Xiaoyong placed a hand on the railing, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Several months had passed, but the system mission for the Shifeng steel factory still hadn't been issued. As he was lost in thought, San suddenly called out from below, "Jiang Xiaoyong." The young girl cheerfully waved as she got out of the car, enthusiastically announcing, "We're back." Xiaoyong looked down from above and smiled in satisfaction. With a swipe of his hand, he landed on the ground as effortlessly as breathing, appearing before San and Zhang Qi. The protagonist's agility and strength had improved tremendously over time. He immediately asked, "Did anyone spot the hunting operation?" Zhang Qi replied confidently, "Don't worry, Xiaoyong. With our current abilities, if someone were tailing us in the surrounding areas, it'd be impossible for us not to notice." Turning his attention to the children, Xiaoyong bent down and asked, "How did the little guys, Zhang Sheng and Xiao Shuai, do? Are they still adapting well?" Xiao Shuai nodded, gave a loud, "Yes, sir," and gestured proudly. "Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyong, I did great today." Xiao Ning, standing nearby, looked at the mischievous little boy, happily patting his head as she added, "That's right, Xiao Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong felt reassured and relieved. He ordered, "Great job, take the variant cores to the warehouse." Just then, a new notification appeared on the system panel. It was the villain's Nemesis mission. Requirement: eliminate threats and strengthen support for potential allies. Reward: 80 accumulation points. After reading, Xiaoyong wondered to himself, potential allies. Does that mean the people at the Zhifeng steel factory? A while later, in a private room at the base, Xiaoyong led a meeting, listening intently to old Li. The old man was stunned by his decision, clenching his fists. "What, you're going to infiltrate the steel factory alone? That's too dangerous." Zhang Qi and Old Song were also present. Hearing the plan, a worried Old Song agreed with old Li. "That's right, they're constantly sending people to scout. Who knows what they're planning?" "Xiaoyong, if something happens to you, the rest of us won't be able to coordinate." Xiaoyong understood everyone's concerns, but he had already thought it through. He gazed into the distance and calmly replied, "Don't worry. With my current abilities, not even Chen Chong could injure me, let alone them. Besides, I'm going this time to determine if they are friend or foe." He turned to Old Han, resolutely entrusting him, Old Li, and the others with protecting the fortress and Lin Town. Everyone respected Xiaoyong's decision and nodded seriously. Old Han replied, "Yeah, you don't have to worry about things here, but you have to be careful. This settlement of ours can't afford to lose you." The scene shifts to the Zhifeng steel factory. Outside, a column of black smoke billowed into the sky. A henchman shouted, "Let me in, I have urgent news to report." Inside, two men stood before the main door to a room. One guy in a black suit blocked the way with his arm. "I already told you, without an order from the two leaders, no one gets in." The man insisting on seeing the leader suddenly flew into a rage. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyebrows were knitted tightly, making him look ferocious. It was Li Cheng. He suddenly grabbed the man in the black suit by the collar and squeezed hard. The other man grunted in pain, gritting his teeth as he struggled to breathe. Seeing this, his comrade shouted, "Li Cheng, are you insane?" Hearing the shout, Li Cheng was startled, as if waking from a trance. His eyes widened and he quickly let go, stammering an apology. I'm sorry." The man in the black suit gasped for air, slowly composing himself. Li Cheng mused, mumbling to himself, "What's happening? Why am I losing control of my emotions like this? It's been happening more and more often these past few months." The other two men were alarmed by Li Cheng's actions. One of them snapped angrily, "Damn it, what the hell is your problem? Don't think we won't dare to touch you just because the leaders think highly of you." From inside the room, Sister Ling's voice rang out. "Is that Li Cheng?" "Let him in." The guard replied, "Yes, ma'am." Despite the unwilling expression on his face, he had no choice but to open the door. A voice from inside urged, "Come in." Li Cheng stepped inside, surprised and disoriented as the light from the room shone directly in his face. Before him was Sister Ling, standing next to a desk, her shirt knotted tightly to reveal a toned waist. She wore a suggestive smile. Her gaze was flirtatious, like a seductive teacher. She spoke. "What's wrong?" Li Cheng quickly explained about the zombie monster that was running rampant. He told her about the tentacle creature and its hunting grounds. He then proposed, "I have a different theory." Sister Ling's voice grew serious. "Oh? And what theory is that?" Li Cheng replied, "I investigated the scene thoroughly and found a woman's footprints. This time, the victim was a man." Hearing this clue, Sister Ling frowned, her lips curling in annoyance, her expression clearly displeased. She looked away and probed, "So, you're saying the killer is someone else?" Only the two of them were left in the room. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Sister Ling's eyes. Model, with a bright gold aura, her voice was full of danger. "All right, I get it. This information is useful, but don't spread it around." Li Cheng wondered why. She explained, "One tentacled creature already sent people into a panic. I don't want a future where no one dares to go outside." Li Cheng understood her point but still felt uneasy with her tyrannical attitude. He struggled to reply, But Sister Ling cut him off. "No buts. I guarantee the situation won't get any worse than it already is." Li Cheng could only fall silent and bow his head, his heart filled with conflict. Suddenly, Sister Ling excitedly approached Li Cheng, whispering with her small lips close to his ear, "What's wrong? Still want to do something else?" Li Cheng's face turned red, and sweat beaded on his brow. He was too flustered to answer. Even though she had given him the green light, he rushed to the door, raising his hand to wave. "Ah, sorry, Sister Ling." He slammed the door shut, a move as decisive as it was foolish, leaving Sister Ling behind with a knowing smile. Outside the room, Li Cheng's face was beet red, a mix of embarrassment and self-reproach. "Damn. With a memory like mine, I forgot to ask about that thing again." In the adjacent room, a man's voice boomed with laughter. "A woman's footprints? Ha ha, you were too careless." Sister Ling snapped back. "You're more careful than I am, so you can do it from now on." The person in the room was the bald-headed Brother Eagle, and he was wearing an apron. He casually chopped up human flesh, as calm as if he had lost all his humanity. One hand chopped with a sickening thud, while the other tossed the pieces into a basket, giving out orders as he worked. "Fine, I'll do the killing. You do the processing." It turned out the recent disappearances were the work of the two leaders, conspiring to kill their own subordinates for their flesh to help them evolve. The head of the previous victim lay in the trash basket, the air thick with the stench of blood. Elsewhere, a zombie collapsed. It fell at Jiang Xiaoyong's feet, its twisted face slamming into the ground. He had arrived at the Shifeng steel mill, a sharp iron rod in his hand. At his feet lay a pile of zombie corpses, black blood pooling around them. Xiaoyong's expression was calm as he murmured, "I'm almost there. Still have to be a little discreet." Xiaoyong used his summoning ability, calling forth a small pair of scissors from the system. Snip, snip, he cut his own hair, the scissors moving with the skill of a professional barber. Then he rubbed his hands on the ground and smeared black mud on his face. He drew a few lines on his forehead and cheeks as camouflage to avoid trouble. He put on a pair of glasses, changing his appearance to that of a dirty, struggling man. Even so, his badass aura and handsome features couldn't be completely hidden. His disguise complete, Xiaoyong walked towards the factory gate. A man rushed out from inside, pointing and shouting, "Stop!" Seeing a stranger, the gatekeeper was aggressive. "Who are you?" Xiaoyong switched into actor mode, smiling brightly to ease the tension. "I saw signs of living people around here. I knew I'd find someone. This is great." He feigned joy, which made the gatekeeper's face fall as he replied disappointedly. Oh, so you're just a wandering survivor. He pointed at Xiaoyong and asked, Hey kid, how did you survive until now? Xiaoyong put on a gentle expression, bowing his head as he made up a story. My group originally had over 10 people, but we were attacked by a zombie horde. Everyone died, and I was the only one who escaped. A look of pain crossed his face. The gatekeeper continued. So, you don't have any special abilities? Xiaoyong feigned surprise. Abilities? What abilities? Then he awkwardly raised his hands. Well, I do have a little something. After being attacked by zombies so many times, I've gained some experience in dealing with them. I'll try to be useful. The gatekeeper sneered, underestimating him. He moved closer, his voice dangerous. Who asked you about that? He thought he had secured new prey and said excitedly, You don't understand what I mean, but that's fine. Follow me. If you want to join, you have to pass a test. Xiaoyong followed, his hand secretly touching the gun hidden at his hip. The gatekeeper thought he was a total rookie, giddy that his trap was about to be sprung. In his mind, Xiaoyong thought, so the Zhifeng steel mill really is no paradise. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, What's going on? Both of them jumped and turned around. The gatekeeper flinched in fear, while Xiaoyong was curious. The newcomer was Li Cheng, his face tense as he walked over and asked, Who is this stranger? The gatekeeper, caught off guard, stammered his report. Mr. Li, he's a wandering survivor. I was just taking him to a secluded spot for a search. Xiaoyong smirked to himself. Ha, a search, you say? Li Cheng frowned, annoyed. Why do you need a secluded spot for a search? Can't you just do it right here? The disagreement between two members of the same base confirmed Xiaoyong's suspicion. This guy was definitely planning to lead me to a quiet place to kill me. Li Cheng confronted Xiaoyong directly. You. Come over here. Hand over all your weapons, and then you can enter. Xiaoyong calmly maintained his innocent act as he handed over his weapon. How do I know you won't lure me inside and kill me? Li Cheng was different from the others. He handled things humanely and transparently. In times like these, it's normal not to trust anyone. If you don't hand over your weapon, I won't force you. In that case, just leave. Li Cheng's firm attitude forced Xiaoyong to hand over his dagger. He put on a reluctant expression, like a refugee who had just lost his last weapon. Fine. Li Cheng checked him thoroughly. He made sure Xiaoyong had no other weapons. After a moment, he held up the dagger, curious. Getting by in times like these with just a single dagger. Kid, are you an evolver? Xiaoyong played dumb. An evolver? Yeah, I really do feel like I've gotten a lot stronger. His simple act made Li Cheng lower his guard. He waved his hand. Follow me. We have a rule here. If you're an evolver, you have to report to the leader first. A few minutes later, Li Cheng led Xiaoyong to a dark room and told him to go inside while he stood guard at the door. You wait in here, the living room for a bit. Xiaoyong gave a faint smile, glancing at the chair in the corner, above which was a sealed window. He thought to himself, a living room? The door's even locked tight. It's clearly a prison. He knew exactly what they were up to, but he wasn't worried. Brother Eagle walked in, acting polite. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I ask your name? But his fake polite eyes clearly revealed a craving for human flesh. Xiaoyong pretended to stammer, Jiang. No, Jiang Ye. This act made Brother Eagle think he was weak prey. He continued asking, My men said you're an evolved one, right? Xiaoyong lowered his head, acting weak, and said, I guess, you could say that. Before he could say more, an iron axe whizzed past his face. He looked up, eyes wide, but calmly tilted his head and dodged it easily. The axe sank into the wall with a thud. If he were a normal person, he'd be dead. Xiaoyong glanced warily at Brother Eagle, thinking, a fight already? No, he must be testing me. He pointed at the axe and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? That's dangerous. Brother Eagle's attitude changed in an instant. He beamed, Haha, looks like I wasn't mistaken. You really are a strong evolved one. I underestimated you. Xiaoyong was annoyed but kept up his act. Pointing at himself, he confronted him. So, if I weren't an evolved one, would you have just killed me? Brother Eagle spread his hands nonchalantly, his voice devoid of humanity. If that were the case, your death would be no great loss. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice dropped low. Since we're both evolved ones, you must know how one becomes evolved, right? Xiaoyong answered curtly. Yeah, I know. The man warned in a threatening tone. This secret is known by only a few people. I don't want it spreading. If I find out anyone else knows, I'll take care of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Eagle lunged forward like the wind, savagely trying to grab Xiaoyong by the throat. But Xiaoyong reacted quickly, leaning back to dodge it. Even so, Xiaoyong didn't counterattack. Just as he was about to grab him, Brother Eagle was surprised by his calmness. Xiaoyong quickly summoned a dagger from the system and drew it smoothly. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Brother Eagle, thinking, "Good thing he's only using his bare hands to intimidate me. If he'd used a knife, I would have struck back." Even under the threat of being choked, Xiaoyong pretended to be scared, but inwardly, he was calculating if killing him now would complete the 80-point mission. Seeing the dagger, Brother Eagle narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the small weapon. Xiaoyong pretended to panic and pulled his hand back. "Oh!" Brother Eagle no longer looked down on him. He placed a hand on Xiaoyong's shoulder in a patronizing way. "You've got some skill, but my true strength is beyond your imagination. Don't challenge me, you hear?" Xiaoyong bowed his head. "I hear you." Brother Eagle's voice softened. "You brought a weapon in here, but I'll let it slide." He ordered his underlings, "Take this Mr. Jiang Ye to wash up and change his clothes, then bring him to the meeting room to see me." Xiaoyong followed quietly. As the door closed, he was slowly gaining the leader's trust. His plan was proceeding smoothly. The underlings said in unison, "Yes, Brother Eagle, the person you sent for is here. Let me introduce you. This is our newest member, Jiang Ye. I'm Huang Ling, one of the leaders here, just like him. And those two are officers of the settlement, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. Huang Bin, can you arrange for the new guy to work under you?" "Sure, no problem. Kid, you're lucky you found the strongest settlement in this area. You don't have to worry about survival anymore, but if you want to live well here, you have to prove you're useful." He acted obediently. "I'll do as I'm told. It's our turn to patrol today. Newbie, you're coming with me. A Qiang, a Xing, get ready for patrol." As they went outside, the gatekeeper spoke up. "Hey boss, is this kid assigned to work under you? What can I do? He doesn't know anything, so he can only be in our group." A Xing kept glancing at him, muttering, "Why does this guy look so familiar?" "Kid, Brother Eagle didn't explain the situation at the settlement clearly, did he?" "No, he just warned me to keep the secret about becoming an evolved one." "That's right. You know the secret about the cannibalism in this settlement. Besides Brother Eagle and my sister, only the four of us know about this. A Xing is Brother Eagle's cousin. A Qiang is my and Huang Ling's nephew. We're all family. So if this secret gets out, it can only be from your mouth. Do you understand your situation now?" "Yeah, I won't say a word." He also recognized a Xing. Wasn't he the one captured by the guild leader before? Then he asked, "What about the other officer?" "That's Li Cheng. Haha, he's an outsider, but his aptitude is excellent, and his abilities are outstanding. Most importantly, don't let him find out the secret, got it? Otherwise, neither of us will live to see tomorrow." He thought to himself, "It seems Li Cheng is truly talented. They must be using resources to hold him back. Otherwise, I suspect he would have surpassed the other two leaders long ago. All right, we're here. We're here? This settlement has 7 members. We've been watching them for 3 or 4 days. We're sure there are no evolved ones among them. What do we do now? Hunt them? Hunt? Haha. It's not as barbaric as you think. We just need to raise them. Kid, you're an evolved one too. You need to change your way of thinking quickly. Don't be rigid like Li Cheng. We're the evolved. To be blunt, we're no longer the same species as ordinary humans. We are a superior species in the food chain. So, you plan to take them to a camp and keep them like livestock, making it easier to eat them later? We don't need to take all of them back. 5 or 6 will be enough. As for the rest, we'll deal with them right here." "Deal with them right here? How?" "Haha. Just watch and learn." Elsewhere, everyone was exhausted but still working hard to build a fortified wall for their outpost, and it was finally nearing completion. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. A horde of zombies was charging toward them. They were frantically advancing on the group. Damn it, how could a zombie horde attack without any warning? Get ready to fight, now. The number of zombies kept growing as they closed in. People drew their firearms. Don't get any closer. This is bad. There are too many of them. The zombies began to slaughter the people in a frenzy. It was only then that he realized, luring the zombies to attack. This was the clever method they were talking about. Then suddenly, he felt something stealthily watching him from a nearby building. What is that? Looking closer, he saw the glint of light reflecting off mirrors. Am I hallucinating? Seeing him standing there in a daze, one of the men yelled, "Hey, Jiang Ye, what are you just standing there for? Get over here and help me out." "Yeah, I'm on my way." Inside the building, a mutated monster was lurking. Outside, the people were whispering, "There are still some supplies left in the warehouse. Jiang Ye, you stay here and gather all the supplies by the gate. I'll arrange for people to cover you during transport later." Huang Bin then whispered to him. And stack up the bodies of the dead. We'll move them all at once. All right, the rest of you, with me. The group left, leaving him alone with the pile of corpses, which suited him just fine. He drew his dagger. Meanwhile, the group of rescued survivors was overjoyed. Thank you so much. We're only alive because of you. Sir, is there water where we're going? Can we take a shower? Huang Bin immediately pulled the girl into his arms. Not only is there water, there's hot water and body wash. You can get all nice and clean. Really? That's wonderful. But suddenly, Ah Xing felt a sense of unease, his expression turning anxious. What's wrong, Ah Xing? He broke out in a sweat. I can feel something. Huang Bin yelled. Everyone, on high alert. Chiang was still joking around with the girl. Stay behind me. I'll protect you. Where is this thing you're talking about? I don't know. I can't feel it anymore. Damn it. Ah Xing, are you just imagining things because you're so tense? He turned back. I'm not mistaken. A moment ago I definitely felt. Before he could finish, a tentacle shot out from behind and pierced through his neck. Huang Bin panicked. That tentacle guy. He's back. It's too fast. Then another scream came from behind him. Huang Bin spun around. The monster was already right in front of him, their eyes meeting. Meanwhile, he found 2 ability cores among the dead zombies. What a lucky find. Just then, he heard cries for help from a distance. He was wrapped tightly by the tentacle monster's appendages and lifted into the air. I'm done for. The monster tightened its tentacles, and the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. The sight sent everyone into a panic. Even Ah Qiang was trembling. After it was done killing, the monster turned towards Ah Qiang. No, it can't be me. He grabbed the girl he had been flirting with and threw her toward the monster to buy himself some time. The monster lifted the girl with its tentacle and began to squeeze. But just in time, she was released as the severed tentacle fell to the ground. The one who cut it. Was that Jiang Ye? He explained, this thing isn't the tentacle man you've all been talking about. No, it's not. This is a son of the tentacle man. A son? That's right. It's what we call them. The tentacle man is always muttering the word son. It has the ability to transform regular zombies into monsters that share its own traits. We call these transformed monsters the sons of the tentacle man. They're incredibly powerful. Even Big Bro Eagle and my sister would struggle to face one alone. Jiang Ye is definitely no match for it. We have to run. He made an excuse to get away first. Jiang Ye, you hold it off. I'll go get help. Seeing this, the others also scrambled to escape. What? You're trying to sell me out to buy yourselves time to run away? The monster began to swing its tentacles, trying to wrap around him. He just looked at it calmly. A son of the tentacle man. An interesting concept. He gathered his strength and yanked hard on the tentacle wrapped around his arm. The monster was stunned as he pulled it off balance. Now you've got my interest. Driven by instinctual fear, the creature tried to retreat. There's an ability I haven't tried yet. Today, I'll use this thing as my guinea pig. He stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. Activating overload instinct, his body erupted with power. This time, it couldn't escape. He slammed it to the ground, pinning its head with his foot. Then, he tore off its tentacles one by one, and its body quickly disintegrated into fragments. He approached the girl to check on her. Are you all right? But the girl screamed in terror, looking at him as if he were the monster. He wiped a smudge from his face. Don't be scared. I'm human, not a monster. Meanwhile, the terrified survivors fled back to their base. We're here. We finally made it. Where are Xiao Bin and Ah Xing? Xiao Bin and Ah Xing were killed by a son of the tentacle man. Jiang Ye is probably a goner too. The 3 of them were no match for that thing. Hearing this, Big Bro Eagle's face darkened. He glared at the survivors before him. This is all your fault. In a fit of rage, he swung his axe and killed one of them to vent his fury. Eagle, calm down. Suddenly, a bundle of tentacles was thrown down in front of everyone. He and the girl stepped forward. Li Cheng was overjoyed. Jiang Ye, you're alive. Huang Ling stared at the pile of tentacles, stammering. That was the son of the tentacle man, Jiang Ye said. I killed it. I have avenged your loved ones. The 2 leaders fell silent. Could this kid's power really be that strong? He continued. All right, you 2 leaders, hurry up and get some vehicles and men to follow me and collect the spoils. After settling everything, they all sat down to talk. Was the tentacle's son really stronger than Li Cheng? He nearly killed you and A Hung in an instant. Could Li Cheng do that? I doubt even the 2 of you leaders could pull that off. Da Peng recalled. Earlier, when I threatened him, he reacted fast enough to raise his weapon, but he couldn't even get into a fighting stance. But how can he be that strong? The tentacle's son only succeeded because it was a sneak attack. He's probably not as scary as we think. That makes sense, but we still can't keep him. What if he joins forces with Li Cheng? Just as they were speaking, a noise echoed from afar. Huang Ling signaled for silence. Li Cheng opened the door and entered. Leaders, what's wrong? Brother Li, Brother Depeng, Sister Ling, please try to bear your grief. In this apocalypse, such scenes are all too common. Let's get to the point. I'm afraid Jiang Ye's abilities are on par with mine. I think Da Peng should make him an officer and not let his background be an issue. Before Da Peng could finish, Huang Ling held up a hand to stop him. With Jiang Ye's abilities, he's more than qualified to be an officer, but he needs to accomplish more to truly earn everyone's trust. Isn't killing the tentacle's son enough? Huang Ling said suggestively. If he were to kill the tentacle monster itself to prove himself, wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? You're asking him to do something neither of you leaders could accomplish. How is that fair? Relax. We're not sending him to his death. We will gather all the forces of the shelter to completely eliminate the threat of the tentacle monster. Later, they told him about the plan. Oh? An operation centered around me? I just got here and I'm already getting all the credit. Is that really okay? Why wouldn't it be? The power you've displayed is on par with mine and Da Peng's. If this operation succeeds, the third leadership position in the shelter will be yours. Li Cheng, Jiang Ye, is about to leapfrog you. You don't have a problem with that, do you? I have no objections. Then it's decided. We'll make our move in 2 days. Hearing this, he laughed to himself. Ha ha, what a generous offer. I'm almost touched. If it weren't for my mind's eye, I might have actually been tricked by you all. Meanwhile, his walkie-talkie was buzzing non-stop. Brother Xiaoyong? This is the walkie-talkie. Brother Xiaoyong left behind. Li Huang picked up the radio. Hello? Xiaoyong. What's your status? From the other end, he replied. I read you. Tomorrow morning, gather our strongest fighters at the suburban park in the south. It's time to finally eliminate the threat in the southern district. After being briefed, Li Huang passed on the orders. Uncle Sheng, you're too old for this. Stay out of such a dangerous mission. Besides, we need you to hold down the fort back here. All right, then you guys be careful. This mission isn't like the others. Yeah, I get it. Zhang Qi, Xiao Kai, San San, Zixuan, Liu Chao, Chen Jie, and Chen Chong. The 7 of you are with me, Shuai Shuai cried out. I want to go too. War is an adult's business. What's a little brat like you getting involved for? I'm not a kid anymore, I'm a man. Don't worry, Shuai Shuai's mother. With his current abilities, forget zombies, he's not even weak compared to our core members. Li Huang vouched for him. Yeah, it's good for him to experience these things early. I'll watch over him. Back with our protagonist. The teams boarded their vehicles and set off. Da Peng stepped out. This is the spot. Our hero asked. How do we lure it out? Don't be hasty. We have a plan. He scanned his surroundings, quickly sensing something amiss in the distance. A flash of light glinted from a rooftop. Li Huang was watching the others prepare their equipment through binoculars. Uncle Li, got a clear view? Do we need to move in closer? Xiaoyong instructed. Before we strike, don't get too close to the park. Get the ropes ready. We'll infiltrate from the side later. Down below, Huang Ling looked at a young boy. Kid, get over here. Leader, what are your instructions? A wicked smile spread across her face. Go into the park, the boy protested. But, didn't you say I was just here to carry the spoils? Li Cheng turned to Huang Ling. Sister Ling, what is this? The tentacle is always mumbling about its son, so let's give it one. Relax. When it shows up, we'll grab it. The kid won't be in any danger. Terrified, the boy waved his hands frantically. Leader, I won't go. I don't want to be bait. But Da Peng strode over and grabbed the boy by the collar. Cut the crap. You stall any longer, and I'll kill you myself. Before the boy could even react, Da Peng hurled him inside. From his vantage point, Li Huang watched through his binoculars. We've got movement. Everyone, prepare for action. The ropes were quickly thrown down, and the team rappelled to the ground. The boy, thrown in as bait, screamed for help from afar. Help! Somebody, help me. At that exact moment, a voice called out from within the park. Son, the tentacle monster leaped from above, landing right behind the boy. I don't want to die. The monster's gaze was utterly terrifying. Li Cheng grew anxious. The tentacle took the bait. We have to save him, now. But he was immediately held back. We agreed not to steal Jiang Ye's thunder. Our hero simply smiled at their scheme. Aha, I get it now. He dashed inside, reaching out to save the boy before the tentacle could get to him. His hand shot out, grabbing the boy's shirt and forcefully flinging him back towards Li's group. Cheng hugged the boy, his glasses falling to the ground. The monster pulled him in with a tentacle, growling, "Give me back my son." Li Cheng shouted worriedly, "Jiang Ye, hang in there." But suddenly, Da Bang and Huang Ling pinned his arms. "Hey, what are you doing? We're not helping. Jiang Ye is a dead man. Yeah, he deserves to die. We thought he'd fight the tentacle guy until they both wore each other out. Turns out he was just a pawn for us to abuse and kill. So you never had any good intentions from the start." "Why?" His voice rang out. "Let me tell you why. Because I know your secret. You eat people." "Eating people?" he shouted and opened fire. Gunshots echoed continuously from a distance. The group quickly retreated to launch a sneak attack. "Who is it?" From a distance, Li Huang and his men were using sniper rifles. Shuai and another group rushed toward the tentacle monster with Molotov cocktails. "Uncle Xiaoyong, we're here to help." They threw the Molotovs from afar. The monster reacted, using its tentacles to shatter the bottles, and flames spread across its body. It looked at Shuai and roared, "My son! My son!" Shuai cursed in anger. "Damn, I didn't expect this beast to be so strong." But the tentacle creature replied like a father scolding his child. "Don't use foul language. Watch out. This thing isn't an ordinary zombie." Chen Chong charged into battle. "Chong, be careful." The tentacles attacked relentlessly, but Chen Chong dodged them nimbly. On the other side, the group was being pinned down by his continuous gunfire. What? Another mutant? A mutant working together with living humans? A tentacle quickly wrapped tightly around Chen Chong, but with his sheer strength, he tore it to shreds. However, more tentacles grew out and lunged forward again. "Chong, watch out!" Thanks to the warning, Chen Chong blocked the blow with both hands and was pushed back a few meters. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha, Chong, looks like you finally met your match." Da Bang was furious. That brat Jiang Ye is still in the mood to laugh and joke. Just then, he effortlessly tore apart the creature's core tentacle. What? He tore the core tentacle? Wait a minute. Earlier, it called Jiang Ye Uncle Xiaoyong. I think A Xing once said the leader of the shelter in Chaye City is named Jiang Xiaoyong. That's it. Damn it, we were tricked by that kid. So this group is the main force from that shelter. The strongest among them is about on par with Li Cheng, but their weapons are incredibly powerful. The most ruthless one is Jiang Ye. No, Jiang Xiaoyong. Along with that mutant who's just as strong as the tentacle, our chances of winning aren't high. Even if we win, both sides will suffer heavy losses. What should we do? I've got it. Da Bang, you hold them off and cover me. Da Bang swung his axe and threw it hard towards the group. A voice from afar shouted a warning. Look out! Rocks flew towards them at high speed, forcing everyone to take cover behind the trees. What kind of harassment is this? Huang Ling rushed forward, targeting Shuai. Watch out. A young man from his team blocked her. Don't target the kid, target me. But Huang Ling launched a kick that sent him flying backward. So strong. You've evolved. Huang Ling grabbed Shuai by the neck and lifted him up. Make your choice. Shuai was resolute. Don't even think about using me as a hostage. Oh, the kid's got some guts. Huang Ling punched Shuai repeatedly. The tentacle monster roared in distress. My son! Chen Chong leaped up, grabbed its head, and growled, wanting to eat it. He was reminded, Chong, let it go. Chen Chong looked bewildered. Huh? Why? He pointed at the group. He's about to go berserk. Interfering now isn't a wise choice. Huang Ling was firm. If you don't want the kid to lose his head, drop your weapons. Let the boy go, a voice called out. I'll be the hostage instead. Haha. Seeing how anxious you all are, I know I've caught the right person. Damn it. If anything happens to Shuai, how am I going to face his mother? Huang Ling ordered, drop your weapons and back up 100 meters. Li Huang agreed. Everyone, do as she says. Huang Ling then told the monster, you go with them. But just then, a tentacle shot out from a distance. Sister Ling, watch out. Her expression changed. She dropped Shuai and leaped up to dodge it. A few men beside her were knocked down by the tentacle. Da Bang yelled, "A Qiang!" She landed, bewildered. Wasn't the tentacle monster restrained? Seeing him remain so calm, she grew worried. Are they just watching a show? Li Huang ran over. Shuai, get out of here. But before he could run, a tentacle wrapped around Shuai's leg. He reassured them. It's okay. Shuai isn't in danger. He's not in danger. Shuai was lifted towards the monster, but he felt no pain as its voice rang out. My son. Shuai. He smiled and walked over to the monster. How about it, Zhang Shengze? I keep my promises. Your wife and son are doing very well. Shui realized. It really is you, Dad. Yes, that's your father. Uncle was right. Your dad has the same constitution as Chong. Shui couldn't hold back his tears and hugged his father. Dabong trembled. What the hell? What kind of twisted plot is this? We've failed. Retreat. Zhang Shengze saw his chance and swung a tentacle at Da Bang. He was caught and yelled at Huang Ling. Hurry, cut the tentacle. Huang Ling, what are you waiting for? But she had already taken off. Damn it. You dare to sell me out? As she ran, she thought, even if we teamed up, we might not beat the tentacle creature, let alone that other group. The only way to survive is to let Da Bang hold them back. But a tentacle shot towards her, and she fell flat on her face, her glasses shattering. Damn it! Zhang Shengze pulled her back. Da Bang was overjoyed to see her caught too. You bitch! You tried to sell me out. This is great. Now Li Cheng is counting on both of us. But a hand patted Li Cheng's shoulder. When did you get behind me? Don't make a move. I guarantee your safety. Li Cheng, you bastard. You betrayed me too? But Da Bang was dragged towards Jiang Shengze as a powerful blow came crashing down from above, crashing down and shattering the concrete. His face turned pale as a tentacle struck from above, tearing his body to pieces. Zhang Sheng was dead. Huang Ling was lifted into the air. Ah, let me go. But the tentacle tightened, blood gushed out, and her body was crushed until it exploded into tiny pieces. Your mission has been updated. Nemesis of Evil, number 3, complete. Requirement: eliminate the threat. Assist a potential teammate. Reward: 80 cumulative points. Total points are now 151. Ha ha. So the potential teammate was the dead Zhang Sheng, huh? He turned to Li Cheng. All right, do you have any questions? You're from the Chai settlement in the East District. That's right. What was that you mentioned earlier? About cannibalism? I thought becoming an evolved was just based on luck. Are you saying we became evolved because we did that? Li Cheng froze, painful memories flooding back. Mommy, I want some meat, too. Be good now, don't make a fuss. Uncle has to eat meat so he has the strength to protect us. Brother Li, I'm so sorry. Kids just don't understand. Back then, he had instinctively offered his box of meat to a little girl. It's all right, let her have a bite. Ah, no need, Brother Li. Really, it's fine. Then, another memory surfaced. It's happening again. The tentacle monster is back. Several people have gone missing. Did any of you see the tentacle monster with your own eyes? No. If we had, do you think we'd still be alive to tell the tale? Where's my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter? Thinking back on that scene, Li Cheng felt a wave of nausea. He rushed toward the corpse of Huang Ling, that wicked traitor, and began tearing her body to shreds with his bare hands, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "Damn you, you animal." After venting all his anger for his fallen comrades, Li Cheng's body finally relaxed. He turned to Jiang Shengze, his voice filled with suspicion. So, did you guys also get your powers by eating human flesh? Li Huang, standing beside them, snorted coldly. What do you take us for? We're not that kind of people. Jiang Shengze smiled, explaining in a calm but persuasive voice. Don't worry, we have access to more information than you do. We have other ways of gaining power. He took out a glittering stone and tossed it to Li Cheng. It's thanks to this. A variant core, taken from the bodies of zombies and other evolved. While not as common as human flesh, its effects are far superior, and there are no side effects. Li Cheng frowned. Side effects? Zhang Shengze looked him straight in the eye, his tone serious. I think you've already felt it. After becoming evolved, your emotions are harder to control. What's more, violence and slaughter. They excite you, don't they? Li Cheng nodded, his voice low. Yes. What's going to happen to me? That can't be changed, Jiang Shengze replied. But if you stop eating human flesh now, you can at least prevent the violence and depravity inside you from progressing further. He turned to look at the mutated man, his eyes full of doubt. And as for you, can you speak fluently? Jiang. Jiang, the man's voice trembled with emotion. Boss, Jiang. Thanks. Son. For saving Dad. Hearing him speak tugged at one's heartstrings. Is Suhai's mother here to lecture me about morals and ethics? Li Cheng quickly waved his hands, trying to salvage his awkward comment. Ah, no. What I meant was, Boss Jiang's son. Boss Jiang's son. Coughs. Boss Jiang's son. Damn it. Seeing this, Jiang Shengze raised a hand to stop him, his voice calm but hiding a smile. That's enough. That's enough. I know what you mean. Just like an impulse type, right? Even though the mutation affects his speech center, his mind is still as sharp as ever. But I have to admit, his current appearance is a bit terrifying. If we bring him back to the settlement, I'm afraid he'll cause a panic. Cough. Cough. The man stopped, looking at his son Jiang with an understanding gaze. I don't need to say it. You're already very familiar with this land, aren't you? Seeing that your son is safe, you must be relieved, right? Jiang Xiaoyong immediately gave a thumbs up, breaking into a radiant smile. Boss Jiang, what vast wisdom. Vast wisdom. Now that's what I call intelligence. He turned to Li Cheng, his voice serious. The threat has now been eliminated. As for the remaining people from the Zhifeng steel mill, I'm afraid you'll have to continue leading them. Li Cheng shook his head, his expression heavy. I can't. I've eaten human flesh. If I lead the Zhifeng steel mill, no one will be safe. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. How about this? Li Hongli, I think you're capable enough to take on the role of leader for the Zhifeng steel mill. As for you, Li Cheng, you'll come back with me to Chiayi City. He walked over and placed a hand on Li Cheng's shoulder, his voice comforting. The demon in your heart. I will help you tame it. The scene changes to a city on the border of S City, where chaos reigns. A cry for help rang out. Ah, help, help me. But the crowd ahead blocked the way, their voices cold. Don't go. He's a lost cause. Just then, zombies with heavy footsteps advanced toward a young man. His so-called friends could only shut their eyes, turn away, and flee for their lives. The abandoned young man was tightly bound by strange leaves and dragged into the darkness. The tree-human monsters dealt with him amidst his miserable screams. When they retreated, only a few scattered body parts remained. The leaves continued to wrap around the remains, attempting to control and possess the victim's body. The students who had just escaped. After running for a while, she was gasping, utterly exhausted. A girl whimpered, "This is bad. I can't run anymore." A young man snapped, his voice urgent. "Even if you can't run, you still have to. If they catch us, they'll tear us to shreds." But suddenly, someone else raised a hand to stop them. Wait. A rustling sound echoed from a distance. Everyone, listen closely. Whistling winds blew from afar. That's real wind. Wind means we're almost at the edge of the forest, someone exclaimed, their voice full of hope. But just then, horrifying thudding sounds echoed from behind. The group panicked, frantically running for their lives forward. They've caught up. We can't delay any longer. Run. Victory is within reach. We can't die here. The group reached the edge of the forest and saw the new urban area ahead. They stopped, gasping for breath. Light! There's light ahead! We're not far from the edge of the forest anymore. The woman excitedly pointed forward. We made it! We made it! We're finally saved! But unexpectedly, a vine from a tree shot down, wrapped tightly around the woman's neck, and pulled her high up. A man-eating plant appeared, swallowing the victim whole. Half her body fell right in front of her friends, ending her tragic fate. Ah, Xiaotong, my Xiaotong, wake up! But the sounds from behind didn't stop, a sign of the pursuing plant monsters. Damn it! Those plants are catching up! A young man shouted, shaking his friend who was crying over the loss of his girlfriend. Xiaotong is dead. If you don't want to end up buried with her, pull yourself together right now, for my sake. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The remaining 4 people ran headlong out of the forest. The treant monsters stopped at the forest's edge, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly moved out to attack the city. The 4 survivors looked around, trying to get their bearings. I know this place. This is the suburban park of City M. We've reached City M. One person exclaimed, but their voice quickly turned suspicious. That's strange. Why isn't there anyone here? Exactly. The whole city seems deserted, another replied. Something so big happened in City S, so it's reasonable for a neighboring city to be evacuated. Suddenly, the group was startled to see a figure emerge from a utility pole. A survivor. It looks like the people who escaped earlier also made it. Someone yelled, "Hey buddy, where's the evacuation point?" But when Jiang Xiaoyong's figure appeared, the group was horrified. Plant form, they cried, then ran away headlong again, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong bewildered, not understanding why they were so panicked. After running a distance, the 4 stopped, gasping for breath. Are they still chasing? Doesn't seem like it, one person replied, their voice trembling. What in the world is going on? Why are there plant forms outside the forest too? Has the outside fallen as well? Why didn't the forest spread outwards? Another person muttered, "What do we do now?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the familiar sounds from the forest's edge rang out again. The plant form monsters charged out from the forest. They're here too. Damn it, we're really surrounded this time. One person in the group collapsed, despairing. It's over. We shouldn't have run outside. If we had stayed in the forest, who knows, we might have lived a few more months. Xiaotong wouldn't have had to die. Seeing the monsters charging, a young man, desperate, grabbed a knife, intending to end his own life. I don't want to be torn to shreds by them. I don't want to die like that. But just then, one of Jiang Xiaoyong's tentacles swung out, taking down the plant form monster in an instant. He slowly walked towards the group, his gaze calm yet powerful. What's going on? One person asked tremblingly. Back at the fortress, Jiang Xiaoyong stood on the rooftop, scanning all directions. The strong wind carried a chilling sensation. A system notification rang out in his head. Utopian Society Social Mission. Underway. Mission objective. Expand the community. Mission progress. Establishment of the Zhifeng Steel Mill branch has been completed. Mission evaluation points. Plus 20 points. Current evaluation, 62. Reward. Plus 80 accumulated points. Total accumulated points. 231. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed loudly. Oh, another 80 points. So many, I can't even spend them all. He checked the system information. Options appeared. Armed threat supply crate level, 2. 20 accumulated points. Ability awakening supply crate level, 3. 100 accumulated points. Black tech supply crate level 2. 50 accumulated points. Refreshing costs 4 points. Huh? He muttered, his eyes lighting up when he saw the level 3 option. Holy cow. Level 2 already unlocked an overload ability card, so what will level 3 have? Without hesitation, he bought all 3 types at once. Opened armed threat supply crate level 1. Received reward, 1 armored jeep. Opened ability awakening supply crate level 3. Received reward. Enslavement seal level 1. Effect. Places an enslavement seal on enemies, turning them into the user's servants. Maximum 1 enslaved target. Opened black tech supply crate level 2. Received reward. Physical enhancement potion plus 30. Only 1 person can be enslaved? Jiang Xiaoyong muttered, his eyes scanning the system notification. Currently, both he and Li Cheng had temporarily stabilized the situation, but he decided he needed more time to observe before acting further. Suddenly, a new notification rang out in his head. The Utopia Community Project is underway. Mission objective. Expand the community. Mission progress. Successfully defend the independent settlement against 1 invasion. Reward evaluation. Plus 10 points. New mission. Exterminate Von Weed 1. Requirement. Eliminate the threat from the weeds. Reward. 100 accumulation points. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, his voice full of doubt. You mean you want me to go pull weeds? But just then, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life, a hurried voice coming through. Brother, Xiaoyong, can you hear me? Something's happened to Shuai's dad. Get back over here, quick. A zombie? What's going on? Jiang Xiaoyong furrowed his brow, trying to connect the dots. Could that zombie be one of Leader Jiang's people? Without hesitation, he dragged a weed monster along with him. From a distance, Shuai rushed over, his voice choked with emotion. Dad! Elder! Jiang Xiaoyong stammered, his voice distorted by his mutation. Son. And your wedding. Shuai was bewildered. My wedding? Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head, trying to explain. I meant wife. His mutation had affected his speech center, making him sound like a patient with aphasia. The husband and wife embraced tightly, tears of longing streaming down their faces after being separated for so long. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong went back to examine the body of the weed monster. He muttered, So this is the thing? Meat stewed with vegetables? Li Cheng, standing beside him, chuckled and quickly explained. Big brother, let me clarify. We're from S City. Right now, the entire city is covered by a dense forest. Not only that, but many people have mutated into plant-type beings, just like these monsters. Plant-type beings? Jiang Xiaoyong frowned. But big brother, I don't think your M City is very peaceful either. You must have seen it on your way here, right? Li Cheng nodded, his voice low. Most people have turned into zombies. He turned to Jiang Xiaoyong, Uncle Sheng, behind the collapsed perimeter wall on the east side of the base, 2 streets away. There's an armored jeep. Later, send someone to drive it back here. Got it. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded decisively. After that, you guys will follow me to the border between the 2 cities to check out the situation. A while later, the group returned to the edge of the forest where they had just escaped. Jiang Xiaoyong crouched down, observing the vines that had grown even taller in such a short time. He said in a low voice, We have to go into the forest. Huh? Big brother, it's too dangerous in there. One person protested, his voice filled with panic. We barely managed to escape. Why would we go back now? If we just leave it, the Zhifeng iron and steel plant will be surrounded by the forest soon enough, Jiang Xiaoyong explained, his gaze sharp. At that point, both our lives and our production will be severely affected. But first, there's something more important we need to do. What is it? Someone asked curiously. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. To help you guys gain the ability to deal with threats on your own. Call Old Li and the people from the Shifeng iron and steel plant over. For the next few days, we're going to focus on hunting. The scene changes to a few days later. As a zombie was showing off its flesh-eating skills, it suddenly heard a sound. It turned its head to look, but the surroundings were completely empty. It had no idea that Jiang Xiaoyong had already approached silently from behind. With the cold, sharp sword in his hand, he made one clean slice, cutting the zombie in half before it could even react. The others also joined the fight, using their combat skills and unleashing a constant barrage of bullets, taking down the zombies nearby. Shell casings rained down, zombie corpses piled up on the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong walked over, carefully searching their bodies for crystal cores. Elsewhere, a scream rang out. Oh! Crap! Zombies! More zombies! A giant zombie that looked like a zombie but still retained its intelligence appeared. It roared. Where are the living? Are there no living humans left? Another zombie charged from the distance, screaming, but it was stopped by the giant's massive hand and killed in an instant. I don't want to eat roasted zombie anymore. Can't you just let me run into a few humans? Just then, it caught a familiar scent, sniffing the air a few times. Living humans? It turned and saw Jiang Xiaoyong's group hunting zombies. You still want to live? But it overheard a warning from their leader. During this time, don't just open the door and go outside. A person in the group snapped. What? What's the problem? Leader Jiang's group has already cleared out most of this area. Stop talking nonsense and get in here. But from a distance, the giant zombie grinned sinisterly. Living humans, just as I thought. And what's more, they've never eaten their own kind. Pure, living humans. It licked its lips but realized this group was armed. It might be too much for me alone. I'll have to endure for a few more days. Drool dripped from its mouth, but it had to swallow its frustration. In the room, Jiang Xiaoyong checked the system. Refresh successful. Exchange successful. Refresh successful. Exchange successful. Current accumulation points. He spoke into the walkie-talkie. Hello, Uncle Sheng? Everyone, get to the meeting room. Now. A moment later, the whole group was assembled. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed heartily. Teamwork really pays off in hunting. To get this much in just 3 short days. He turned to Li Hongli and Zhang Ji. These variant cores. If you two just split them evenly, I'm afraid that won't be right. The main credit belongs to Brother Xiaoyong's men. That's right. Li Hongli nodded. Everyone has worked hard, but the two of us can't refuse. We don't lack weapons and ammunition. We should create a few top-tier experts. That's more meaningful than having everyone be a half-baked evolved person. The others agreed. Come on, Old Li. If he tells you two to eat, just eat. When has Xiaoyong ever made a wrong call? Exactly. We completely trust Xiaoyong's decisions. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Sun. You, come with me. A moment later, the two went out to find a quiet place. San closed the door, her voice hesitant. Brother Xiaoyong, what are you planning to do? Sensing the ambiguous atmosphere, the others curiously tiptoed to the door, pressing their ears against it to eavesdrop. A voice came from inside. This might hurt a little, so try to bear with it. Just a moment later, the door swung open, leaving the group of eavesdroppers stunned. Brother Xiaoyong, that was fast, huh? Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed Zhang Qi's ear and pulled him inside, his voice teasing. You little brat. Zhang Qi winced. Ow, ow, take it easy, Brother Xiaoyong. He pushed Zhang Qi toward Sun and asked, Did you just get your shot? Zhang Qi grinned sheepishly. Isn't it all thanks to your special treatment, Brother Xiaoyong? I've eaten so many alien cores now. I guess you could call me an expert among experts. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked. Spar a few rounds with Sun. Zhang Qi shook his head. I can't do that. I don't bully girls. Haha, bully girls, he says. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed loudly. Sun, give this kid a taste of reality. San smirked. Me? Don't worry. Just give it your all. This kid can take it, Zhang Qi said confidently. Heh, easy. I'm ridiculously strong now, you know. Go all out. But before he could finish his sentence, San threw a punch that sent Zhang Qi flying, nearly knocking his teeth out. Luckily, 2 people outside the door caught him. Holy crap. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed heartily and explained. I gave San a physical enhancement drug. Right now, besides me and Sung, no one else in the group is a match for her. Zhang Qi was embarrassed. I thought Old Li and I were the main crew, closest to you, Brother Xiaoyong, but I guess not. Cut the crap. Someone chuckled. Brother Xiaoyong isn't gay. Why would he be closest to you? After everything settled down, Jiang Xiaoyong's tone became serious. Wrong, Zhangqi, Li Cheng, and you two, Zhou Xingkai, you're coming with me to S City. Zhou Xingkai panicked. Me? No, no. I barely managed to escape from there. I don't want to go back. Zhang Shengze was stern. We helped you save your comrades and relatives, yet you're still too cowardly to go? Zhou Xingkai shook his head. I don't have any comrades. I'm begging you. Don't make me go back there. I'll even do grunt work here. But after a moment, he finally nodded. Fine. I'll go with you. The scene changes to the western suburbs of M City. Jiang Shengze muttered. I remember it was around here. He cursed himself. Damn it. My mind is getting slower and slower. If I can't eat some fresh human meat, I wonder how severe the consequences will be. Just then, a rustling sound came from nearby. He smirked. I knew I remembered correctly. This is the place. A young man opened the door, revealing a group of attractive young men and women getting intimate inside. He deliberately cleared his throat to get their attention. Ahem. Ahem. Hey, you little brat. You dare to come back here? One of them said, startled. Hey, don't get worked up. I didn't come to steal anything this time. I'm here to share some news. Share some news? Zhang Shengze frowned. Since when are you so kind? We're all half human, half monster here. Don't give me that deceptive talk. It's true, the young man said hastily. There are a lot of pure humans, but they have weapons. I don't think I can handle them alone, so I came looking for you guys to cooperate. The four men in front of him stared for a moment, then broke into friendly smiles. All right, we'll trust you this once, but if you dare trick us, you'll be our next meal. Of course I wouldn't, the young man nodded eagerly. In that case, I guess we're comrades now. Come on, join us. Let's have some fun together. That's right, fun. One of them laughed loudly. Come on. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiaoyong and his team. He warned them, everyone be careful. There could be danger hidden behind every pile of leaves, on every tree around us. He turned to Zhou Xingkai. Hey, what's your name? My name is Zhou Xingkai, he replied. Haha, you're a real man. Jiang Shengze laughed loudly. Your comrades were scared to death, yet you still dared to come back with us. Zhou Xingkai's voice grew somber. My girlfriend was killed by a plant creature. I want revenge. Besides, my parents are still in the forest. If there's a chance to save them, I have to try. Jiang Shengze nodded and gave out orders. I'll take the lead. Li Cheng will cover our rear. Sung and Rong, one on the right, one on the left, surround Zhou Xingkai. He's our only guide. If he dies, this trip will be for nothing. Zhou Xingkai was grateful. Thank you for helping me. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Shengze gave a faint smile. Our motive isn't to help you, but to find a way to stop this forest from spreading. Suddenly, a sticky vine from above touched his face. What is this? He frowned. Zhou Xingkai was startled and yelled, Oh no, get out of there, quick! The vine began to wrap around his neck several times, pulling him forcefully towards a monster's giant mouth. We're doomed. No one ever escapes its mouth alive. But Jiang Shengze gripped the vine tightly, pulling hard and preventing it from retracting. With one decisive tug, the monster's entire tongue was ripped out, as a purple chunk flew to the ground. Perfect. Jiang Shengze laughed loudly as the vines binding him fell away. The headless, snake-like monster tried to flee. Trying to run? He roared. This thing can still move. Jiang Shengze immediately shot out his tendrils, wrapping tightly around the man-eating plant and pinning it down so it couldn't move. He pulled hard, forcing it to lie motionless at his feet. But suddenly, a puff of green smoke emerged from the monster's mouth. He sniffed it curiously. It smells so good, but his expression immediately turned serious. This smoke has a strange smell. I don't think it's safe. Everyone, be careful. He turned around, but was startled to find he was all alone. Where did everyone go? Zhou Xingkai, having inhaled the smoke, felt his head spin and collapsed to his knees. What is happening? This feeling is so strange. Zhou Xingkai mumbled, his head still spinning. He looked at his four comrades, who were standing motionless like statues with indescribable expressions on their faces. Benefactors? Benefactors? What's wrong with all of you? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. A dark figure darted past, startling him. What was that? Unexpectedly, a familiar face appeared. Xingkai. Xiaotong, you're still alive? The girl waved, her voice urgent. It's dangerous over there. Hurry and come back here. Xingkai was stunned, his heart pounding. Everyone is here. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming right now. The scene shifts to a group of half-human, half-monsters. They pointed forward, their eyes glowing. Do you see that? That's the place. One of them sniffed the air, drooling. Human flesh. That's pure human flesh. He growled, unable to contain his craving. Calm down. Calm down. We'll just take a little. But another one had already lost control and charged straight ahead. Holy crap, that damn idiot. Another one cursed, watching his thoughtless comrade. The charging monster's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing the humans as delicious, defenseless prey, he muttered, I can't take it anymore. I need to indulge. Just then, a guard spotted the suspicious figure. Hey, who are you? A voice from afar warned. Watch out. But before he could react, the half-human, half-monster lunged forward and bit down hard on the guard's shoulder. Ugh, is that a zombie? Damn it, open fire now. Shouts rang out. Li Huang heard the commotion and immediately took notice. This is bad. The men holding guns were shaking like leaves. The bullets hit the monster, but it wasn't fazed at all, in fact. It seemed even more excited. It lunged at the gunman but was suddenly sent flying several meters by a powerful punch from Li Huang. The monster quickly regained its balance, but Li Huang gave it no chance, unloading his gun into it. Terrified, the half-human, half-monster turned and fled. Damn it, get the injured man to the infirmary. Stop the bleeding, now. The heavily wounded monster gasped for breath. It staggered a short distance before collapsing to the ground as the other half-human, half-monsters appeared, smirking sinisterly. See? What was the rush? Look what it got you. Stop mocking me and find me some flesh. I need to recover. The injured one roared. Who do you think you're ordering around? This is no time for your crap. Suddenly, a woman in the group landed a powerful kick to the back of his neck. What are you doing? One less mouth to feed is always better, she replied coldly and quickly finished him off. So, how do we break this stalemate? The food is hiding in the factory, and they have weapons. One of them sneered. Easy. Are you all stupid? We're human, not zombies. We can just walk right in. Back with Jiang Xiaoyong, Zhou Xingkai was still trapped by the illusion. Why do I feel so lightheaded? He mumbled. From a distance, Xiao Tong's voice called out again. Don't hesitate anymore. Come over here. Come on, hurry up. Okay, I'm coming, Xingkai replied. But suddenly, a knife flew from a distance and struck the person he thought was Xiao Tong. Xingkai screamed, tears streaming down his face again. Xiao Tong! He rubbed his eyes, trying to see clearly. Zhang Shengzhe shouted, Damn, that's powerful. It even managed to bewitch me. Why? Zhou Xingkai screamed. Why did you kill my Xiao Tong? Your Xiao Tong? Look closer. What is that? Jiang Shengzhe said, pointing. Xingkai turned and froze, seeing the image of Xiao Tong transform into a tree trunk controlled by the monster. He slapped his own head hard. Snap out of it. Stop dreaming. Li Cheng, having just escaped the illusion, looked at his own body, his voice hazy. What happened? It feels like years have passed, he mumbled. Movies talk about history. High-speed mechanical transport. A son transported back to Earth, Zhang Shengzhe explained. I was dreaming. I dreamed I was driving to pick up my son from school. His tone turned serious. That flower must have released a poisonous gas that made us hallucinate. He crouched down to examine the monster's tree trunk. Li Cheng asked curiously, What are you trying to do? I'm checking the internal structure of this type of monster to see if it produces a variant core. Zhang Shengzhou replied, Looks like I was overthinking it. This thing seems to be just a puppet, not the main body. He discovered vines digging deep into the ground. The main body probably isn't nearby. But as he dug deeper, he was surprised. Oh? What's this? He tugged hard and pulled up a large lump. Potatoes. Taro. Looks like this is its nutrient storage tissue. Let's take it. Who knows? It might be edible. He turned to Zhou Xingkai. What do you know about these plant-type creatures? Zhou Xingkai shook his head. I only know that they're extremely dangerous, and they watch everything. Living things are food, but I'm sure Old Ha knows more. Old Ha? Zhang Shengzhe frowned. Who is he? He's an expert from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences, Xingkai replied. Before I escaped, I took shelter with him in a high-rise building. I don't know if he's still alive. Very good. Zhang Shengzhe nodded. Take me to find Old Ha. Late that night, a woman on the other side pretended to be injured, intentionally stumbling right in front of the guards. One of them saw her from a distance. Startled. A survivor! It's a lucky survivor. Another one stopped him. Wait a minute. But the woman quickly took off her coat, revealing her seductive body. The other guards still tried to stop him, insisting they had to report it first. Report what? Can't you see she's about to collapse? Let's help her back first. The other guy argued back. If we leave her here, she'll get eaten by zombies in a minute. Miss, are you okay? One of them asked. Yeah, help me. Please, help me. The woman replied weakly. Don't worry, you're safe now. The guard helped her inside. From a distance, 3 half-human, half-monster beings watched and chuckled to themselves. Tisk, tisk. She's a really good actress. The woman suddenly pulled the guard onto the roof of a car, whispering, I'm much better at this than she is. A steamy session took place right after, and she smirked to herself, preparing to head inside the factory. Back with Jiang Xiaoyong, he frowned. It's already gotten this dark. By twilight, the forest was so dense that there was almost no light left. Zhou Xingkai replied, We're almost there. Suddenly, a voice from a distance called his name. He saw a woman behind a house, waving. Auntie Yang? Xingkai rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. Zhang Shengze reminded him, Don't worry. This isn't a hallucination caused by the pollen. It's not a hallucination. She's a real living person, Xingkai exclaimed. Auntie Yang and her group were still inside, but a voice from her team rang out. I told you not to take the risk. Are you only happy when you're trying to get us all killed, just so you can stand by and watch Zhou Xingkai get assimilated? Someone else retorted. He's a lost cause. After being gone for so long, there's no way that's still him. Stop talking nonsense and prepare to fight, Auntie Yang shouted, as her entire team charged towards Jiang Xiaoyong's group, weapons at the ready. Jiang Xiaoyong was getting angry but remained calm. Calm down, don't attack. Several arrows were fired, but he just waved his hand lightly, and they hit the air as if striking an iron plate, falling to the ground. Stop, calm down, he roared. The group on the other side trembled with anxiety. Auntie Yang yelled, Cease fire, cease fire. Xingkai quickly intervened. Auntie Yang, calm down. They're not enemies. They're our saviors from outside the forest. Auntie Yang hesitated. Then, where are the others who were with you? What about Xiao Tong? Xingkai's voice was heavy with sadness. Nearly half of our people were killed or injured. Xiao Tong is dead too. But the rest of us made it out. What's the situation like outside? Auntie Yang asked. This isn't the place to talk, Zhang Shengze replied. Let's go back first, and we'll discuss the details. But looking at Zhang Shengze and Chong, Auntie Yang's group was still worried by their zombie-like appearance. Xingkai reassured them. Don't worry, they're on our side. You two, say something to make them less afraid. Zhang Shengze laughed heartily. I may be ugly, but I'm very gentle. Chong added, and look at how sexy my body is. What are you two doing? Auntie Yang said, exasperated. Xingkai laughed. Don't worry, they're our saviors. We were rescued thanks to them. All right then. Auntie Yang nodded. Come over here. Back at the steel factory, San stopped in front of the gate. Uncle Lee, I'm at the factory gate. Open up. She noticed a sound up ahead. The 3 half-human, half-monster beings saw her go inside, heaved a sigh of relief, and quietly retreated. That was too close. We were almost discovered, one of the half-human, half-monsters whispered, his eyes gleaming with greed. Did you realize? That girl is an evolved. A pure evolved one at that. How can a pure evolved exist? Another one frowned, his voice full of doubt. How did she achieve that kind of power? I don't know. The other one smirked, drool dripping down his chin. But I know for sure that she'll be delicious. If we eat her flesh, our power will skyrocket. At the steel factory, San walked in, her voice soft. I'm here, Uncle Lee. Yeah. Li Huang nodded. Are the injured taken care of? Are they in the infirmary? They're in the infirmary, San replied, her gaze sweeping over a young man completely wrapped in bandages. Uncle Lee, this is the anti-infection medicine. Before we left, Brother Xiaoyong told me to use this if anyone gets bitten by a zombie. They were bitten a few hours ago, but there are no signs of infection now. Maybe the attacker wasn't a zombie. Not a zombie? Li Huang frowned. Then what else out there bites people? The woman who had pretended to be a survivor chimed in, her voice urgent. I know. On the outskirts of West City, there are lots of mutants. They're not zombies, and they don't spread infection, but they're extremely brutal, and they bite people. Li Huang turned to her, his gaze sharp. Who are you? I'm a new member who escaped from West City, she replied, her voice trembling. Those mutants are even more terrifying than zombies. They eat human flesh, and they're intelligent. They chased me the whole way here. I was lucky I knew how to ride a bike, or I would have never gotten away. Li Huang frowned. They're attacking because you led them here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The woman stammered. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to live. San spoke up in a gentle voice. Brother Li, you can't blame her for this. I'm not blaming her. Li Huang waved his hand. Knowing our enemy's origins just makes them easier to handle. What else do you know about them? They won't give up, she replied, her eyes glinting. Soon, they won't be able to hold back their attack. We need to be prepared. This information is very useful, Li Huang nodded. All right, everyone go get some rest. Follow my orders. Bring some food to the injured. To be safe, we'll keep watch for one more night. I know it's an inconvenience, so I appreciate you all bearing with it. It's no trouble, Brother Li, someone replied. Jian kept her eyes on the new woman, remaining silent and wary. Li Huang noticed and asked quietly, Jian, what's wrong? That woman. I have a strange feeling about her, Jian whispered. I can't explain it. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Li Huang chuckled softly. You're probably just too stressed. And that Xiaoyong, giving such a difficult mission to a young girl like you. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong had arrived at a building up ahead. He looked up, wondering why everyone chose this place as a rendezvous point. They had passed several factories and warehouses earlier, with fewer entrances that were far more secure. They were clearly more suitable as a base. Zhou Xingkai explained in a low voice, Savior, you don't understand. The disaster in S-City is different from where you're from. If we had chosen a place on a lower level, we would have all been dead in less than a week. See that fog out there? The lower you are, the thicker it gets. If you breathe it in for too long, you'll get infected and turn into a plantoid in just a few days. It's only temporarily safe from the 10th floor up, where the fog is thinner. Let's head upstairs, someone urged. We can talk more once we're up there. Xingkai made the introductions. Savior, this is Elder He. Elder He. This is our savior. Jiang Shengze nodded. Hello, Elder He. I'm here to talk about the situation in the neighboring M city. It's a tragic state of affairs. Things aren't any better outside the forest. He turned and said, Wrong, Jiang Shengze, come on in. Xingkai smiled. I've already told everyone here about you two. Hearing this, Rong and Jiang Shengze finally felt at ease enough to step inside. Elder He spoke up. What about T City? B City? Other countries? Jiang Shengze shook his head. So far, at least, we haven't seen any signs of an organized rescue effort. Everyone is just trying to survive on their own. He took out the tuber of a plantoid and handed it to Elder He. Do you recognize this? Elder, he examined it and nodded. It's a plantoid tuber. Auntie Yang goes out to find these. We only recently discovered that they're edible. They taste like high-calorie taro. In the apocalypse, it's not a bad meal. Jiang Shengze laughed heartily. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Trouble! We've got trouble. What is it? Jiang Shengze asked urgently. The plantoids. The person panicked. They're surrounding the building, and more of them are coming. They've surrounded us all the way here? Jiang Shengze frowned. What's a flower car? Is it really that terrifying? A flower car? Elder He asked, surprised. What's that? It's more than terrifying. The man trembled. I'm afraid we're all going to die here today. Jiang Shengze's voice grew grim. Everyone, listen to me. Women and young people, get to the highest floor, find a sealed room like a bathroom or a storage closet, and hide. The elders will stay here with me. Elder He nodded. Move quickly. Save whoever you can. The crowd of people scrambled to obey, rushing frantically up the stairs. Elder He turned to Jiang Shengze. You're young. Go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and become a sacrifice. It's fine. Jiang Shengze